Jesus.
And you're right into the factory, man. You're addicted.
It's always open, bro.
It's not even a good factory. Post my factory. Well, it's in China. Soul Link, we're working on it.
Soul Link?
Minecraft Soul Link.
Oh yeah, we're getting that. Yeah.
We're getting that hooked up. What the fuck even is that? Oh, it's the cat laughing, but it's not very good.
Well. What happened last night?
I don't know. I'm gonna be. If I knew that he was gonna win, I would have stayed up. But I had no faith, and I was tired, so I was like, "Fuck it, I'm gonna go to bed."
Maybe that's why they won, because we didn't stay up to jinx it, you know?
I guess I'll
Just
be
saying.
sitting in the fucking bedroom during the midterm stream. Oh, Caroline Leavitt's resigning.
What? I thought she's already been gone for pregnancy stuff.
Yeah, she came back, and now she's resigning.
Instantly? Wait,
Yep.
Why?
Don't know. Trump just tweeted about it. Not 20 minutes ago.
Well, damn. For the Minnesota Senate primary, the polling was a little over the place, but the more recent polls generally showed a much closer race than we actually got. So here's an example of a progressive candidate outperforming the polls by a lot. What was the final result?
For what, Crowley?
No, for I don't know what the fuck, Flanagan? For the Minnesota Senate primary?
Now, let me look it up. Campaigned as anti-establishment fighter. She prevailed over Representative Angie Craig, a moderate Democrat from a swing district, leading by nearly 20 percentage points, with more than 90% of the vote counted.
Every poll I'm seeing seems like it has had her up by quite a bit. I don't understand what you were saying. In the last month, there are like 2 with her plus 15 and 2 with the race tied. She won plus 20. I mean, that doesn't sound that crazy, though. I see the 2 tied, and then I see a plus 20 and a plus 14. And then she won by plus 20. Okay.
Call that guy retarded.
The plus 20 at the top is the actual result. Oh, so then it was plus 2 to Craig, 14 to Flanagan, 7 to Flanagan, and a tie. Oh, this was the actual election? Okay. This guy's mad. I'm done watching Hutch and Destiny for a bit. While every other Democrat is celebrating the end of the primary and planning for unity, they're still nonstop fighting with DSA members who aren't even in the coalition. Take a deep breath, you old-ass motherfuckers. Okay. I think I'm good with this guy. This guy's like a worse version of Pisco or something.
Which guy, Jolah?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's pretty retarded.
We're good on that one. We already have a Sherbine here. I got so triggered last night. I don't know if you heard, or I guess you guys listened to him talking on
I watched your debate with him. I did not see him talking to Tom, no.
Oh.
I watched you go in after.
Oh, that was why I was so triggered, because he went in to talk to Tom, and he starts talking, he's like, yeah, so I realized after about an hour that I was bored, and this conversation was going to be pointless. And I'm like, okay, bro, I'm good. Yeah.
It's what he does. He gets out of the conversation, then he immediately goes and like has a cope session with somebody else, and he's way harder in like the cope session than he would ever be when you're actually talking to him.
Yeah.
Pretty cringe.
And I feel like he got pretty thoroughly obliterated in our conversation. Like, I feel like it was a pretty brutal one, but whatever. Okay, I'm good. I've forgotten all of that out of my system with that dude. What is this?
Same drama or clips or something, right? That anxiety that keeps you like on your toes. Do you know what I mean? I think Loner Box kind of exists in that same space. And I think that when he started to get closer to and more reliant on views from DGG at the beginning of the since October 7th or shortly after, when he started talking to Destiny, he got a really large bump in views, which also, you know, greatly increased his revenue. And so there's, I think, this sort of side.
The Kiwi lady you debated was cool. Mantis? Yeah, she's cool. Yeah. I retweet her a lot. 99% of the time she's cool. I was super triggered in that conversation, so hopefully she didn't take that too personally. But she's pretty cool.
Violent, you know, implicit threat of falling out of line that I think is felt more than thought. So yeah, I think that's what it is. In other words, weakness.
He says, as he literally regurgitates the exact daddy talking points from Hassan and all of this thoughtless, brain-dead, spineless fuck orbit that every other cult member is required to regurgitate. I bet Hassan did fuck Paris when she was 17 also, by the way, 100%. I think Lav was onto something there. That's why Hassan didn't mention any of it or call her out on it publicly. He's hiding something.
Let's get Lav back in here.
Yeah, where's Lav? We need a Lav vest to get this.
Let's get Lav in here.
All of my recent Asmongold videos have been completely demonetized. Do you think Asmongold was demonetized and he just doesn't talk about it? Nah. I think he would say something.
James Carville, who is 81 years old. When I think about somebody like James Carville, who is 81 years old, James Carville over the weekend said of HamasPiker, one of us is going to leave. It might even be me. And then he also pointed to like the DSA.
Threaten him with a good time.
Yeah, James Carville is 81. He has 1 foot in the grave. James, take the second step. James Carville is famous, by the way, for winning, quote unquote winning, for Bill Clinton in 1992. James Carville, you would have lost if Ross Perot hadn't been in the race. It was a 3-way race, James. You needed Ross Perot there. Bill Clinton only got 43% of the vote. Every other candidate he's worked with, for the most part, ate shit. James Carville, at the beginning of this term, Trump's second term, went on TV and said, the Democrats shouldn't do anything. They should roll over and play dead. Let him punch himself out. Okay, how good did that work out for Minnesota? Did Minnesota roll over and play dead, James Carville, you dumb bald bitch? How many people have the ability to roll over and play dead, James? Eventually.
This guy's fucking... The redhead guy's a leftist? Yeah, no shit, Sherlock.
How good did
You can tell because he's fucking retarded.
that work out for Minnesota? Did Minnesota roll over and play dead James Carville, you dumb bald bitch? How many people have the ability to roll over and play dead, James? Eventually, you're not playing anymore because they just start shooting into the people on the ground, you dumb fuck.
Wow, so edgy.
When I think about
Be able to lean into their victories. So it'll
God, full screen mode means we're getting cringe. Ugh.
be less
Oh,
difficult.
yeah.
It'll be easier to deliver our message. It'll be more difficult, though, because the establishment will not underestimate us. They will continue to undermine us, but they will not underestimate us. So the knives will be out. Also, we'll be able to lean into their victories. So it'll be less difficult. It'll be easier to deliver our message. It'll be more difficult, though, because the establishment will not underestimate us. They will continue to undermine us, but they will not underestimate us. So,
Man. Okay. Wait, what are you home working on anything right now or no?
You told me to look into the APAC thing, but man, that's so.
Wow.
What else you got?
Okay. I feel like there are highly strategic games being played by the DSA New York chapter.
Okay.
And I feel like the other Dems are being left out of it, or the other DSA people are like being left out. They're like not included in that.
Okay.
I'm curious how true that is because Bernie and AOC obviously had nothing to do with Francesca Hong, right?
Yeah, and wanted nothing to do with her.
Yeah, because I think she made overtures to them multiple times.
They denied to endorse her.
Mm-hmm. And but Tlaib was there. Rashid Tlaib and Ilhan Omar,
Mm-hmm.
I think both of them were, and obviously Hassan was, but he's not included in fucking anything, obviously. I wonder if, I'm curious if like
Bernie's not from the New York chapter.
No, true, but he's a senator and he's a big dude.
Yeah.
But and he might be like more actively coordinating with them.
It's possible.
Yeah, I'm curious why Ilhan Omar was there and Rashid Tlaib. I believe Rashid and Ilhan, I think we're both there, right? I know Ilhan at least was. I'm pretty sure Tlaib was. But I wonder why both of them showed up and nobody else from like the New York DSA stuff had anything to do with.
Anything to do with it?
Yeah. What if they're not included in their like?
I don't know if Rashid Tlaib was there. When I searched Rashid
Oh.
Tlaib and Hong.
Okay, then maybe not.
the knives will be out.
Oh, maybe.
Any sort of knowledge of like Bernstein or any of these other people who were like trying to do like electoral politics in like 19th century Europe to implement social democracy. Like I don't have any sort of grounding in that. What I do have a grounding in is the American Revolution and the
Do you think some people have exclusive access to some internal polling or something? No, not that. I'm just curious from like a strategy perspective. If like the New York DSA people are kind of like their own thing and other DSA members like aren't like privy to the same strategy talks or whatever, because I'm curious why some showed up and some obviously wanted nothing to do with them.
subsequent events in American history leading up to the New Deal and a sort of rearticulation of liberalism there and the civil rights movement and leading on up to today. That's my intellectual heritage. I wonder if you could speak a little about that, maybe expand on the intellectual heritage of liberalism a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't actually define mine very differently than yours. I mean, for me, my influences from an intellectual perspective were like Locke and Smith and Hayek was really important. In more recent times, somebody who I have a lot of respect for has passed away is David Bowes, who spent a lot of time towards the end of his life talking about the importance of rallying around.
Carbon burning or AOC not associate? Do they risk political capital if they endorse Hong? How many people really give a fuck, even if Hong is bad optics? I mean, yeah, they probably want their endorsements to carry a lot of weight. And then you would probably want, yeah, you don't want to endorse bad candidates. It weakens the strength of your endorsement and how your endorsements are seen. And you could definitely, that Hong lady, so I think what happened was, so like the whole time I kept asking over and over again, like, how the fuck is she winning? Like, what the fuck is going on? Like, I don't understand any of this. And apparently there was no reason why she was winning. I guess because of all the drama with the other people, and because she basically just went unopposed, and the moderates, like, their shit was on fire for the entirety of their primary running season. Like, she just kind of like had a clear field to advertise herself, and then that was pretty effective in the beginning. But I think the thing that was happening was every single time she had a media appearance, every single one was bad. Like, I think every media appearance she had was bad. Her debate was horrible. Like, it was just like gaffe after gaffe after gaffe. And then obviously all of the old tweets are being dug up about the holidays. And then her answer to that was always bad. And it was just like, yeah, it was just really, really bad. Just flub after flub. And I think it just came down to that. She just never really was that great of a candidate. But she just kind of was unopposed for so long that it was harder to see.
The liberal heritage and the liberal intellectual tradition. Obviously, David Bowes comes from a libertarian background, but that was
the president of Cato, right?
Yes, the former president. I think his title was president of the Cato Institute. That was my bridge, right? So I read a lot of these Enlightenment thinkers when I was younger. Those things stuck with me. I did not equate those traditions as like liberal. I mean, I did, but not like in a way that really stuck with me. I used that label libertarian for a very long time, but it was some of the stuff that David Bowes started talking about towards the end of his life around how liberalism is kind of tied to those American values and how libertarians find themselves as maybe more radical members of that tradition, but are squarely within that tradition. That was a really big influence on me. The stuff, though, that's influencing my
Where did all the over-exaggerated polls come from? I don't know. You'll have to ask. I don't know. I can't make sense of that. I'm not sure.
Thinking now and how I would take like the framework that I use now to apply to like make sense of the world, which is chaotic. And this I'm sure will maybe change or be updated, is based on like some of the work of Professor Steve Davies, who works at IEA London. He's done a lot of work for over a decade trying to make sense of the political realignment. And I don't know if you guys are familiar with some of his work on this topic, but he's described, this was, I think in his case, applied to mostly European politics or the UK, but I think it's broadly relevant across the Western world, that there are two new forming poles in American political life. So like we're aware of the Reagan coalition against the left, right? That's kind of three-legged stool of the Reagan coalition. He's basically said, and I think he's been talking about this since the mid-2010s, if not earlier than that, that there are two major poles now that are struggling to be formed. And this is effectively a cosmopolitan liberal coalition versus what he describes as a populist authoritarian coalition. Doesn't make any sense on its face, but if you go a layer down, he says that there's like four kind of key differentiators between these two poles. It's whether you embrace the idea of people being able to choose their identity or whether you think that identities are prescribed. You think about the post-liberals, the idea that the trad wife movement, the idea that everyone has a role to play in society, and that is dictated by your sex or your race or your gender or whatever. Like he thinks that is a huge axis of difference between those. And you see some of that, I think, also on the far right. There's like four kind of key differentiators between these two poles. It's whether you embrace the idea of people being able to choose their identity or whether you think that identities are prescribed. You think about the post-liberals, the idea that the trad wife movement, the idea that everyone has a role to play in society, and that is dictated by your sex or your race or your gender or whatever. Like he thinks that is a huge axis of difference between those. And you see some of that, I think, also on the far left, although it's much more acute right now in the post-liberal right. The other thing is openness versus closeness. So like, are you open to cultural exchange? Are you open to the world? Are you open to sometimes what
Looks like this guy's flipping us off constantly.
Chaos that comes with liberal dynamism, right? When cultures merge together and ideas are exchanged. And that is both a geopolitical axis. It's like, are you open to exchange with the world? It's also cultural. Like, are you open to the values of other cultures and learning from other cultures? The third thing he talks about is dynamism and innovation versus stability and order. This is a really big one right now as it relates to, I think, a lot of the conversations happening around AI, like how we handle that. Like, I think the liberal sensibility says, yes, dynamism and innovation is something we should embrace. There's obviously limits. We don't want to go full gas on the pedal and, like have these massive companies control every part of our life. But like, it's the instinct between whether you're open to the dynamism and innovation that markets and cultural exchange bring, or whether you really seek stability and order over all things. And then the last one he talks about is like a geographic axis. Like he thinks that there's basically like a global metropolitan versus kind of rural coalition forming. But like when I'm thinking about the intellectual, like how I make sense intellectually of who is in the tent when I look out at the political landscape, because those two things do not map cleanly onto parties. Like that's been the closest that I've been able to come personally to say, okay, like if I'm seeking out a new partner or trying to find somebody who's like-minded, I think we could ask those kind of 3 or 4 core questions to understand a bit more about whether they're aligned with that liberal sensibility or whether they're kind of in opposition to it. I don't know if that
that makes a lot of sense. How does something like the DSA fit into this analysis?
It's not. It's really gray, right? So, like, personally, you know my background. I come from the right. I'm a classical liberal. I believe very strongly in the importance of open markets and free markets. I also believe, and some of your audience might quibble with this, that like the most effective president in embracing Marxist and socialist principles in the United States to date has been Donald Trump, right? He's buying up stakes in massive companies, or he's buying up stakes in companies. He's trying to centrally plan the culture through controlling major media companies. He's trying to centrally plan the economy by using tariffs and corruption to benefit corporations that he likes. It's the ultimate example of cronyism, and it's a rejection of the free market. The DSA, I think, just to be honest with you, and this is a personal take.
Legitimate question. What's the difference between avoiding calling Fuentes a Nazi but calling Pisco anti-Semitic? I don't know if there's much purpose in calling Pisco anti-Semitic. I think he is in all application. But I mean, Nazi and anti-Semitic aren't the same thing. I don't know if I ever would have. I don't know if I ever said I would never call Fuentes anti-Semitic. I feel like Fuentes' political ideology, even when they were trying to move away from the ultra cringe Nazi shit, was still anti-Semitic. I also don't think I would ever call Pisco a Nazi.
Establish that. I think that on the economic axis, and even to some degree on the kind of embrace of identity politics stuff, I think that there is obviously tension, like clear points of contention between liberals and socialists. And you've seen this in the discourse. Like, there are a few things that DSA loves more than to defeat liberals. I almost am convinced that they like to defeat liberals more than they like to defeat MAGA, right? We've seen a lot of this stuff play out in the primaries. That being said, I don't want both sides of the conversation because I don't think that's helpful. Like, when I talk to people about this issue, and this is my genuine take, my number one issue right now when we're facing an existential, really what I think is a real existential threat against the Constitution is like, will you respect the peaceful transfer of power? Will you respect election results? Like, will we work within the general rules of the system? My concern on MAGA right now is much higher than it is on DSA. Like, I don't think Mamdani is going to try to organize a coup to stay as the mayor of New York City. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So and there are some socialists that are more liberal than others. I mean, I know that Matt was on your show talking about liberal socialism. Like, it's not gray. It is gray rather. It's not black and white. It's really hard for me to. And I'm also not, I'm more of a tactician than an intellectual, if that's not clear by now. So there are people far more well equipped to break down the intellectual nuance on where the line might be there.
I'll since
not to reveal your hand or anything, but do you think Josiah is actually captured? Reveal my hand? What do you think? I'm like plotting something? No, I think he has a group of friends, and I think they all like have a content strategy, and I think that content strategy works well for all of them. Yeah, I guess like. In a way, you could say audience captured, but
I am the cocktail sipping Northeasterner here. I will stop talking about evangelicals and I'll start defending the DSA a little bit. I'm in New York City.
You think they fill a similar role in culture?
No. For one thing, they're organized.
Maybe that's the Party for Socialism.
No, I mean, I'm not a socialist. Again, none of us here are. I did like Mamdani.
His comments were hard against Crowley last night. Really? Do you have a? I think the thing that kind of breaks the illusion the most for me, for I think the Pisco crew as well, is just like how insanely eager they are to like come out of.
You have to explain what the Pisco crew is.
True, actually.
Because if you say that, they're just going to think Hutch and I are as well.
Do people really think that? No, I guess it would be the.
I mean, they're all on a podcast.
Yeah, they're on your podcast.
I think I guess I'm thinking like the lib left people who all give infinite deference to the left. The far left, and none of that same to the moderates, and then they all seem to be embracing far left candidates. So I would say, like, I guess the Midas Touch network, and then adjacent to the Midas Touch network. I'll say this again. Also, I know apparently it doesn't matter, but I don't actually have any personal problems with Pisco or Josiah or any of the Midas Touch people. I don't have any personal against them. I feel like there's like a thing that they're not meeting the moment on. But I guess that's enough for people to get super ass pained. But yeah, I don't think I would care as much. Like, I spoke to IRI about this last night a little bit. I don't think I would care as much if they just kind of left it alone. But it's me getting pushback from them while I'm trying to deal with what I consider to be the crazy leftists. It just is so reminiscent. It depends on how long you've been a fan of me, but the most infuriating moments in like the whole 2016 to 2018 Gamergate, like the neo-Nazi alt-right shit, was all the moderates I would have to tear through to get to the Nazis. And it would make me look so radical. It would make me look so far to the left. Every animator on the planet fucking hated me after that JonTron debate. I remember getting like the lead animator for like, what was the name of this show? Was it Metalocalypse? Or is that the name of a Metallica album? Or is it Death Clock? Or
I think it's like Metal Apocalypse or something. Yeah, I think you're right on.
Yeah, and then obviously like Ego Raptor, Psychic Pebbles, all the huge YouTube animators, of course, and then several that was the name of the band. Yeah, and then several like big animators that all fucking hated me, and it was just so much work where I could never just kind of argue the Nazi points. I would have to go through so many of these centrist types, and then it just gives the impression of me being so far to the left, and I'm like, I don't really think I am on these points. You guys are just like, yeah, it's just so frustrating.
So you would rather them just not
talk
about your crusade
for like IRI, like
constantly being like, why are you going against us so and so?
Yeah, for IRI, like I would prefer everybody to be like Hutch or Lonerbox. But then if you're not, I think like an IRI is like, I think that's totally fine. If you it's like a thing that you don't want to comment on or talk about for whatever reason, I think that's totally fine. But when people start getting in the way and then it starts making me look fucking crazy, especially when, and I always feel like, I feel like I'm late to these things, but maybe, I mean, I'm sure people want to jump on a whole bunch of things. So if you jumped on everything, you'd be fear-mongering way too much. But it's like at this point, I think that so much of it is so beyond the pale. It can't really be that it's so hard to say, maybe we don't have to support people who are cheering on terrorist attacks. Like, I think we're way beyond the pale on that. I don't think that needs to be the case. There shouldn't be any pressure from us to give into shit like that. Is wild.
Me specifically of the options, though, I also like Lander, and we had him on here this week. But I certainly liked him more than Cuomo. But one of the things that I liked about him is that the New York DSA specifically, for example, is extremely YIMBY in its approach to housing. So there was ambiguity, for example, on, because he sort of was talking out of both sides of his mouth in terms of like trying to pay, like he was talking about rent freezing, and like he was trying to kind of like cover both sides of how people feel about housing on the left. But how he's been in office so far is actually quite like Open New York, the YIMBY organization to which I pay dues. Their president is on one of his advisors, for example, for his housing stuff. So I think DSA itself is kind of a large organization with a constellation of different chapters. Most of the things I don't like about them, frankly, are even more specific than the high level of like dynamism versus state planning or something. It's mostly like a lot of them are kind of clowns about Ukraine. Many of them have the correct view of the war on Gaza, but some of them go beyond that to like, Chevalier, who just won a district here, was at the October 8 protests that described October 7 as an unprecedented act of liberation or something, right? Like I am for the most part a DSA defender in the liberal tent, because I think it's, first of all, just it's not so much, I wouldn't put it so much as that they love being liberals. I'm sure many of them do, as everyone is very frustrated by not having a party that's actually actively fighting the administration as much as they could, and so like everyone is looking for their lever to win primary victories that push us in that direction. Anyway, that's my 2 cents spiel.
I want to build on
that. When I talked to Hutch, we agreed Josiah is just naive to how bad these lefties really are. Hutch said it even took himself a while to realize it. Do you think they can come around eventually? I mean, maybe, but it's also hard when there's like such a huge financial incentive in the other direction too as well. And then, yeah, whatever. There's also like a little bit of, I understand that, I don't want to make it personal, but it's very weird to me to see people, like if I was giving advice from an external perspective, and I saw that there were a bunch of people that were giving somebody shit over attacking another content creator who was to the left, who was like actively facilitating mass harassment campaigns, death threats, and everything else. I don't know. That's also kind of like, damn, like that's really where everybody's at on that. I don't know. It seems kind of pathetic to me, but.
Yeah, I want to actually play devil's advocate on my own position too in some ways, because I've looked at this happening. And that's why I say this is really great. Like political realignments are messy and really hard to make sense of them. And like the coalitions, even the DSA is different now than it was 10 years ago. Sure. I was reading some polling. I think the Argument posted this, that the DSA now is the biggest free trade voting bloc. Like they're more free trade than like most moderate Democrats now, which is wild because like that doesn't make any sense to me. I still think about like Bernie Sanders talking like 15, 20 years ago, or maybe it was early 2010s.
I saw this poll and I don't believe it. I'm sorry. My total guess would be that when that poll was done and people were talking about free trade, the people just thought that free trade meant that you I don't know. There's like rules for people trading to make it so employees are more free or something. Like typically populist movements. I don't want to say populist even as a slur, but most movements like that are going to be more like domestic worker focused. Like Bernie Sanders was anti-free trade. Bernie Sanders didn't like NAFTA even, and obviously he hated the TPP. So the idea that these guys are all free trade, I just don't think they know what free trade means. That's my guess.
What was the poll?
I don't know. There was some poll about like, how do you feel about free trade? And I think people that identified as like DSA people had the highest, it was like a huge percent. It might have been over 50%. I don't remember. Somebody go find it, but it was a huge percentage of them. But there's just no way. I just don't think they knew. I don't think they know what free trade means.
Mm.
Please indicate whether you support or oppose free trade agreements with other countries. Dems favorable to the DSA hit 54%. Like, I wonder if they thought free trade was like they can freely engage in trade, or that the trade doesn't cost anything. Or, it could be this too. Based on the wording, you'd have to think this is at least somewhat measuring the question of do you agree with Trump's tariffs? That could be it too, maybe, that they're thinking of that. Or thinking about like embargoes and stuff on Cuba, maybe. Yeah.
About how like free movement and border crossing or open borders is the way he described it. I guess the freedom of movement was like a Koch brothers proposal. And
that was 2016. That was 2016.
Yeah. It feels longer ago than that.
Yeah, no, I know it does. Yeah, no, and actually it's funny. So there's someone who's a relatively influential member of the DSA that is part of the liberal currents community, and the way that she describes it is this: after 2016 to the present, the membership level of the DSA was absolutely flooded with people who are basically just left liberals. Like they're not actually coming from the socialist tradition. They are American liberals who are of the left. But this was seen as an organization, as a way to get politically active, right? And then at the national level, there was a flood of what you could call lefty wreckers who, and entryists who are like, they put, hammer and sickles on their avatars on social media. Like they're unserious people. The actual like muscle of the DSA is at the chapter level where there's a lot of variation from locality to locality. San Francisco, obviously very NIMBY. New York, very YIMBY. We're very lucky that way. But there's a lot of variety. And I think what has moved it overall is that the members, the average member is really, I think, not that different from the three of us in their politics.
There's a video on this probably forthcoming from me in the next month. So, don't want to spoil it too much, folks. But I will say that my general thinking on the DSA is I sort of split it up into three parts. There's the average DSA member, or maybe not even member, the person who, when called on a poll, says, do you have a positive or negative opinion of the DSA? Like the person who says positive, that kind of person, the average person. And then there's like the sort of membership to leadership people in the DSA, and then there's DSA electeds. So I sort of think of all of these different people, or all these different groups as different. And I think we miss a lot of the diversity whenever we smush them together and we say that these people are all DSA. Because like you said, I have a tremendous amount of faith in the average person who's saying, oh yeah, I have a positive opinion of the DSA on polls. Because these people are I think, the free trade bit, I think that just goes to show like the average people who are saying that they like the DSA are people who are just really, really mad at the Trump administration right now.
I didn't mean to make this a podcast about socialism. But it is actually historically funny that traditionally, like in the 19th century to the beginning of the USSR, say, socialism was a pro-free trade position and tradition.
Yeah, maybe they've all rediscovered their intellectual heritage. Maybe they all read left-wing. Do you think they all read left-wing visions of a free trade world?
That must have been it. They were reading old 19th century literature.
But this goes back to the reason why I think it's important for liberals to not only, again, tie themselves to that intellectual tradition, but also fight back and really be clear on our opposition to this. Because, there's not been, even if we strip away, if we just go classical liberals, like there's never been, I think, a president in our lifetime that has been so in opposition to like those core even classical liberal principles, let alone the broader like liberal tent. If we decide that we're going to kind of take this as another traditional administration and pretend like it's business as usual, and we're just going to like, that's going to give energy to the DSA, because what people are horrified as to what they're seeing in their communities. They're concerned about the future. The reaction from liberals has to be to meet the DSA's energy and opposition, provide different solutions, ones that we may believe are more effective than like centrally planning the economy or massive state intervention.
Okay, I got it. Precise audience aren't taking the Wisconsin primary results well. In a stunning upset, David Crowley wins the Wisconsin Democratic gubernatorial primary. He's got a lot of work to do on his campaign because he's pretty much a cartoon character at this point. Especially in Wisconsin, he needs to push the idea that he's not for AI data centers. This AI data centers is a huge point pushed by lefty people on all the social media.
Yeah, they love that right now.
They love that talking point. Enjoy your data centers, private school vouchers, and growing wealth gap, Wisconsin. I had very little faith in the people of Wisconsin. Damn. I knew he wasn't any good as a black person when he called everyone racist for calling out the fact that he's a corporate sellout. But I grew up black and poor. And?
Lefties hate black people, man.
Yeah. Does anyone understand this tweet? Is the whole Pisco thing just about personal grudges wrapped in debate pervertry? Why would someone get so worked up over something like this? Oh, the way that Pisco has it constructed in his mind right now is that if a lefty candidate loses, that means that all of us were wrong because that means that they're nowhere near as influential as we say they are. But then if a lefty candidate wins, he can say, oh, well, you guys are wrong because you're not meeting the voters where they're at, and you guys need to adjust your views of the Democratic electorate. So there's always all roads lead to Rome.
It's priced in.
It's priced in. Have you watched this thing yet?
Nope, I've been waiting on you. I waited all day.
Wait, hold on.
But I am sad that you didn't finish the Jolah thing because you missed the best part.
Oh shit, did I? If you want, you can link it to me again. What was I on like the last like 30 minutes? I think.
You were on like the last 30, yeah.
Okay, link it to me. Let me watch a HaSLOP real quick.
SR to Cuba.
Somebody link. I'm gonna league him.
From the USSR to Cuba, the czars never stood in the breadlines like the proletariat. No, in the New World Order, the Turkish immigrant Maoist won't have his caviar seized. He's got a different target, the white middle class.
Mandami's aide, his top aide, Sia Weaver, said if you don't believe in the government's sacred right to seize property, it's over, and impoverish the white middle class.
Beast mode. I love her so much. One of the things about Zoran is that the people surrounding him oftentimes are...
It's so annoying. Like, he has a good disposition if he wants to be like a streamer. Like, I think it's fine to like farm hate and shit. Like, I think it's funny when people fucking hate on me and everything. Like, fuck up, you know, show me how mad you are. But like, he's trying to position himself as this guy who can support other political movements and wants to be like on TV with all these other big candidates. But then he's sitting here like laughing and giggling every time he's getting like massive hate from huge platforms. It's so fucking retarded.
So much cooler than he is. But that's also part of the reason why I really respect what he's doing.
Beast mode. To be clear, he's praising the opinion of a top aide to the mayor of New York City. So this isn't just about a streamer coming up in the world who has much greater ambitions than when he first came to the United States. He told Cosmopolitan back in 2018, growing up horny in a repressed culture, Piker fantasized about moving to the United States, saying, there's a saying in Turkey that when you go to America, the girls ask to F. Because his parents let him go to the University of Miami, and within a few weeks of his arrival, he was approached to promote a nightclub around South Beach. On the job, he met the first woman he had sex with.
I cannot believe they're hitting the New York Post lines.
We'd all be better off if Piker stayed content, running his way through South Beach. But the image of the man whore had to be run through Pravda in order to keep up with his newfound fame. So now we get this from Rolling Stone. When people would ask, what do you want to be? I'd always say, I want to go to college in America. It's actually the most common attitude around the planet. People love the culture and the promise of America, but they effing hate the government. Unfortunately, academia isn't returning the same love for Piker. Something Fox Digital's David Marcus has pointed out. After the University of Washington axed him from its upcoming lecture series, it's
Will
not
Kane,
the
have me on the broadcast
that are canceling Piker. The left is giving him a taste of his own medicine. And somehow, again, this picture says it all. The joke of this current movement and its messenger. But, as Jerry Baker at the Wall Street Journal points out, the message, the issue that they're capitalizing on is no joke. He writes, inequality is a feature of capitalism and a sign of its health. But it's also empirically obvious that the wider the inequality, the more social solidarity diminishes.
Level 3 hype train,
The
folks.
answer, and it isn't now.
Subscribe
Capitalism doesn't
to the
need
Piker Broadcasting
replacing.
Service. Independent
It needs
media.
reaffirming.
Support independent media.
Well, right now, HaSLOP is to Republicans what cowbell is to Christopher Walken. I mean, they just want more. They need more. They have a fever, and the only cure is HaSLOP. And Democrats are starting to understand why. They learned this lesson in Michigan, right? Piker was basically El Sayed's running mate the last 2 weeks of that campaign. I was there, and at first it was great. They were like, oh my goodness, we're up 15 points in the polls. We got to get this guy everywhere. Then election day happened, and he barely won. If that happens again tonight in Wisconsin, and I suspect it will, if Han badly underperforms after putting her arm around this guy, tomorrow morning is going to be a 5-alarm fire for Democrats saying, how do we shut this guy up? And good luck, because I don't know how to shut
Yeah, no, it was... Yeah, that's why the race was much closer, because people were like, this is Sam Piker guy, we hate him.
People that they're advocating.
It's kind of funny because like they have invented so many alternative realities and so many alternative narratives. Like I don't even like, sometimes we look at the modern conservative movement and we're like, there's no consensus reality. Like, how do we get here? And it's like, well, because for years and years, conservatives have only been able to invent alternative narratives in hypothetical situations to get mad at and get scared by in an effort not to address the ongoing issues, right? And Democrats, for the large part, have not actually tried to move the conversation.
I will say I am a little jealous. I wish I could be this shameless. I don't know what it is or what you need to do it. I would just... Oh my God. I just cannot imagine how hard I would fucking cringe having to watch a politician having to answer for like fucking retarded stream shit that I've said that I'm like so desperately trying to identify with. And I'm like, oh no, guys, remember he was rank 3 and then we brought him up to rank 1. It's just like, it's so crazy, dude.
And back to reality and talk about the actual, economic crises that were taking place, that were harming Americans in general, and
economic
have kind of
realities.
Followed them down this weird rabbit hole where they constantly talk about whatever dumb shit Republicans want to talk about and only bring people back to reality on those issues, right? Like Republicans will invent something like a war on Christmas and then Democrats will say, no, there is no war on Christmas. When in fact, Democrats should have been saying, yeah, the only real war on Christmas is...
The only real war on Christmas is you guys making it so the working class can't afford presents for their children.
The Republicans ruining the economy.
Yes,
and now
yeah.
we've kind of forced the Democrats a little bit to take a issue first stance, to take a economic to take a stance that revolves around policy. I like that the Will Kane story was literally HaSLOP fucks. Yeah, back in the day I used to. I no longer. I'm an incel. I'm a volcel, whatever you want to call it.
So,
but it's crazy that was the main line of attack from Will Kane. They've run out of shit, so they're going back to the basics, back to the huge, back to the best they got. I'm a chud ass loser, folks. Unfortunately,
epic.
He said I'm a man whore. I'm the first male to be slut shamed. I am the first male victim.
Do the one thing. Do the one thing. Please do the one thing.
The kinds of objectification that women receive. I don't know how we
Another
arrived
minority
at this.
status attained.
Not like, men broadly are also victim to the patriarchy. That's not what I'm talking about. But like male objectification is not the same thing. Usually men are not perceived as like objects of sexual desire.
How many things has Hassan said about me sexually? I feel like
all the liberals were focusing on my ass, whether it be the ADL or whether it be the same sex pest that allegedly sucked Nick
6%.
Fuentes' penis. All he sucked Nick Fuentes' dick or whatever, but he basically owned up to it and was like, yeah, I'm bisexual. Like, you guys knew this already. Like, he sucked Nick. They revitalized Nick Fuentes' career and how Nick Fuentes should be sucking his dick. A guy who may or may not have actually sucked Nick Fuentes' dick. We don't know.
Nice.
To patriarchal constructs, and it feels so strange. They're treating me like a woman. I'm getting the
Jesus.
Guys, Thanksgiving Gate is not as consequential as you think it is, please. Okay? I'm going to weight adjust it in terms of relevance. Tony Evers' endorsement of David Crowley at the highest ranking, okay? Electability arguments as a close second. Television ads pumping electability arguments all around the state, also a close third. Okay? Thanksgiving Gate does not factor in close second. Television ads relevance. Tony Evers' endorsement of David Crowley at the highest ranking. Okay? Electability arguments as a close second. Television ads pumping electability arguments all around the state, also a close third. Okay? Thanksgiving Gate does not factor into the equation her, less than fantastic debate performance where there.
I think it's just because she was goofy as fuck, and every single time she got in front of the camera, she was goofy as fuck. I really think it just comes down to that. That's my.
There was not a lot of antagonism. No one was attacking her. She didn't shine in the election at a time when more and more people are starting to pay close attention to the races. All that stuff is not great, but that didn't actually move the needle. Yeah, Chaz Nuttycomb is right. Gee, I wonder why Florence County, Wisconsin isn't as strong for Crowley as the surrounding counties. Oh, right, media markets. It's almost like spending TV is king in primaries. Yeah. TV ads, that is the real truth nuke of all nukes. That is the real take of all takes. TV ads is huge, is very, very, very important.
Wow.
Political candidates with zero ad spending get less than 5% of the vote. Hong has been trying to offset this by doing earned media, as we've seen. The biggest ad campaign from Hong is a Republican-backed group, at least 1/3 of which was an attack ad. Now, I don't count that, but that's basically all she's had on the airwaves. Look, it even fooled some Redditors. Yeah. The early Republican boost was what allowed her...
Oh, that's actually a good point, too. I bet she did get a lot of votes from the Republicans because it was...
Is it open?
Well, actually, I guess the question is, do you have to be registered to the party to vote in the other primary? Because on the Republican side, it's not a jungle primary, but I think on the Republican side, they their candidate he was unopposed, right? It was like 98%.
Yeah, it depends
of
if it's an
yeah.
open primary. Yeah.
So if you did want to go and vote for the other
Rat
candidate,
farm.
you might as well, right? Like there's not on your side. It's not like your guys losing, yeah.
To gain momentum.
I doubt that many people do it though. I don't know if there's ever data on that. I'd be surprised if more than like 1% of a vote came from people crossing to vote.
If we're looking to cast blame at anyone or anything, I would say campaign's failures in terms of comms on the national side in the last week, and also, but not like it's not a make it or break it thing, but more importantly, TV ads would have carried her into a more comfortable, albeit still narrow, but more comfortable victory tonight.
And I'm trying to understand what's happening.
Oh, well, listen, yeah.
Oh. My mom warmed me some pasta from the...
The goofy stuff was marginal. If she wasn't weird, she wins narrowly. But the reason why Crowley made up so much ground was because the race rapidly changed at the last moment after the polling was already done. Evers endorsing of people settling on Crowley as the main alternative is what it came down to. Yeah, but what I'm saying is that I feel like if she would have been more presentable, that people wouldn't have so desperately coalesced around Crowley. That's just a vibe I get. Why are people typing W's? Did he just say W?
The other night.
Yeah.
I think he did.
His mom brought him pasta.
Oh, cute.
Oh.
I said W?
My mom made me warm me
Oh.
some pasta from the other night.
Poor guy.
And some freshly grated Parmesan cheese. Oh! What a fucking night this has been, bro.
We
What
just
a
got a
disaster.
Sheboygan update.
Mm-hmm. For Crowley, I can see. Which knocks us down to...
What a fucking...
6.
God damn it, I'm such a chud-ass
Are they still
loser,
giving
bro.
the update?
Yeah, and I'm just, I'm just reading the closed captioning, and
God,
so I
hate
don't
my
have the
life.
fullest grasp of this.
I hate my big
but
chunk
it
is
appears there were
life.
some irregularities in the
My stupid chud-ass
reporting
life.
process, so I think they have to go back to.
Shannon Watts, what is this? What do you mean? Shannon Watts, what is this?
This is
what do you
his
mean?
biggest hater, actually.
This is his number one up. I'm jealous of her. He thinks about her more than me, I think. He's tweeting
Yeah,
all the
for
time
sure.
at this girl. My God.
Endorsement from Sanders, Warren, AOC matters more than support from HaSLOP and Mike from PA. Dude, Shannon Watts, are you on fucking crack? What the fuck is wrong with you? When have I ever made this argument? When has anyone ever made this argument? Of course a fucking endorsement from Sanders would matter quite a bit. No shit. He ran for president twice. He's the most popular politician in the country. These guys literally make up arguments in their heads and then act as though that's her argument. Yeah, I know. Yeah, of course. You're literally comparing two of the most popular politicians in the country to two fucking Twitch streamers. Are you stupid? No one has ever made that argument.
Damn, he's mad.
What the fuck is wrong with these people? They're just like tweaking. I feel like they just watch white knuckling every race to be like, ooh, how can I get an own on a fucking Twitch streamer? I'm operating on pure spite.
Meanwhile, the price just went up. Richie Torres, if you want to get on my stream.
Anyway, we're done with Shannon Watts.
This number for about 120,000 votes.
Restrict boomer voting rights. Restrict boomer voting rights, and this country will be so much better off.
It's been a lot of votes tonight. And 120, look, a third of them.
They are preying on my motherfucking downfall, dude. Like, look at this. This is Fox News. Morning Glory. Michigan's Democratic Senate primary had 2 winners, but only one was on the ballot. HaSLOPiker's allegiance with Abdulrahman Mohammed Al Sayed could reshape Michigan Senate race. Pod Save America accused of temporarily deleting clip critical of Piker after ex-Biden staffer amplified it. Joe Scarborough goes scorched earth on Democrats not separating themselves from HaSLOPiker. What these guys don't understand is like,
Yeah.
the Hasanabi hate train is not as bountiful and as great as you think. It will make you go crazy. It will make you go crazy. It will make you lose support. And it's not because I'm such a fucking powerful or popular entity or being, okay? Certainly not the case. But when you become like single-mindedly invested in this thing, invested in this ordeal, okay, you end up losing sight of reality. Promote your hype train to level 10, Charlie Kirk, for good luck. Wait, is there a hype train? Level 1 hype train, ladies and
Hype
gentlemen.
train, guys. Let's go.
In this environment of media attacks, if you would like to say, hey, I want to show support for independent media, I want to show support for the Piker Broadcasting Service, the People's
Independent
Broadcasting
media.
Service,
Oh my
please
God.
subscribe. Which Extreme X, thank you for the 10 gifted, and Geeks Only, thank you for the 20 gifted. We'll carry the flame at level 10 on the hype train as always. We haven't carried the flame in a minute. Many people have quite literally stunted their own growth, destroyed, diminished what opportunity they previously had. Okay? Many people have quite literally stunted their own growth, destroyed, diminished what opportunity they previously had. Okay? Whether it be Sex Pestiny and where he is in his own career, like, where he could have been potentially in his own career if he just like was a normal liberal guy.
I thought normal liberals were fascists.
Is it because you're ruining their version of LARP politics by pointing out the contradictions? I guess. I don't know. Whether it be Ethan Klein.
Contradiction.
Okay, why am I Sex Pestiny, but it's Ethan Klein? What happened to Ethan Decline? Or did Hassan ever use that one? Was that just Ethan's other haters?
In the attention economy, they could be deploying all of this enmity in the direction of our candidates, and instead, they're deploying it in the direction of the sin eater, the tank.
Why does he keeps saying this like he's so selfless? You're not the tank, though, if you're trying to tie yourself so closely to all the candidates. You're not sin eating. You're sin attracting. I don't understand how he keeps trying to say this. It's like, who's this guy in our back ranks next to all of our DPS? Oh, that's the tank. Oh, cool. Well, we're all dead now because he's standing right the fuck next to us. So I don't know what the fuck the point is of the tank if we're all taking AoE or whatever the fuck else while the guy's standing. Like, that's not how that works. I guess he doesn't actually play games. He fakes that too. So, Jesus.
Okay.
He actually even played WoW. He never did.
True.
I will draw the aggro so that our candidates will be able to clear the field, clear the media space.
Like, that's not how that works. You're standing right next to them.
For their policies, so they can have normal conversations about, their positions and whatnot. The Republicans choose to talk about me, the less they yell about these candidates. And that they can just present me as a bad person. I wish that there was more support from liberal media, I'll be honest. I wish there was more honesty.
Why would you even say that, dude? You deserve every... Oh, I guess because he's signaling to the Mocklers and the Josiahs and everybody for his liberal media support or whatever. Yeah. Anybody with a fucking... with any kind of backbone, though. Bro, you've made such an enemy out of all the liberal establishment for your entire fucking life. Why the fuck would you ever reasonably expect anybody in the lib media to support you in any way, size, shape, or form?
In the liberal media side of things, if they were just like maybe a little bit more tactical.
Tactical meaning don't ever attack me and always attack my enemies, by the way. Where's the...
I can find it. I just ended the game, so.
You're the what? Oh.
I'll find it. We just don't have linkers, I guess, now. I'll just take everybody's trust.
Jesus. You okay?
Yeah, I'm good.
Why the Never mind.
No, I won my league game. Just didn't get as much LP as I.
With the program in a few years, but
Right.
right
There's
now
a lot
they're
of
just not
50-year-old
gonna
RFK fans. I think there's no growing
Okay.
up.
Last, there's our last Jolah clip, and then we've advanced from this arc.
Based.
Kind of stupid and gullible at some point. But you know what? Maybe we can win, even though the stupid and gullible are just all gonna team up on the right eventually.
Again,
I don't know.
most voters, as Mooten said, most medium voters are turned off when the politicians cozy up with extremists like Hassan, who has said some deplorable shit. And
Watched terrorists go and take over
Yes.
a boat.
Yes.
Like, yes.
They are going
WTF 2 Mootens?
to wonder why El Said is having a really hard time answering these basic questions when it comes to Hassan and deflecting, and it's going to lose us votes. We might, by going all in with Hassan, get maybe 1% to 2% of the electorate go in because it's more progressive, more left, etc. But we're going to lose 10% to 20% of the moderates who are like, I don't want to associate with a terrorist supporter.
It is kind of crazy if you think about it, how close these elections are, right? Like, forgetting everything else and the polling messes and everything else, is like, what are the chances that both of these come down to like thousands of votes?
Yeah.
What was the final count for Wisconsin?
It was in the 300s.
What? No, like the difference. I'm sorry, like the difference in votes. Was it within like 3,000 or 4,000, or?
I believe so. Let me see. Wisconsin.
Within 5K. Okay, within a point then, right?
Yeah, it was like within half of a point or some shit. It was crazy. I'm pulling it up.
So
I've seen the most insufferable behavior from liberal Democrat influencers this primary season. I've lost all respect I once had for nearly all of them.
So 315,600. Where the fuck is?
Mercado.
These sites are worse than ads.
Based.
Is it showing me the Republican? I want to see the Democrat.
Oh, 3,800 vote difference. That's crazy. 0.5%. The script writers are getting
wacky.
Getting.
They're gonna make it one vote in the future election.
Seriously, Jesus. Why is Mercado crying? If you don't know, and it's a messaging problem, but if you don't know anything about the lefty stuff, then the only thing you ever see publicly is the lefty people advocate hard for their candidate because they want to make the country a better place and they think that libs aren't fighting hard enough. And then if their candidates win or if their candidates lose, a whole bunch of moderate libs start soying the fuck out for seemingly no reason and attacking people who just want to be like stronger fighters for the Democratic Party. That's what it looks like to a lot of these guys, because the lefty people, the HamasPiker types, are so mask on. And think about it, like, I said this to IRI last night. I don't think people appreciate, this is why I'm so annoyed by my fucking Twitch ban. People don't appreciate how insulated Twitch is as a platform. It is like very much like its own thing. Nobody is going to know what the fuck is going on Twitch unless you're like an active like Twitch stream viewer, which is very few people. So all the evil shit or whatever the stuff that I complain about or Hutcherlin or anybody else complains about, I don't know why I said anybody else. It's just us three and Moot now, I guess. Okay, us four. When you are complaining, when you're talking about this stuff, they're not seeing any of it. But then when you look at the larger interviews that like HamasPiker is giving, when he's going on Mehdi Hassan or any other platform, it's always just a guy who's like really liberal. He seems like a kind of an extremist, like liberal progressive. He just wants healthcare for all and he really wants workers' rights and everything else. And then when you start saying like, oh, I don't know, this guy's like a Marxist weirdo, people are like, what is he, a commie? What are you, like a Republican? Like that's just a really weird thing to say. They don't see any of this anywhere else. So XQC calls Hassan a liberal. Yeah.
And if you just change the subject when Fox News is asking Abdul about like, hey, how do you feel about your friend talking about like rich women being better than poor women? And he just goes, oh, well, I think that we should have Medicare for all, blah, blah. That is not a good look. The average voter is not going to like that.
They see right through it, yeah.
They'll probably say that, well, I'm assuming they'll say that this person is, this person never actually did this and Donald Trump is the biggest rapist of all time. I assume that's going to be the pivot that they try.
Yeah, it would be a lot better if he just nipped it in the bud and got it out of there, like Mamdani did to his credit when he disavowed what Hassan had said. Anyway, Mooten sent me the clip in question. It is a little over 6 minutes long. It is a Reddit post. I don't know how to 2x it and make it faster. I tried to scan through it and find the exact moment where the word jihad was used. I wasn't able to do it. Shall we watch this clip together and try and find it? All right. Sharing
Do
screen.
Racism snooping. After we watch the clip, we'll all rate it on a 1 to 10 on how racist it was.
All right. Everybody, let me know when I'm good to start.
I'm ready.
Ready.
Go for it.
Jolah?
Good to go.
Good to go.
James, we set?
Sure.
Wonderful.
Let's go.
Hi, good morning. Thank you for taking my call and question. I wanted to ask two very pertinent questions about the threats facing the Jewish community, unfortunately, from Zohar Mamdani. There was a bill that I was reading about that, unfortunately, he wants to target synagogues and Jewish institutions which donate to nonprofits, which are medical institutions like United HaSLOP and Magan David Adam, which is like the Jewish Red Cross. So how do we make sure that Jewish institutions are protected from his plans to punish and fine our institutions which fundraise these medical nonprofits, which do work both here in the United States and in Israel and other countries in the world? And also, how can we hold Mr. Mamdani accountable for his glorifying association of Hamas and other terror bombings of the Intifada in 1990s, where over 1,000 Jewish Israelis were killed, to his revisionist Holocaust knowledge, to the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising, where Jews were mass exterminated and faced threats? He compared when Jews were killed to when Jews fought back against Nazis. It's quite despicable. I'm sorry.
Gabe, thank you for your call. There's a lot in there, Senator, some of which may be inaccurate. So I don't know. I can't fact check everything in real time. But do you know any of that to be inaccurate or accurate, including the original premise that he would somehow target synagogues if they were contributing to groups like HaSLOP, ambulance services, in a way that he could hurt the synagogues? I just don't want to give out information that's false, but I also don't want to string from information that's true.
Well, the caller is exactly the New York constituents that I've spoken to that are alarmed. They are alarmed by past public statements. They are alarmed by past positions, particularly references to global jihad. This is a very serious issue because people that glorify the slaughter of Jews create fear in our communities. The global intifada is a statement that means destroy Israel and kill all the Jews. So these are the kinds of things that if Mr. Mamdani is elected our mayor, we'll need to assure all New Yorkers that he will protect all Jews and protect houses of worship and protect funding for not-for-profits that meet the needs of these communities. Those are the things he'll have to do as our mayor.
He would certainly say that he has committed to protecting all Jews in New York as mayor of New York. Do you doubt that?
Well, one of the issues I did talk to him yesterday was exactly this issue, and he has agreed to work with me on this and to protect all residents. So this is something I care deeply about, and so I will be an advocate on these issues. These are things that I think are important to New Yorkers, and I will work with him when he gets elected, to make sure everyone is protected. I also, on a federal level, work to get resources for all our religious sites in the state and in the city. I lead the letter for funding for I lead the letter for the funding to protect synagogues and churches and temples and places of worship across our city and state. And these are things that he has assured me in my one conversation that he will protect everyone. But I understand why people are concerned because of past statements. And so this is just an issue that I will work with him on for sure.
I just feel compelled to say we can find no evidence that he has supported Hamas or has supported violent jihad, as that caller was asserting. Can you?
Here we go.
Again, Brian, I don't have all the data and information, and I've never sat down with Mr. Mamdani. So I've asked to have that meeting. I'm going to have that meeting. We will talk through all these things. He can tell me his views of the world, and I can learn them firsthand. I think the reference that I had read was global intifada specifically, which has very serious meanings that are violent and destructive. So
which he says, and I pressed him on this on the show on Monday, but which he says are not calls for violence because intifada is a much broader term involving all kinds of uprisings and resistance and things like that. So I just want to be clear about how at least he defines it. And maybe he needs to be more clear. I don't mean this. I don't mean that. He did say here that he didn't want to be the word police, even as the mayor of New York if he's elected. But I do also want to be clear that he said he does not support violent intifada. Is that fair?
So, Brian, I didn't hear your exchange with him, but if I was speaking to him directly, I would simply say that is not how the words are received. And it doesn't matter what meaning you have in your brain, it is not how the word is received. And when you use a word like intifada to many Jewish Americans and Jewish New Yorkers, that means you are permissive for violence against Jews. It is a serious word. It is a word that has deep meaning. It has been used for wars across time and violence and destruction and slaughter and murder against the Jews. It is a harmful, hurtful, inappropriate word for anyone who wants to represent a city as diverse as New York City with 8 million people. And I would be very specific in these words, and I would say you may not use them again if you expect to represent everyone ever again, because they are received as hateful and divisive and harmful, and that's it. So I appreciate that he told you he didn't mean that, and that's great. That's
and
a great
I think we also clarify, or he was clarifying that he never said globalize the intifada. He was asked in an interview if he would denounce the phrase globalize the intifada, and then that led to this kind of conversation, that you were just referring to. But that he was never out there saying globalize the intifada. He was asked about other people who use it. So
did he ever say globalize the intifada? I don't think he's ever said it. No, it's what this guy's just saying now. But people asked him about his feelings about it, and I think he said that. I don't know. He kind of talked around it and made kind of excuses for it, but
to be precise about what happened there, yes?
Well, as a leader of a city as diverse as New York City with 8 million people, as the largest Jewish population in the country, he should denounce it. And that's it. Period. And you can't celebrate it, you can't value it, you can't lift it up. And that is the challenge that Jewish New Yorkers have had, certainly since October 6th. October 7th. It is exactly
what
they have felt.
I don't know if that's
It is why
true
Jewish students in our universities have felt unsafe. It is why Jewish students have felt that their schools did not have their backs and cared about them or their learning, because the people doing these protests use words that have meanings that are far more violent and horrific than they may have intended. But when you hear things like intifada, when you hear things like...
Did you ever, I don't know if you're active this time. Did you ever watch when the Harvard president lady was asked whether or not, anti-Semitism was considered, not okay? Fuck, I don't remember the specific thing. It was what was it? You could say,
The answer is no.
Yeah. She was asked, it was a question that I feel like she could have given a basic answer to, or given, a more expanded answer to. It was would you ban, anti-Semitic hate speech or whatever on campus or something like that? And she just kept saying like no, and I feel like smiling, like she was like being sneaky or whatever. And I think there was like a broader answer that you could probably say, where it's like, we don't ban any type of speech like this on campus, regardless of who it's aimed towards. But like the way that she answers is just like so stupid.
Like telling.
Yeah, it felt like if I was a Jewish student, I'd be like, oh, that's kind of, I don't know how I feel about that one.
Jihad, when you hear from the river to the sea, it is received as slaughter the Jews and destroy Israel. Period. It's how it's received. And if you talk to any group, you talk to our LGBTQ community, you talk to our black community, you talk to our Hispanic community, there are words and there are imagery and there are things that are said that they will hear it and feel it as a dagger to their throat. And so if you want to be a leader, you have to recognize how these things are felt and received and saying...
Oh, it was this. Oh, fuck. That quote is even dumber if that's what it was. Hold on.
Ms. McGill, at Penn, does calling for the genocide of Jews violate Penn's rules or code of conduct? Yes or no?
If the speech turns into conduct, it can be harassment, yes.
I am asking, specifically calling for the genocide of Jews, does that constitute bullying or harassment?
If it is directed and severe or pervasive, it is harassment.
So the answer is yes.
It is a context-dependent decision, Congresswoman.
It's a context-dependent decision. That's your testimony today. Calling for the genocide of Jews is depending upon the context. That is not bullying or harassment. This is the easiest question to answer yes, Ms. McGill. So is your testimony that you will not answer yes?
If it is, if the
yes
speech
or no?
becomes, if the speech becomes conduct, it can be harassment. Yes.
Conduct meaning committing the act of genocide?
Yeah, like what? I guess she means like attacking.
That's crazy, yeah.
But it's like the issue too is that, like I said, like there, I didn't actually look into the policy, but like there might be a world where they're like, no, actually we can't criminalize certain forms of speech because there's like, First Amendment protections or whatever. Like maybe that is the case, but if that's the case, she should have explained it better, because the impression that I'm sure the average person has, I know the impression that I have, is that if somebody were to walk around saying like white lives matter or something, would they be allowed to do that on a college campus, or would they consider this like a call for violence or something, or like like anti-BLM? Like I have a hard time feeling like they treat it the same. That's just the impression I have. Maybe I've been too brainwashed by conservative media, but I just feel like the answers here, especially given like all of the protests and the violence and everything else that was going on, it's just crazy to be so evasive about how they answered this. It was so fucking stupid.
Sir, yes.
If it if the
yes
speech
or
becomes
no?
if the speech becomes conduct, it can be harassment. Yes.
Conduct meaning committing the act of genocide? The speech is not harassment? This is unacceptable, Ms. McGill. I'm going to give you one more opportunity for the world to see your answer. Does calling for the genocide of Jews violate Penn's code of conduct when it comes to bullying and harassment? Yes or no?
It can be harassment.
The answer is yes. And Dr. Gay, at Harvard, does calling for the genocide of Jews violate Harvard's rules of bullying and harassment? Yes or no?
It can be, depending on the context.
What's the context?
Targeted as an individual, targeted at an individual.
It's targeted at Jewish.
What does that mean? Targeted at an individual? So like if somebody walked up and said genocide the Jews to one Jew, it's not okay, but if they said it to like 20 or it's just so, it's so dumb. These answers are so dumb.
Jewish students, Jewish individuals. Do you understand your testimony is dehumanizing them? Do you understand that dehumanization is part of anti-Semitism? I will ask you one more time. Does calling for the genocide of Jews violate Harvard's rules of bullying and harassment? Yes or no?
Anti-Semitic rhetoric.
And is it anti-Semitic rhetoric?
Anti-Semitic rhetoric, when it crosses into conduct that amounts to bullying, harassment, intimidation, that is actionable conduct, and we do take action.
So the answer is yes, that calling for the genocide of Jews violates Harvard Code of Conduct, correct?
Again, it depends on the context.
It does not depend on the context. The answer is yes, and this is why you should resign. These are unacceptable answers across the board.
I wish you would ask, can you give me like an example of where it wouldn't cross the line?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I think there were people trying to farm clips off of this, which is what they do in a lot of these open hearings. But it was just crazy that like they wouldn't elaborate more or defend that point more. But I mean, what are you going to do?
There should be no word police. It's irresponsible. Because as a leader, you have to protect everyone. Period.
One more thing before you go. For you as a member of...
So you said that she called him a jihadist, huh?
Take it, Moot, and I'll let you do it.
So the exact quote, well, the caller is exactly the New York constituents that I've spoken to that are alarmed. They're alarmed by his past public statements. They're alarmed by his past positions, particularly in references to global jihad. So they're alarmed in his past positions in reference to global jihad. This is a very serious issue because people that glorify the slaughter of Jews, meaning Mamdani, create fear in our communities. Yeah, I think that's pretty bad.
This was probably from the video clip we saw was probably
that's why
the
she
same interview,
apologized.
but maybe not from the same.
That's why
part
she
of the interview.
apologized too, because it was bad.
Now, because Jolah's reading a quote that's conflicting
What was
or
the next
not
sentence?
in the clip. Yeah.
Yeah,
that was from 119 in the clip.
Oh, that was actually in the
She says it one time, and then immediately in the next sentence she corrects it and says global intifada.
She says jihad again in the final minute again, and she claims that he used the word globalizing intifada and jihad and everything.
Why did she say that in the final area?
She just assumes that he said it.
Post,
no,
sir?
you're wrong.
Link me the post.
She literally says she doesn't know if he said it or not. She has to collect the facts. She said she'd sit down and talk to him. She literally said that in the thing they just listened to. But
yeah, she assumes he said it throughout it. And the radio host had, you can listen to it. The radio host had to correct her 3 times. The radio host had to correct her 3 times, right?
Here, Wick, I'm linking it to you.
Why was the radio host correcting her 3 times?
Because that's
Why
not
did
what
the radio host need to
happened.
correct her 3 times? Why did he correct her 3 times?
What do you mean?
He didn't correct her.
When was he correcting
He simply
her?
asked for clarification.
Yeah, why
right?
did he need
She
to
was
clarify 3
very
times? Why did he
clear.
need to?
Do we need to re-listen to the 6-minute clip? Were you ADHD'd out?
She started off by saying that his comments in reference to global jihad and glorializing intifada. She said it again. She said that it glorifies the killing of Jews.
actually gotta
And
go
then at the very end, after he says, "Are you sure he said that?" She says, "It doesn't matter if he said it or not. He should condemn it." Is that not right?
I'm going to read the quote. Well, the caller is exactly the New York constituents that I've spoken to that are alarmed. They are alarmed by past public statements. They are alarmed by past positions, particularly references to global jihad. This is a very serious issue because people that glorify the slaughter of Jews create fear in our communities. The global intifada is a statement that means destroy Israel and kill all the Jews. That's not saying that Mr. Mamdani is a jihadist in any way, shape, or form. Why are you characterizing this as something it's not? When we have the transcript right here, we can read it. She never says in
He's
this
wigging
entire
out.
exchange,
Gilla Brand's apology says, Gilla Brand apologized, this is in writing from her office, for mischaracterizing Mamdani's record and for her tone on the call. Why did she apologize about mischaracterizing? Everybody knows about this except you guys because you are brain broken by online lefties.
literally saying that she called
this is one of the reasons why a lot of these lefties and the super socialist guys, remember, and the MAGA people, this is why they never, ever apologize for anything ever. Because now one of the things you can do is you can always point to, well, unless it's an actually abhorrent thing, but they don't actually apologize, but other people might say that they've apologized to get the heat off them. But the apology is somehow proof that she did like the worst possible thing ever. It's one of the reasons why I brought this up a few times. I'm a little irritated about the ECA changes where they changed the law, and then now a lot of MAGA people are like, well, look, obviously, they were able to steal the election because they had to change the law to make it so that you can't steal the election. It's like, oh my God, come on.
Gilla Brand's office.
She absolutely did not call him a jihadist.
Why did she apologize for her mischaracterization of Mamdani's record and for her tone on the call?
Every time you criticize anyone on the left, you get harassed. So she's
Was she not wrong to say that Mamdani spoke?
Like the actual answer here is her. Like I could see how somebody maybe could take her statements like a wrong way. Like I could see that, especially if you have people like Jonah who are dedicated to misinterpreting everything that moderate people say. And I think it was good for her to just like clarify. Like, well, no, I don't want to give the impression that Mamdani has said, he values like the intifada or that he is a jihadist or whatever. I think it was fine for her to apologize for it. But she didn't call him a jihadist. He gives a much, much, much worse impression of what that conversation was than what actually happened,
Of jihad and globalizing intifada, that he referenced jihad and globalizing intifada.
I'm pretty sure
did he do that?
I don't know. I haven't watched every Mamdani
clip. As Mamdani glorified the killing of Jews and repeated globalizing intifada and supported global jihad.
Mamdani clip.
You know who?
That's why she apologized.
I think you're ripping the context from it a little bit there.
Yeah, you're literally. Yeah, you are.
I think she was trying to. She very specifically contextualized and said.
Governor Hochul also commented on the racism Mamdani is already facing, including from New York's own Kirsten Gillibrand. So even Kathy Hochul, the centrist governor of New York, backed up what I'm saying.
Very good. We get
That's
it.
not appeal to authority. That's talking
is.
about the Democrats on the ground who also have the same interpretation I did and what most Democrats did interpret.
So your
you guys are broken
interpretation
by
is
online lefty
absolutely
community, so you don't have the same interpretation.
You're literally on here lying again. You've lied twice now. You came on here and said she called him a jihadist. She did not call him a jihadist. You're literally wrong twice.
Saying that he referenced global jihad and globalizing intifada in a positive way.
Him a jihadist,
in my opinion, saying you support jihadism, yes.
Well, then you're retarded.
Categorically, you are ideologically a jihadist. Yes, you didn't. Not that you did it, but that you believe in the use of force and violence.
I want to be clear. Kirsten Gillibrand never even said that he said.
This is the issue, though. The entire Democratic Party agreed this was a bad statement and called it out.
Several times during the call.
I gotta go read the apology. I don't even believe you on the apology because you're just you're a liar.
The supermajority of Democrats heard exactly what I heard.
Supermajority. No, what they did
of New
is they
York
listened
and
to
Gillibrand herself.
Twitters and TikToks claim that's what she said and just lie about what she said, and then
everybody can read it for themselves. Everybody can read it.
Yeah, everybody can also go listen to the clip and hear that you're a liar,
man. You took it back. Everybody, you can't even point out the lies you're claiming.
I don't think it does it any good to call it a lie. I think this is just people in different information
now
bubbles.
He's lied twice.
It's incorrect. It's not.
That is correct, but this guy is the one creating the misinformation bubble. It's his bubble, yes.
don't believe it's intentional. I think
You're
this is
wrong.
legitimately how he sees it. I think this is the information
supermajority of
presented to him.
Democrats.
I can understand his perspective and where it comes from. I wouldn't call it a lie.
Stop it. No. Can you understand like Trump's perspective where he comes from when he says that he's winning the Iran war? No, we can look at things. We can
you
look
think
at
Jolah
outcomes.
is equally
The job
as
of a
dishonest
broadcaster,
as
the job of an influencer
yes.
isn't to hear someone
nobody
say
said yes.
it's raining and hear another guy say it's not raining and then say, well, both sides have a point. It's to go out, look through the window and see if it's raining or not, and then say who
It's
is
the
correct.
exact same
That is
media
a
strategy.
If I say, for example, if I say Wick has made comments glorifying the killing of black people, and Wick had made comments glorifying the assistance of the KKK, what do people assume about you, Wick? If you glorify the...
Wait, what?
Who is correct?
That is a way more
Wait, Eliminator, thank you for the 5 gifted kicks. I was going to say kicks, that's fuck.
Say, for example, if I say Wick has made comments glorifying the killing of black people, and Wick had made comments glorifying the assistance of the KKK, what do people...
the assistance?
Wick has made comments glorifying the killing of black people, and Wick had made comments glorifying the assistance of the KKK. What do people...
Glorifying the assistance of the KKK? I don't know that.
I don't know what he means. So.
People assume about you, Wick, if you glorify the killing of black people and the KKK. If I claim you made those
Where
comments.
did you see those clips? Where'd you find
You can read the transcript that we just watched. That's why she apologized. That's why Kathy Hochul apologized. That's why the radio interviewer had to have her
That is
clarify
not the
3
problem.
times.
You were saying that she called him a jihadist. She did not do that.
Did she reference that he supported jihadism?
Did she say Mamdani is a jihadist?
I don't even think, no.
The quote wasn't that she. No, the quote was not that he supported it. The quote was
His
she
position
didn't
was
like the
unclear.
way that he spoke referencing it. She's saying she didn't like the way he spoke about jihad and global intifada.
I'm sorry.
And-
Jolah earlier
I'm gonna read
literally
another
had
quote. I'm gonna
said.
read another quote.
Go ahead.
Well, one of the issues I did talk. This is Kirsten speaking. Kirsten Gillibrand. Well, one of the issues I did talk to him yesterday was exactly this issue, and he's agreed to work with me on this and protect all residents. So this is something I care about I care deeply about, and so I will be. So I will be an advocate on these issues.
He meant to
These
say
are things that I think
existence
are
of the
important to
KKK.
New Yorkers, and I will
okay.
work with him when he gets elected. If he gets elected, to make sure everyone is protected. That's her saying in this entire clip. It's her repeating like. Mamdani is willing to work with me to protect the residents of New York City and to protect the Jewish people. Then she goes off and talks about how when people talk about global intifada, they hear kill the Jews, right? And that's a fair thing to say. That's a fair point to have. She had no need to apologize for that at all, right? I think that one of the problems we're having on the left.
Wait, was he reading her apology? Or?
Everyone is protected. That's her saying in this entire clip.
Please,
It's her
did we
repeating.
find the apology?
Like,
I just want to hear what the apology
Mamdani
sounded like.
is willing to work with me to protect the residents of New York City and to protect the Jewish people. Then she goes off and talks about how when people talk about global intifada, they hear kill the Jews, right? And that's a fair thing to say. That's a fair point to have. She had no need to apologize for that at all, right? I think that one of the problems we're having on the left is people are forced to make apologies when they have done nothing wrong. And I think this is what happened here.
Why are we still on this, dude? We're not. We're over it. But we're finishing watching Mr. Wooten's debate performance on it.
This criticism, it wasn't even criticism of Mamdani. It was just criticism of people being flippant with words, right? And again, to characterize this as Kirsten Gillibrand saying that he was a jihadist is just dishonest.
I saw the apology from Gillibrand. And she apologized for associating Mamdani with jihadism. In my opinion, when you say like when someone says globalize the intifada, are you not saying they support jihadism? Are you saying they do not support the intifada?
I mean, isn't Jolah kind of proving the point that like if you support the globalize the intifada statement, doesn't that kind of make you a jihadist? Like that's what people are going to think. Wasn't that Kirsten Gillibrand's entire point on the radio show that these two things seem to be closely linked together? Isn't that the whole point? I don't know. Notice also how triggered lefties get over any hint of Islamophobia. Yeah, no. I brought that up, and you're right. You're absolutely right to bring that up here. Yeah, because this is one of my big complaints when it comes to my anti-Semitic thing. We carve out so many exceptions for what we consider anti-Semitic. We carve out so many exceptions, but when they get even the slightest feeling that something might be even the slightest amount of like Islamophobic, whoo, they fucking go on attack mode.
Say that again. It didn't.
If you say someone supports globalizing the intifada, what do you assume about that person?
That they support the globalizing the intifada. Did she say that in this clip?
If you say someone references jihadism, what do you assume about that person if they reference jihadism in relation to not protecting New York Jews?
Again, I'm looking through this. I can't see a spot where... Here it is. We will talk through all these things. He can tell me his views of the world, and I can learn them firsthand. I think the reference that I had read was global intifada, specifically, which has very serious meanings that are... Again, sorry, excuse me.
She thinks the reference that she read
that are serious meanings that are violent and destructive. What she says, and I pressed him on this on the show on Monday, but what she says are not calls for violence because intifada is a much broader term involving all kinds of uprisings and resistance and things like that.
Yeah, I mean, I was ready to, just based off assumptions, say that, yeah, sure, it's a 70-year-old lady that doesn't understand the issue very well, but she put a lot of nuance and even room.
She did the destiny hedge where it doesn't actually fucking matter because people are going to clip you or just lie about what you say anyway.
Or him to, come back to a more rational position there. I didn't find that to be offensive or worth apologizing.
Do you think do you think it's bad that she has a problem with people who use words like intifada? Do you think that's worth apologizing for? Do you think that's something she should be that's Islamophobic or anything like that?
I think tying Mamdani to intifada and also jihadism without speaking to him about it first and having to apologize after is a negative association she made with Zoran and those terms.
Can you answer my question?
Oh, now we're tying him to jihadism instead of saying
it's
he's
bad to
Islamophobic
be in favor of jihadism and globalizing intifada. Yeah, that's why I think it's bad that she associated him with it off the rip. And she did correct it
June
after.
17th, the Bulwark directly asked Mamdani about the phrases globalized intifada and from the river to the sea. His response did not condemn the slogan. Instead, he argued, quote, "What I hear is in so many is a desperate desire for equality and equal rights in the standing up for Palestinian human rights."
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I said she walked it back right away. I wasn't disputing that at all.
I don't know why we're talking about her when we're talking about what Mamdani said there.
And Mamdani ended up condemning it.
Ended up? What does that have to do with anything? That's not even remotely related to the current argument. And if anything, it seems to further. Notice how when Gillibrand apologized, I guess, if she did. I don't know if they've read one or if they found that out. But notice how when she apologized, that was evidence that she made the worst comment that Jolah is accusing her of. But when Mamdani walks it back, I guess he's just a saint. Like, there was no wrongdoing for him to have to walk back or change his position on a thing, I guess.
My claim was about her first reaction was that he associated with jihadism and globalizing intifada without any proof of him saying either of those things.
It sounds like she criticized him for not being hard enough on the concept of global intifada.
Also, this interview was before he had walked back.
He took it back. He became more critical of the concept of global intifada.
Yeah, probably
so it sounds
after
like
interviews like
he agrees
this.
with her criticism. It sounds like he agrees with her criticism.
Yep, sounds like it.
Now, I am very sensitive to the idea of the establishment or just any politicians abusing Islamophobia against candidates. I'm very sensitive to that issue. I think there have been cases of that, certainly against Mamdani, obviously, but I don't think this is that situation. I think this is a good show of the information bubbles that we live in, where there is so much of a focus on the...
Well, but you're content creators. I understand we're also in information bubbles, but Jolah is part of the problem here. He's creating the bad information bubble, right? He's not a victim here. He's a perpetrator of it.
Establishment versus the anti-establishment, and the campism that has grown so that we see things in the most favorable light to our sides. Because, like, I still watch the Majority Report. I put on, radioactive proof brain tinfoil on when I watch it, but it helps me understand the different media bubbles that we live in. And there are some legitimate points where the establishment is even abusing Islamophobia in some small cases. I just don't think this was it. I think we should be on the lookout for those things, but I don't know if this was egregious on any level. I think they got pushed into an apology because Mamdani was so popular and these issues flared up, and I think there was a legitimate decrying of the abuse of Islamophobia against Mamdani, but I don't think this was that. I think she caught astray on this one.
Yeah, I disagree. I agree with the majority of Democratic voters on this. But.
Her spokesman in 2025 said Senator Gillibrand misspoke in that instance. As she noted subsequently, her concern was the refusal to denounce globalized intifada rhetoric. She also highlighted that Mr. Mamdani assured her that if elected, he would protect Jews and all residents of New York City.
So did she misspeak or not? Because you're saying she did not misspeak.
When did I say she didn't
Hey, I sent Kyle, I sent you a DM. Can we pull that up? I want to talk to Jolah about this one.
Very good. Pull it up. And okay, so it seems to be a video. I will...
Well, the tweet specifically about the video. This is from Jolah.
Oh, okay. Very well.
Oh, boy.
Another one.
So sharing screen.
Haley Stevens might be racist. Oh, my God. Jolah, what are you doing here?
Yeah, what is
this?
this?
Is a good one. It was funny.
Haley Stevens versus Abdul El Sayed is speaking up in Michigan.
Really funny,
I was proud to work with Obama, end quote. And you're sharing this TikTok of some sort? Or maybe, I don't know, what is this, right? Like a thing. Can we watch it real quick? Can we see what you said?
Sure. Let's, oh, right.
Oh, God bless America.
Yeah, I am...
We're a real show, which is why we have Twitter installed.
Oh, can we not see it?
Hey, I don't know if there's going to share any sensitive information, but I'm going to stop streaming just in case so I can log in.
Type your password out. You won't, pussy.
I would if it was just North. Shout out to North, but he actually saw me accidentally stream my credit card info once. I haven't seen any purchases from California, so I can only assume that that's because he's an ethical
North is an honest man. That's a real G right there.
Oh, for Christ. It wants me to enter a code.
Okay. Regardless, right? Did you call Haley Stevens a racist? And what was...
No, it's, you have to watch the full video to understand it.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Oh, no.
Of course you do. James, do you by chance happen...
No, it actually is, yeah. That's the point of the video, yeah. Because I gave her credit in the video.
Okay, I guess we'll find out.
Oh, give her credit in the video. Okay.
If anybody else happens to have a Twitter account...
I can. Do you want me to stream it?
Stream it for us, buddy.
That might be faster than me setting all that up.
Thank you, Patriot.
Hold on.
Thank you, Wick.
Can you guys see it?
Yep.
Okay, ready for me to go through them? It's about a minute long. Minute and a half. Let's watch.
That's right.
Haley at her events, she sees a bunch of white people. She sees a black person. She's like, hey, you. I work with Obama. I work with Obama. Vote for me. Wait, you people do like Obama, right? I'm going to walk up to random black people and be like, hey, you know, I supported Barack Obama. Fist bump, buddy.
Just as a quick thing, in case a lot of people might not know this, okay? Black people do like Obama. I know that might be a shock to some people, okay? Now, not that you should be full get out about it, but I mean, that's if you worked with Obama. There was a guy who ran in 2020, I think, it was in the Democratic presidential primary, and he worked with Obama a lot. He was the vice president.
Where I have gone in Michigan, I have taken the time to visit a minority-owned business.
I'm so happy to be around all of my minorities in this minority-owned business. This is not how normal people talk. I've seen Haley Stevens sound pretty good sometimes, but her consultants right now, and she only listens to consultants, it's really bad. She's talking about Abdul Asayed's podcast, his podcasting career. There are much better things to hit about his career than his podcasting. And she's going around like, Barack Obama endorses me, Gretchen Whitmer endorses me. Her answers to questions are who endorses her. Stand on your own business. Stand on yourself, Haley. Be confident. You are talking
When did she ever say Barack Obama endorsed her, huh?
Data points in your electoral math. And that is true. Campaigns look at it that way. Consultants look at it that way. But that's why Haley Stevens' campaign is not connecting. I think Mallory McMorrow had a better campaign. Too bad she dropped out pretty early. But, like, you know, it is what it is in Michigan right now. Abdul Asayed is up by like 10 or 15 points, unless if there's a big shift at the end of the race. His betting odds are at like 95% chance for him to win. But let me know your thoughts in the comments. Please drop a like, repost this video, and follow my page for more.
I got some likes. I'm not gonna leave them in your comments, not some likes. I got some thoughts, but I'm not gonna leave them in your comments, man. I'll just direct you. This calling her racist because she's proud of her work with Obama, or that she's trying to include minority communities in her campaign, and then lying about her saying that Obama endorsed her. I feel that this is just a fundamentally dishonest way of
this is just like pure internet autism too, because obviously at the end it's just like tongue in cheek, like, oh, this person endorsed me, this person supports me. Yeah, I don't know.
Are you saying I'm being autistic right now?
I thought it was pretty funny.
So it's all just jokes, right?
No, it's not all just jokes, but I think the whole tone of the video was pretty jovial.
I don't think so. I think you were doing serious-ish political commentary there, and you got caught lying, and you look like an idiot.
True. Damn. Why are you such an ass?
I think while you are using humor, I think you are brushing over and
this guy.
abusing the accusation of racism to create a bigger political message there. And I don't think you're doing that, you know, intentionally or cynically.
Pandering, obviously. The pandering is the joke.
Yeah, you're mocking their pandering. I think.
Were you joking about this? Were you joking that you thought
there's a little bit of I think there's a Schrodinger's joke there. It's a joke when it's a joke, but it's not a joke when you need it to be. The barb still sets, even though you're pretending it's just a joke. You're still setting that poisoned barb in there. And I personally am not going to say that I think you're a bad person for doing it that way. I think it's just you're putting poison into the discourse when you do it that way.
Damn.
You get the communist on your ass. That's not good.
The discourse.
Like, I'd send that to my buddies, but I wouldn't try and use that in the algorithm and put it into the greater discourse personally. I think it's, well, I mean, unless you're like pedal to the metal cynical, okay? Unless you want to be pedal.
Like, I think these guys actually are pretty cool, both these dudes. Like, I do kind of agree with that. Like, if you maybe even as part of another video, like, look at her out here saying like, you know, blah, 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 blah. It's like, okay, we get it. You know, you're trying to campaign to black people. We got it, buddy. But like, this was a whole video, and I think the title of the video, at least the thumbnail, was literally like, Haley Stevens is racist. It was like the direct subject out of the video. So I feel like that makes it hit a little bit different there.
The metal cynical. If you want to use these little, you know, toxic moments in the discourse to promote, I wouldn't necessarily say I'll respect that, but I'd understand it. I understand it. I understand that in this media landscape, we have to use a little bit of rocket fuel to get things going. I just want to make sure that it's a safe rocket, okay? I want to make a safe rocket. And I think that's what Mamdani does. I think Mamdani perfectly, he elevates it without using the toxic elements of this rocket fuel style social media engagement. And I think you're capable of doing that too, Jolah. I think you are. I think you can do it. I think it was a funny video. I think it was funny.
Democrats got a message better. I stand by it. I stand by all of this. I stand by a majority of Democratic voters. I stand by the idea we need to work with Democratic voters and where they're going, and they want the party to change. And you guys don't push for the party to change. And when I make jokes like this, it is mocking. It is.
See, and it's also funny because look, he's doing the same thing too. He understands it's one way, right? He can do the you know, he can call her a racist and it's like funny and whatever else. But for that Gillibrand thing, she basically called him Mamdani a jihadist. It's like, well, that's not really all what she said. And it's like, okay, but some people could have interpreted her words that way possibly. Like, the potential for somebody to misinterpret an implication is enough to condemn the Democratic person there. But then for him to just like flat out lie, like, that's okay. Get up. Cringe.
Not going to be in that tone. But overall, when I give a messaging advice to Haley Stevens, the overall point is Democrats need to be better. And if I'm going to shit talk a little bit and go back and forth, the shit talk is fine. And people that watch my TikTok regularly know that I'm a sarcastic asshole sometimes. And when we go through these different points, I also have videos on my channel giving Haley Stevens the most credit in the world and Mallory McMorrow. So I have a huge balanced approach on my TikTok. If you judge a political opinion off a 60-second TikTok, then yeah, you can say it could be bad in a microcosm of that example size. But no, I stand by that post. I think it's pretty funny.
Let me give you a little advice then. Don't lie in your TikToks and mess.
Like, that's a crazy thing to say. My quote, what I say when people try to challenge me on 30-second videos or whatever is that I don't make 30-second videos. So whatever you're seeing is a thing that somebody else has taken from my content and then put in front of you. I didn't choose that, okay? You have to, at the very least, I would implore you to watch whatever the context of where it came from. But this is not a compilation that somebody else put together of his stuff. This is a thing that he decided to publish. So you have to assume that it somewhat represents your viewpoint. Otherwise, you're misrepresenting yourself? Like, that doesn't make it... How do you even explain that, you know? Like, it's your whole video.
Didn't expect people to take you seriously.
I think it was funny. It was
Why do you keep saying it was funny?
Because I said, oh, Obama endorsed me. Because first off I said, oh, I work for Obama, and then I said, I'm endorsed by this person. Yeah, so obviously, yeah, I'm making a very serious political point in that tone. That is how she sounded in the debate.
Oh my
I think even
God,
Wicked talked about that. Abdul said about APAC, and then Haley Stevens said, I'm endorsed by. So if you want to be like, oh, that particular word wasn't correct in there, I still said working with Obama, and obviously it's a jovial tone video. And the interpretation on the ground of all the flyers, and the same way that Trump put out flyers in Pennsylvania and had voters believing that he was pro raising Social Security, increasing the payments and increasing healthcare coverage through Medicaid. The same way you can throw flyers around Michigan and have people believe that because Obama's on every single flyer on the front page and they only send that front page flyer with Obama to black voters, yeah, it's pandering.
You can keep word salad if you like, but you lied in the video and it's cringe and stupid.
I'm talking about actual politics. I'm talking about the point I was getting across with that video, and I know you know what that means. You just want to pin it on that point.
Yeah, I'm going to pin it on you lying in the video, and your video could have been better if you didn't lie and didn't use that phrase.
Fucking loser.
Okay, next time I won't in a sarcastic voice say endorsed by Obama after I said work for Obama. And I showed the clip of her saying that she worked with Obama.
Good, you shouldn't.
Yep.
Okay.
If this is going to be the left, we're going to get destroyed by MAGA. This is why you guys having this whole communist theory.
We don't have to lie. We don't have to lie. I think not lying makes us better than MAGA and makes it more likely that we are going to win. One of the problems I'm having is I'm with you. The Democrats' messaging needs to be better. It needs to change. But when we start lying, it gets worse. It doesn't get better. It becomes more MAGA-like. And one of the most insidious things about the DSA, the left, and all these people, right, coming in is they are trying to make us more like MAGA. And if I have to become MAGA to defeat MAGA, I've lost. We've lost. And we don't have to is the thing. This is a false choice. We do not have to become more like them in order to win. We don't. We can simply draw bright red lines, take a stand for something, and message it much better than we have been, and we will do much better than we are doing right now. I just think that, again, you could just say, yeah, I messed up, man. You could just say,
nope.
I was lying. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Outbound
we respect you
only.
You didn't even say you're lying. You say you made a mistake.
No, outbound only.
So again, we are looking to wrap up the main conversation in about 15 minutes for people who have sleep schedules and live on the East Coast. We will be open for call-ins if anybody would like to stick around and chat with callers. Otherwise, if you have to bounce, obviously feel free, and we appreciate you being here. With these last 15 minutes, though, I want to refocus us a little bit more on the DSA as a whole and talk about where our lines are.
Cringe.
Okay. Good job, Moody. People in Hassan's chat are already saying cooked, underperforming black voters. And I'm gonna need y'all to shut the fuck up. Fuck all y'all, or fuck all of you who are saying that. And this is after Hassan went on a stun lock for multiple days in a row, trying to tell his predominantly white chat why it's harmful to view black people as a monolith. Yikes.
The governor of Wisconsin.
Oh. Kucklinsky endorsed this guy. Wow.
Look, if you dig deeper on him, you'll find out he's pro-union. He's for state infrastructure investments. He's in favor of green energy. He's in favor of universal early childhood education. So there are good parts to this guy. I don't want to make it seem like he's that he's terrible. He's not. And he's about a trillion, quadrillion, septillion, zillion, jillion % better than whatever MAGA slug hack Republican that will be running against him. But it wasn't the most inspiring campaign, to say the least. But having said that, look, in the same spirit that Haley Stevens is giving us, where she's now out there unequivocally supporting Abdul El-Sayed, saying no sour grapes here, like we need Abdul to win, I'm a proud Democrat. Honestly, I'd be saying the same shit. If I was Francesca Hong, I would even campaign with him if he wants it. I don't know if he's going to want it, but if he were to want.
People were saying this wasn't a good endorsement. Oh, this is a fine endorsement. I'm just fine. You said a million, billion, trillion, bajillion % better. I think it's fine. Okay. Is there anything else, or are we ready?
It's time. 10-minute ads is begging you to split the VOD.
Okay.
Oh, wait, donos.
Okay. 1 second.
Was that it?
All hail Stephen, Kenneth Bonnell II. When he approaches, your mom's pussy widens. When he talks, even Crystal Ball starts screaming the N-word. When he debates, even Xi Jinping would cede Tibet. When he introduces himself, Norman Finkelstein shudders.
Why is Mr. Mouton so obsessed with me? I just want to know.
Why is he so obsessed with her? I just want to know. Why is Mr. Mouton so obsessed with that goonette?
I'm so glad I didn't get black-pilled into not voting. I'm sitting here and yoing my polymarket win and watching DSA crash out. Feels good, man.
Seeing Piss Company's fucking retarded smugness that he somehow found a way to take advantage of along as this new Jolah guy's intellectual starvation made me post on X for the first time in years. If my address is doxed, I won in the sex cult.
Come on, Mouton! What are we even doing here? And why the fuck is there a dog here?
You know.
Oh no! Mouton, don't! Please stop, Moot!
Would you also do it? Yes or no?
Naked, don't hate me because I'm beautiful. Naked. Maybe if you got rid of that old yee ass haircut you got, you'd get some bitches on your dick. Or better yet, maybe Tanisha will call your dog ass if she ever stopped fucking with that brain surgeon or lawyer she's fucking with. Nigga!
mm. Oof.
Why so obsessed with?
Oh, yow, yow.
Get to work, J-Doctor. I want my TTS.
We out.
Have you guys ever noticed or the same person? Dolphin mode engaged. Ha 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 ha. Ehem action ha 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 ha. Ehem action ha 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 ha. Ehem action ha 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 ha.
Steven, I saw a clip from the other day where someone asked you if you loo genocide, but you kind of just pedophiled your way around it.
Now tell me, yes, sir, no, do you loo?
Pisco, I can fucking hear you through the wall. Stop all this yes sir no bullshit or I will have you deported.
Wait, what effect is that?
Ugh, sorry, that's my new neighbor.
Muffled.
I'll be back later.
That was good.
Hassan, listen, buddy. We need to talk about your friend Mike from PA.
Yeah, I know he is a little weird, I guess.
Weird. That's the least of it, my friend. He smells like pakuli and has the riz of a Finkel fart.
Hi, guys. It's your president here. Donald J. Trump. I just wanted to tell you all that. I shit my pants again. Expect to see some stinky reactions on the next broadcast where someone is standing behind me.
Love you, great leader, the greatest leader. Everyone shake ass for great leader, Poroplep. Well?
Odious.
Hey, Steven, I can't stream tomorrow because while building Legos, I slipped and now have 6 to 7 minifigs stuck in my butt. Good business. Is he gone again? Dude, this guy, he shows up 3 hours late today. And now he's on a fucking break. What is he doing? He's not even here to listen to the donos. Type 1 if you're feeling a little odious today. Oh, yeah. Do we have any leaks on the new Dragon Ball Legos? Not that I'm buying them or anything. I'm just curious of what the sets will look like, you know? Just curious. Man can't be curious. I saw that, but I didn't see like there's no images. Is there? Buildable Vegeta. Oh, these are all cringe sets. None of oh, wait, the Kame house might be lit. I only buy 18 plus sets now. That's just good business. Because I'm a goddamn adult. Bum, 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 bum. I'm gonna kick my cat's ass.
I hereby declare Mr. Mouton the new destiny. I relinquish the destiny name and will now be referred to as Hassan's daddy.
Thanks, dear leader. I, Mr. Mouton, do humbly accept the new title of Destiny. Perhaps I could be called Destiny 2. Perhaps.
Donor class! Donor class! Donor class! Donor class! Donor class! Oi, Mr. President! Please help us! The Pakistanis are invading our country and we need your big strong belly to protect
I don't think
us!
I will. I don't think I will.
Of course, Metalloid Surd, I will protect you. Quick, hide under my belly.
Yeah, we're piccoli sailing that way from where you. Tom and Jense Ken what a Danton. Oh shit. By sure shoots on news to you in don't John Gantrichi. ERL, you cheese lean, you shoes, FSFs.
That makes sense.
Eat chat asking for a friend. Before you have sex, are you supposed to have a boner before the girl sees it? Or are you supposed to be soft and then you take your pants off and then you become hard? Who am I kidding? Grape, grape, grape?
I don't know what that was. Shut up, Bulldozer. You're the dumbest chatter.
San Marino, Nidorino, Tarantino, Vino, Totinos, my duderinos. I will see you next.
That is not UkrainianAna. That was not UkrainianAna. There's no way, man.
Streamerino. Love you. Good luck.
The fuck happened there? Who the hell was that? That was Mexican Anna. Jesus.
Guys, everybody knows I won the 2020 election. Ignore the 60-plus judges that said otherwise.
Donald, you're so dumb, dude. Historians will look back and wonder how a retard like you got elected a second time.
Watch me ruin the economy.
Dude, it is retarded.
Guys, listen, there's a lot of talk about restricted government substances. So when my worm craves drugs, we smoke up some semen-encrusted dank sold below the Brooklyn Bridge on Thursdays. Anyways, I have to go meet my semen dealer for the edibles.
You have to go and get a fucking... It's so stupid, dude. You have to get... In order to watch every regular season NFL game, you got to be able to watch ABC, CBS, Fox, NBC, aka cable. You got to be able to watch 8 ESPN games. You have to go on NFL Plus for 3 months to watch the games that aren't there. You got to be able to watch Netflix, and you're going to need a month of Peacock for one Saturday game. And I think for the Thursday games, you're going to need a Twitch account, aka or Twitch Prime. What the fuck is going on here, dude?
Hey, Food Shops here, and I'm happy to finally not be one of the worst orbiters. Wait, I'm still bottom of the barrel? No fucking way. I'm worse than Lycan?
Boom. I would rather Food Shops than, you know, I'm sure there's some others.
That last guy was retarded?
All right, that's it. Now, if Steve's going to be AFK, cut the donos off. Cut him off. No more. Yeah, he's cut off.
Oh. Good luck.
For everybody watching this documentary, I want you guys to take away and come away with, I am not what the fuck they say that I am. I'm a strong ass motherfucking soldier, and none of you fucking faggots can break my ass because
whoa,
I'm still standing, bitch.
If you haven't got problems, I feel bad for your son. I got 99 problems and a bitch ain't one. Tip my hat to the sun in the west. Feel the beat right in my chest.
Pussy 445, nigga. The fuck out of here, dude. I just overflooded the toilet. Breaking news. YouTuber EDP 445 caught trying to meet a child for sex. Coming out here to stick up a cupcake and then go back home. I am with the Predatorial Investigation Unit. I just want to let you know.
See this shit right here, dog? See, this is the shit you have to watch out for, man. You got motherfuckers, shit, little young ass high school motherfuckers, Jesus. You know what I mean? Little fucking fags and shit.
Jesus.
I mean, let's be fucking real. Like, you know, like people, you know, guys, you know, they think about, you know, fucking the shit out of a 15-year-old, 16-year-old. Oh man, that bitch walking down the street. She's in high school. She's hot as fuck. You know what I mean? Now, mind you,
it's a little bit of a self-report, but okay.
My shit gets put out there. You feel me? But let's not get the game fucked up. Just because I think a certain way doesn't mean other people don't think the same way that I think. You know, motherfuckers just don't know who you are, and your fucking ass just ain't getting exposed on the internet. You know what I mean?
Every day, there's a new person that gets exposed for some type of sexual contact with a minor. Whenever it happens, we're all like, oh, what was he thinking? Why would he do that? But you never hear why. They never say why. They
Why's the
don't
dog
say
there?
anything, or
True.
they disappear, or they act like it didn't happen. And so as uncomfortable and fucked up as this documentary is, it actually answers that question.
Like, he went to that place to have sex with a 13-year-old.
Hey, we know that guy.
Definitely viewer discretion is advised. Dude's a perverted dude.
Hey, we know that guy.
He sent me videos
JiDion, right?
of him masturbating.
So what advice would I give to EDP 445? And I'm sure you're going to be watching, sir, and I would tell you this if you were in my office. You need to stop doing this documentary.
Indicted him on sexual assault of a minor.
Why do you think you wanted to have sex with a 13-year-old?
I mean, the reason why I wanted to have sex with a 13-year-old is already fucking clear. Fucking a bitch's innocence away, you know?
Is EDP 445 a pedophile? Yes, I believe he is.
I don't give a fuck if you're a minor. I don't give a fuck. Oh, well, she's just a girl. You can't be doing that shit. Bitch, you gotta die.
It's just, the dude is a monster. Like, an actual, straight-up, honest-to-God monster.
Whoa!
This is one of those moments in YouTube history where everybody saw this.
445 situation.
And now this? With a 15-year-old girl?
He doesn't care that he keeps on committing crime.
I mean, you don't give a fuck how old she is. You just trying to get your fucking nut in.
13-year-olds. 14-year-olds.
Oh, well, he was talking to 13 and 12-year-olds. Fuck all that.
But now you're gonna tell me the next documentary Mike Klum's gonna do is this guy EDP.
Ain't that pussy? Boom, fucking fine!
Am I a pedophile? Fuck no. You're here to me a 14-year-old.
I want to take full responsibility for my actions.
For words, 2 years ago you were called kiss my ass. And
I would say EDP is completely innocent.
He's a genuine, great guy. He really is.
all right. So, again, so what brings you out here today?
Well, I was actually coming out here to pick up a cupcake.
Wow. How noble.
So I'm about 45 minutes to an hour out of Vegas. So I should be getting in about an hour. And we should probably get there. We can get set up and start filming. But just wanted to make sure you're all good.
Correct.
What's life like right now?
Life right now is pretty great. I can honestly say I have not talked to a single fucking minor on any social media platforms. I have 2 great paying, well-loving jobs. My health is, pretty fucked up, but I'm doing whatever I can to try to, take care of myself. And the only thing that we can continue doing is just continue to try to push forward,
In this documentary, we show blatant proof and evidence of you committing multiple crimes against children. What do you have to say to that?
Plead the fifth.
What does he do now? Like, where has he been for the past, I don't know,
I
whatever.
don't even know what this guy originally did.
I think he was like a YouTuber lolcow-ish person, but I don't know what, all I ever heard about him was like the pedophile stuff. So I have no idea if he, I don't know. He's genuinely funny.
was born in Los Angeles, California, in Compton Hospital. My childhood was pretty great. You know, I had 2 great, loving, caring parents, you know. So my first ever Eagles game was November 30th, 1997. What really made me fall in love with them was actually the logo on the helmet and how pissed off the actual logo looked. And from that point on, I was like, fuck it. That's the team that I'm going to follow. My favorite memory as a kid growing up was Monday nights, me and my sister would do our homework, and then at around 8:30, maybe 9 o'clock, we would get ready to watch Monday Night Raw is War, like fucking wrestling and shit, you know what I mean? But yeah, we had a great time growing up, you know? So my favorite memory growing up was probably just getting ready to watch wrestling. What I loved most about wrestling growing up was
he would make lockout content. He would do food reviews in his car. Maybe you've seen some of his memes eating in his driver's seat. Wait, he's not the black guy from the Five Guys review, right? No, that's Dayam Drops. Okay, I don't know any of the people.
I love the bad guys. My favorite
K from YouTube, thank you for giving 2 tier 5 subs.
Wrestling growing up was, I love the bad guys. My favorite wrestler growing up, I would probably have to say was like Triple H, you know what I mean? Because Triple H was a fucking piece of shit. Like, he did what the fuck he had to do to get to the top, and he didn't give a damn who he fucked over. He didn't give a damn how you felt about him. Like, take a hammer, bash your fucking brains out, cool, fuck it, take his title and leave. I always loved the bad guys, you know? After a while, the whole, you know, typical bullshit where it's like, you know, come out and save the day, you know, nobody gives a fuck about that shit, you know what I mean? Like, we want to see like some villains. I really connected with villains because they just did a lot of foul and fucked up shit. Without villains, you wouldn't have a storyline. For me, I just felt like, you know, the villain was more important than the fucking hero, basically, you know what I mean? So in high school, I tried to talk to girls here and there, but it just wasn't fucking working. More specifically, I tried talking to Martha.
Wait, when do you know you're a pedophile? Is it by the
Well, a pedophile, I think, are attracted to, like, kids who are, like, prepubescent.
Sure, a beba, whatever the fuck. Like,
Okay,
do you think that he was attracted to high school girls while he was in high school, and then when he's, like, 40, then he's attracted to high school girls still?
Basically led me the fuck on. She let me hug her. She even held hands with me. Low-key, she was talking to somebody else. When she broke it off with me, I was so hurt. I went home. I ran up the stairs. I was crying in my fucking room, head in my fucking pillow. I was legitimately fucking hurt. Like, I felt crushed inside, you know? With Martha, it basically showed me women ain't shit, and they will play you, they will fuck you over, and won't even fucking think twice about it. Finishing up high school, my mindset with women was, all right, cool, fuck them, who gives a shit? Shit, after high school, I got this job working at Walmart, got fired within a month.
Damn.
Then the YouTube channel happened. I remember sitting down one day and I wanted to make a porn-related YouTube name. And so I'm just sitting there. I literally just got off a fucking Pornhub, I swear to God. And I went on YouTube, I clicked on create an account, and it said, what do you want your username to be? And I'm like, I typed in, eat that pussy, right? And I was like, well, I gotta come up with some type of numbers, you know what I mean? At first I started, you know, eat that pussy 555. Doesn't fucking sound right. Sounds fucking stupid, you know what I mean? Eat that pussy 926. I'm just like, nah, it's fucking dumb. I got up, I went to go weigh myself. At that current time, I was 445 pounds.
Jesus.
And I'm like, there it is. Eat that pussy 445. All of my anger leading back from middle school, high school, getting rejected by women, it just came the fuck out in that one goddamn video. I was fucking heated. Once I started uploading more and people started sharing my videos a lot more, the shit blew up. From that point on, my subscribers just started increasing and increasing and increasing, and before you knew it, I had close to 4 million subscribers.
You guys consider jacking off to be a sport? I don't know about you.
For the first time in my life, I felt a sense of accomplishment. You know what I mean? It was a great feeling. It was really amazing. Yeah, so I mean, at the current point in time, even at the peak of my YouTube channel, I was still a virgin. I didn't have any self-confidence to talk to girls. It's like you come home to all this shit, man. You got a nice ass fucking Acura MDX up in the parking lot, brand new 2021 Hyundai Elantra, nice ass house. You got fucking
we need brothels in America.
We need what?
We need brothels, man.
Don't some states have them?
I don't really think so. I think it would fix our fucking incel problem.
Well, I don't. I think that these people don't want like to just have sex. They want to have like somebody that loves them and all that shit.
Cringe.
True.
120 grand in the fucking bank. No pussy at all. Jacking off, watching porn. Calling 1-800 phone sex lines and shit. It's like, had all this fucking money and still couldn't get a fucking girlfriend. That shit was like, what the fuck, you know what I mean? At that point in time, I didn't give a fuck. You know what I mean? At that point in time, I was willing to do whatever the fuck I had to do to get some sort of attention. And right then and there, you fucked up because now something bad is about to happen, you know what I mean?
Jesus.
Hey, babe, let me give you a call back. I'm gonna make the video, all right? All right, love you. All right.
My name is Johnny Rodriguez, aka Cold Raven, or some people know me as Cold Raven's Nest, sadly still a YouTuber. EDP is a chocolate hippopotamus, and I'd like to split his fucking skull. I've been having these feelings for quite some time because he's a manipulative, lying, pretentious, disingenuous, flip-flopping piece of shit. He has no balls.
So this means that you're guilty as fuck, homie. You're guilty as
So inside my first video, I came out with just accusations. In the second video, I showed dead proof evidence.
So what is this, man? Come on, ED Pedo 445. I thought you said you're not a pedo, right?
Of him texting 2 to 3 girls, cute, calling them sexy. More girls started coming out and started texting me like, hey, he was also texting me this inappropriate stuff. So I looked at his followers list, right? He had around 300 to 400 accounts he was following. The problem with that is around 120 to 130 of these accounts, 13-year-olds, 14-year-olds. I knew at this point, it was just out of my hands. This is not my expertise. There's only so much I can show. So I need to take it to the next level. And out there, you got a lot of these guys who catch predators online. And there was one guy I've been watching for years who's really, really, really good at it. I reached out to him. His name is Alex Rosen.
My name's Alex Rosen, and I'm the head of Predator Poachers, and we catch online child predators. Well, Cold Raven basically was sounding the alarms before I even knew about any of this with EDP. And at first, to be truthful, I didn't want to believe it. I was just like, oh, EDP's an incel, this and that. But, you know, seeing the evidence, it was very blatant that he was not only just following underage kids, he was hitting on them in the comments, and obviously I'm sure he was trying to DM them as well. So that gave us reason to throw an account his way and to follow him. And in our profile, we had that we were 13 years old. We reach out to him, we just say, hi, I'm a big fan. And he says,
hey, what's up?
Just found your YouTube channel. Why are you so funny?
Because I keep it real on these faggots. That's why.
And the conversation ends there. And then 2 days later, he messages us again, completely out of the blue, and picks up the conversation.
LOL. What are you doing?
Nothing. I'm 13. I don't know if I told you.
Jesus.
That makes up you and about 99% of my no pussy getting fucking faggot fan base.
Yeah, he starts off very cordial, and then he slowly starts a grooming process.
Can I tell you a secret? Promise not to tell.
Yeah, sure.
I always wanted to get to know someone young. A little cutie like yourself.
And, you know, compliments, and then it kind of goes to sexual stuff.
Wish I could hug you to warm you up.
When and where?
Someday soon at the park. Or wherever you're comfy with.
And then eventually he's just full on soliciting sex.
Would you want to do anything else?
You mean like sex or something?
Maybe. Would that be bad?
We can, but only when you're ready.
Hanging out, chilling, you know, just got done doing some cameos, bullshitting, shooting the shit, watching TV.
How likely is it that he's just really insecure and lonely and not a pedophile? So obviously, I don't think I mean, just whatever the laws are, whatever, you shouldn't obviously be doing anything. But I think there's probably like a different, when I think of the way that some people, I keep bringing up David, but I don't remember I read these messages from inventing this in my mind. There's probably some guys who will like fuck minors just because they're available, or there's like an access thing and they don't have access to anybody else or whatever. But there are some people who, when they talk to them or about them, it takes on a much different character. Like, you know, there could be a person who's like sexting a minor or whatever, and they're having like sexual conversations, versus a person who's like, I love that I can pick you up from school and I love your blah, blah, blah. Where it's like, okay, there's something more going on there related to the actual age of the person, rather than just the fact that the person just happens to be underage, you know?
Or whatever. And I get this random ass fucking message by some chick that goes by the name of Sophie Smith. She said that my videos were really funny. Said that she loves my fucking content, you know, all this shit, you know. Yeah, so it was about a month in when things started getting sexual.
Listen, I know your body is growing and you're starting to develop.
Jesus.
That's why I agreed to this. I want to be your first.
Why did I respond to a 13-year-old? Desperation, isolation, loneliness. It's boring as fuck. You have nothing going on. You don't even know how to talk to a fucking girl.
If you want, we can try oral first. I can taste and lick on your vagina. And then you can suck my cock.
You need some sort of excitement in your fucking life. So I said fucking and went along with it.
You're so hot and cute, and even have me jerking off.
Jesus.
Ooh, that's hot.
Nasty.
Can I see?
It's on YouTube, I guess, so it's okay.
It's so big.
At the time, me sending sexual pictures to a 13-year-old, I was fucking lonely and just not getting any fucking action, not getting fucking laid, not having the confidence to talk to a girl of my age. It was a fucking shit show.
I want to bend you over my table and just slide my cock inside you and slowly begin to take your virginity. I wanna fuck your innocence away.
Okay, we get it.
When I blocked her, I knew that it was wrong. I knew that it was something that was highly illegal, that shouldn't be done, you know. So I was clearly aware of the law, and I was clearly aware of what I was doing, you know, clearly aware of my actions and totally understanding of,
Oh, redemption arc, see?
what I was doing, you know what I mean?
Sophie, I can't do this. I can't do this shit. You're so young. You're 13 and I'm 30. You should be dating boys your own age.
I ended up unblocking her simply due to the fact that, you know, I felt bad. I mean, I felt bad, and at the same time, you know, she was like the only person that was really giving me that sort of attention, you know what I mean? And ultimately just led to me unblocking her.
I'm sorry. Please forgive me for blocking you. I got scared. I hope you aren't upset. I'm sorry for not taking your feelings into consideration. I will next time. I promise. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
She says, you should fucking jerk off on, you know, you should fucking jerk off to me on FaceTime. And I'm like, all right, cool, sure, why not? Fuck it. You know what I mean?
It's the worst that could happen.
Well, in any state in the country, meeting a minor off the internet when there's no strings attached is not illegal. There needs to be some strings attached. So after EDP sent the masturbation videos, after he said, like, I want to throw you in my sex dungeon and fuck you, stuff like that, that's when we're like, okay, we can go ahead with the meetup.
This is crazy.
Yeah, so pretty much she told me that her grandma was supposed to be like, you know, I guess out and about doing something or whatever, therefore like giving us quote unquote alone time or whatever. So yeah. And to be honest with you, man, like I ultimately decided to go simply because I felt bad.
Okay, bro.
During that day, I actually blocked her 1 or maybe 2 times. Then I unblocked her ass. She was like, you know, oh my God, why'd you block me, blah, blah, blah. And I was telling her, I'm looking like, Sophie, I can't fucking do this shit. Like, this is fucking illegal. Like, I can't.
Well, it's good.
Like, what the fuck are you doing, bro? You know what I mean? And she started crying up on the phone. She's all like, oh my God, you know, I just wanted to give you a cupcake, whatever. You know what I mean? I'm here making cupcakes. I wanted to give you one, you know?
So the story was that we also baked cupcakes. So then, you know, he's kind of nervous the day of, like, he's very, like, apprehensive. You know, we're like, oh, well, I still made cupcakes. And that's what led EDP to be like, okay, I'll come. So that's kind of the deal with that.
When I was driving to that location, my mom was a heavy smoker. She used to smoke Coors 100, the green pack. And so when I was driving there, I smelt my mom's, the scent of her cigarettes coming from the back seat. That's something I never told anyone. I felt like my mom was with me, watching over me. You know?
What do you think your mom was
Guiding
trying to
his.
tell you?
I felt like she was trying to tell me don't go. I was, you know, thinking this up in my head. How the fuck is this going to go down? How am I going to act? What am I going to say? You know what I mean? Like, horny as fuck. Fuck the porn shit. You were just craving, like, you know, human contact. You know what I mean? So.
Then the day comes in Bakersfield, and that's when he's getting like very, very nervous about everything. But he agrees to come nonetheless, and we're just waiting at the Jack in the Box. you know, just kind of having a good angle of the apartments we gave him. And then we just see like this giant blob walking up this ramp. And I mean, he's massive from a distance. I'm like, oh my God, that's him. I was like, hey, what's up, EDP? And he's like, what's up? And he puts his hand out for a fist bump, and I give him a fist bump. And then he tries to fist bump CC Unit, and CC Unit's like, I don't like fist bump people like you.
Well, fist bump? I don't fist bump people like you, man. I mean, when he wouldn't fist bump me, I mean, it felt like the classic case of fucking rejection. So. Okay.
And, you know, I told him, like, hey, we got to kind of go over things with Sophie.
We have you talking to Sophie, correct? Yes or no?
Right.
Okay.
I was caught red-handed. Shit was about to go down.
And he's like, I'm just here to get a cupcake.
They had the transcript, they had the log, they had the screenshots and all that shit. And I mean, I basically just told him, yeah, man, I'm just here to get a fucking cupcake. I don't know what the fuck's going on.
Again.
Wait, what?
So what brings you out here today?
Well, I was actually coming out here to pick up a cupcake and then go back home.
The EDP 445 situation.
Still EDP 445.
EDP
Whoa!
445.
EDP.
We know that guy.
EDP.
Went to go link up with a child. When EDP got caught and the video got uploaded, it went viral immediately.
The memes blew up. They were all over the place. There was no escaping the EDP 445 cupcake memes.
And then we get into the messages, and he admits to sending tons of penis pictures, admits to wanting to have sex with her.
You were interested in having sex with a 13-year-old, yes or no?
Correct.
Okay, and you said
correct.
Okay, all right.
As much as he lies to the camera now, he was very...
Okay, you should never do this, ever. And I would never support anybody doing this. But I do think it would be hilarious Kino content if there was some guy that was doing this, but it was like actually like a 15-year-old that was just faking being old to try to like bang some other chick. And so the person shows up, and then they slowly realize that they thought that they were going to like trap a fucking pedophile, and then they realize they've been receiving like CP the entire time, and then they're like, oh fuck.
Forthcoming with us when we interviewed him.
Oh no.
Can I ask you a question? Yeah. Is your life over? It's up to you. I thought my fucking life was over.
Oh, you didn't like my joke,
Started
Mootin?
crying, you know, all that theatrical bullshit. Come on, man, please. No. You know, as I was walking up, I thought this was a real ass person.
You did double text here, yes or no?
Correct.
Knowing, and it said on her profile 13, yes?
Correct.
Okay, so you initiated conversation with a 13-year-old, knowing she was 13, yes or no?
But the main thing I feel like I regret that day is I didn't bring my Glock off the counter and I didn't shoot those motherfuckers, you know what I mean?
He's right in the front, he admitted to wanting to have with her, to eat all this crap.
In my mind, as I'm walking out, just get the fuck out, dude. Just go. Get out, go, run, now.
Well, run. Let's not get ahead of ourselves there. Sorry, that was me.
Well, I thought that it would blow over because, like, you know, in my mind, I'm like,
Who
okay,
cares?
well,
Yeah.
you know,
It
yeah, I got
happens.
caught, but nothing actually fucking happened. You know what I mean? So in my mind, I'm just like, whatever. I really wasn't aware of how badly I fucked up until probably like a few days later.
What? You get banned from YouTube for that? Yeah, I'm sure he still had a Twitch channel
The
at least.
shit made the news. You know what I mean? It made, it was front page on Yahoo, on Google. Came to the conclusion.
Yeah, on Twitch,
Better call
1
a
week
fucking
ban.
lawyer. Told him straight the fuck up, man. Especially when, you know, when you're talking to a lawyer, you better not hide a motherfucking thing. And he's all like, well, obviously what you did was illegal. Give me some time to look into it. I got connections down at the police department. I'll look into it and I'll keep you updated. Like, okay, cool. 2 days, 3 days, 4, 5, 6, 7. I give him a call. I'm like, everything cool? What the fuck? Like, should I be worried? He's all like, he's all like, oh no, man, just sit tight, man. Ain't nothing going on. He has a little computer to where, you know, he can see if, like, you know, you're under investigation or anything like that. Was never under investigation. Yeah, they looked into it, but because...
Just as a heads up, because I know nobody believes me on fucking anything, and I also know nobody gives a fuck about literally anything involving my life if I could be a demon, but one of the annoying things about the whole fucking Roe situation, for all these fucking losers that are like, oh, well, if you wanted anything, why didn't you just report it? Like, why do you think you need to sue the guy first, and blah, blah, blah. Nobody understands how insanely fucking hard, and maybe maybe this will turn out different and the cops will investigate or something, but like, from everything that I was told from my New York law firm, it is insanely fucking hard to get federal investigators to pick up anything related to sex-related stuff. The cases are hard to prove. The witnesses are hard to get to cooperate because people come in and they drop out, and the testimony is oftentimes like super inconsistent. One of the worst things is that oftentimes not to be mean, but like the people involved are usually not as reliable. Like, I think one of the big issues with Bill Cosby, one of the reasons why he went to jail and then came out was because they relied on the testimony of a prior person who had accused him of impropriety, and I think she was a stripper, and the reason why they couldn't use that was because she had made a prior accusation against him, and the prosecutors didn't think that she'd be trustworthy on the stand, so they cut a deal with him, basically, but then they brought that back and tried to convict him with it, and I think that's why he walked, or not, he didn't walk, I'm sorry, he was released afterwards, but it's very, very, very hard to get investigators. You have to have, like, the most slam dunk shit possible, and they have to be, like, pretty simple cases. It's so hard to get them to care about it.
Good old Alex Rosen, right?
Or you're like, okay, hold on, it's not one 15-year-old or 30-year-old, it's like 100 of them. They have like a child porn farm or something, or like a ton of kids that are being molested or something, yeah. It's also for this, I'm not even sure if you can convict somebody on this, because I don't, because it's a strict liability offense, but I don't know if it counts if there's not an actual minor being harmed. Like, even if you show all the intent and everything too, it's not like you're actually, there's not a person involved. So I'm not actually even sure for this if you can set up like a quote unquote sting like this. Like, I don't know if any, like, I'm pretty sure the vast majority of the people, or it might be every person, was a single person ever convicted from the Chris Hansen program? I don't know if they were or not.
Because he decided to fuck up and botch this goddamn sting operation so badly. There's nothing that they could do.
Wait, people are saying most of them were? Is that true? I thought that, it's in this talk. Okay. I feel like I looked that up at one point, and the majority of them actually weren't ever convicted. That some people pled to some things, and then most of the cases fell through. Not most? Huh.
So as much as they want to write all this fucked up shit about me online, and I should be in jail, prison, felon, I should be on the sex offenders list and all this bullshit. Guess what, bro? I'm a free man, bitch.
We're gonna send these motherfuckers to hell, rightfully so, where they fucking rightfully belong.
There's definitely a chance.
Is it because the police were involved from the beginning with Chris Hansen? I don't know. It's I would have to go back and look. When you're trying to prosecute certain crimes, like, you need to be aware of like what the crime is. There's a lot of stuff that's like bad, like it feels bad or it feels gross or it feels disgusting. But like the crimes themselves will oftentimes be hyper specific. Again, I don't want to give anybody any ideas, but like I think by the wording of some state statutes, for instance, you can't solicit a minor for inappropriate images, obviously. But like if the minor is like sending you things unsolicited, even though you're receiving them and you whatever, like that might not count as a crime because it doesn't meet prima facie like the elements of the crime in some places. So if you're trying to like sting a pedophile or whatever, like these guys, if you're the one making all the offers, even though you have every other part complete, you might fuck up the whole thing because they didn't meet the certain element in the beginning, and then everything is fucked. So the statutes are often fairly specifically written. Yeah.
That
Somebody said out of the 300 people on Chris Hansen, 120 were convicted.
Faces criminal prosecution. I think what he's doing now, by quite frankly doing this documentary, it's just a stupid fucking idea.
Was that his? Wait, was that his lawyer?
All right, what's up with you bitch ass motherfuckers and trolling ass dick sucking?
Okay, so the first picture is his erect penis, and then the second one looks like he has ejaculated. So that will get you into trouble. He's well within the statute of limitations. Just on that alone, he could be prosecuted.
Hi, my name is Mike Klum. I was calling to speak with the Kern County District Attorney.
Rep.
Okay, if Miss Zimmer is not available, is there anyone else that could speak to why EDP has not been prosecuted? Maybe like the sheriff?
This 32-year-old guy wants to spend a Sunday afternoon chilling with a 13-year-old girl.
Why don't you have a seat right over there? Brian, have a seat. Why did you show up that day? Why did you go to that location? What did you think was going to happen?
I showed up to that location that day, trying to...
Wait, why does this keep glitching?
Obviously meet up with an underage girl. You know what I mean? And I guess you can say trying to have sex. I don't know. I mean, whatever.
You trying to have sex with a 13-year-old girl?
For the most part, yep. People have a tendency of doing this, I feel like, because they enjoy the innocence and having control of somebody.
Jesus.
You know?
Sounds like that's what you wanted to do.
Right.
Nobody your age you could have hung out with.
No.
No women your age you could date. You had to pick on a 13-year-old girl.
Pretty much, yeah.
Oh my God, babe, it's a playful spank, you say. When I spank you, it's supposed to be sexy, LOL. If anything, I just bend you over and kiss your ass. Yes, well, maybe, but only if you're a good girl. What are you trying to do here with this?
What do you think I'm trying to do?
Well, it sounds like you're trying to sexually assault a 13-year-old girl.
If that's what it looks like, I guess that's what it is then. I mean...
Handcuff you. Throw you in the back of my car and bring you back to my dungeon, LOL. You talk about climbing through a window.
Mm-hmm.
You're so hot and cute and even had me jerking off. Were you masturbating when you were talking to her?
Mm-hmm.
You sent her pictures?
Jesus.
Yeah.
You sent her pictures of your penis?
Yeah.
It's wrong.
Right, I know.
It's illegal. Had Alex Rosen not botched this, you might be in prison right now.
Oh, no.
Thank God he didn't.
Well, you could look at it two ways. Maybe prison is where you belong because of this.
If it was where I belong, I'd be in shackles right now, so...
But I have to tell you something.
Mm-hmm.
Had this been me doing an investigation, your EDP 445 ass would be in prison now.
Just where it began.
EDP is clearly in trouble here. What he did was wrong, and under a different set of circumstances.
Did the guy who made this, did he say how much he had to pay for Hansen to make an appearance on this? I'm curious what his fee was.
It is against the law. The fact that the decoy posing as Sophie sent the first message would make the case virtually unprosecutable in my world, in the world of law enforcement. The adult always has to make the first approach. Otherwise, you jeopardize the case. And again, it probably was something that for Alex Rosen created a lot of views and clicks and made some news in different pockets of the internet. But the case isn't prosecutable. And at the end of the day, it looks amateurish and sloppy.
Well, what accountability can you take in the fact that EDP is free today?
Well, yeah, I mean,
That's why I always use it. I'm just kidding. I'm not even gonna. Never mind. Stop.
Myself could have done
After
a
my court case, we can make those jokes.
better job of saying, you know, instead of trying to just like, you know, stand my ground, be bullish, standoffish, infinitely more stuff that I could have done to try to make him
to at least put in more effort into hoping that he gets arrested. But, I can confidently say that predator poachers have been responsible for getting infinitely sicker people in EDP off the streets, and EDP played a part in teaching us that lesson on how to do that.
My thoughts on Alex Rosen is I feel like he's a piece of shit. I feel like he should burn in hell and go fucking die, if I'm being completely honest with you. You're some fucking redneck fucking some fat ass overweight bitch plastering shit on the internet and fucking with people's livelihoods.
Damn, man, I could use some fried pickles.
But you know what though, Mike? It's perfectly fine. It's great because everybody hates a pedophile, right? Okay, cool. So that's perfectly fine. So just
yeah, I mean, you're not really doing yourself any favors there. Yeah.
Fuck the fact that you're ruining my goddamn life, right? It's good, great, fucking wonderful. This world is fucked up, man.
What are you gonna do the next time you text a 13-year-old girl or a 14-year-old girl?
There won't be a next time.
There won't be a next time?
There won't be a next time.
That's hard for me to believe, but I think...
My name is Kayla Hoskin.
This sounds like an example of why courts are not truth-seeking institutions. So there's the 50 IQ take that that you have to follow the process and the procedure down to the letter, because if you do anything improper, it's not good, and so you can't have the fruit of the poison tree. You can't start an investigation improperly, and maybe some people go free as a result of that. And then there's the mid-wit take, the 100 IQ take, is that if they manage to find the evidence, and if they do, even if they messed up, we got to do what's right and put this guy away. But then the actual take is that the process and the procedure is part of the morality and then the legality of the process, such that one of the issues related to the prosecution of rape in general is a very difficult crime to prosecute, because there are conceivable reasons why you might have sex with somebody that's not a crime. Okay, if somebody goes to the hospital and their face is caved in, then whoever they were with is in huge trouble. It's super easy. There's no good reason to beat the shit out of somebody, right? If you go to the hospital and you do a rape kit, the rape kit doesn't tell you they were raped. It's a sex kit, really. It just shows that, there might be marks or whatever from rough sex, or there might be cum, or there might be whatever else, but, it just shows you that a sexual encounter happened. But there's an extra step to prove that sexual encounter was actually, a rape, which unfortunately only involves one other witness, which is usually the aggrieved party, the raped person. So it's a more difficult thing to pursue. When it comes to the exploitation of minors, when it comes to hunting minors for sex or whatever, because we consider sex crimes against children to be so egregious and so horrible in society, we don't really want the burden of having to prove that the person knew that they were corrupting a minor or whatever. So for things like sex, right? So for in criminal law, I think you have these things called general intent or specific intent. A general intent is the intent to do an action. I think specific intent is intent for the outcome. For sex with a minor, this is considered, I think, a strict liability offense, meaning it doesn't matter if you had the specific intent of fucking a minor. It doesn't matter if you knew they were a minor. Even if they lied to you about their age, you can still be prosecuted for that crime. But the reason why we've made that decision is because you're never going to catch somebody who fucks a kid otherwise, unless the kid is 9 or something, because they can always just say oh, I thought they were of age. And how are you going to prove, where are you going to get the mens rea that they knew the person was underage, unless they explicitly stated it in a text message, and then you have to prove that the other person believed them and they didn't think they were lying or whatever, and it's too much. So we consider this a strict liability offense, right? So strict liability offense means that the burden shift has happened significantly against the accused. But if that's going to be the case, that we've decided these are so important, and then the burden has shifted against the accused in that way, you got to make sure that the rest of the process and procedure is followed pretty hardcore. And again, I don't want to excuse somebody if a 13-year-old reaches out to you to fuck and you fuck them. That's wild on so many levels. But there is a difference in kind between a person in a chat room where a teenager reaches out to them and starts, trying to do sexual conversation or whatever. Although I think he did initiate the sexual conversation, versus a guy who's going into these underage places explicitly trying to find underage people, right? So a lot of this is just incredibly complicated in terms of how you prosecute it, what should the rules be for prosecuting it. But the process and the procedure is pretty important here, and it's pretty inexorably linked, I think, to having justice or truth related to the outcomes itself. So it's a lot to keep in mind.
And in June 2020.
This was entrapment. They basically tried to talk him into it. Both sides were wrong here. So I think generally speaking, entrapment is when you it's when you entice somebody to do an action they wouldn't have otherwise. So if you message somebody and you say like, "Hey, I'm 13. Do you want to have sex?" and they're like, "Yes," I don't think that counts as entrapment. Although I guess it'll be up to the other person to argue what the pressure was. But if you show up and you're like, "Hey, I'm 13. Do you want to have sex?" and if you say no, I'm going to show up and kill your family, right? Well, that's entrapment now because the person wouldn't have done that action otherwise. A cop can give you the opportunity to commit a crime, and if you do, they're not entrapping you. It's if they're inducing you to commit a crime that you wouldn't have otherwise. Yeah.
I think
my name is.
Why is a mere first contact as decisive instead of the sexual aspect? I'm super on and I'm out. I'm guessing here, but my guess is going to be because these crimes are already difficult to prosecute. If you have a first physical contact, then I think you can foreclose the intent to meet the minor and do everything else and to have the sexual contact or whatever else. Whereas everything online, the person can deny that it was them talking. The person can say, well, I was never actually going to meet up with them, so I don't even know if there's anything chargeable here. Or, I didn't think they were serious. I didn't know it was a kid. I don't know. There's like a million things you could say with just online. That's my guess for why they want to have like an actual contact. Same thing if somebody's inducing you to buy terrorist weapons and then commit a terrorist attack, or why they are... for hiring a hitman, they want you to meet the hitman and talk to him and pay him money. It's because once you get the further into the act you are showing and understanding what's going on, the easier it is to prove the criminal intent along the entire way, I think.
That's hard for me to believe. I think...
My name is Kayla Hoskins, and in June 2023, I received an Instagram DM from EDP445, otherwise known as Bryant.
That same leeway isn't given to any other crime, though. I don't know what you mean by that. That there's tons of leeway given to tons of crimes. I can't say statistically speaking, but at least for the cop slop we watch, a lot of the prosecutions that police officers and DAs get, it seems to be, I'm really over indexing on just watching YouTube videos, but a lot of those cases are literally just built by a person talking and not shutting the fuck up, right? It's like, cops bust into a dispensary, and they start asking questions like, "Oh my God, I'm sorry, I only work here." Or, they arrest you and they just ask you some questions like, "What are you doing here?" And like, "Oh, I work here on Fridays." Like, "Oh, okay." By the time they take you to court, you've already admitted all this. If you shut the fuck up, and you're like, "Oh, I'm just here," right? Well, unless they go on some, expedition through documents and records and can find paychecks or whatever the fuck else, they don't know if you work there or not. You're standing in a place, right? And the burden on them to even prosecute that case, they might just not even do it because, they only have so many time, or they only have so much time, so many prosecutors, so many resources. They're not going to go hunting through every single thing. So for a lot of the stuff, it's usually just people saying stupid shit, and then they end up getting prosecuted off of that, or they end up pleading down to something as a result. Yeah.
My name is Kayla Hoskins, and in...
There won't be a next time. There won't be a next time? There won't be a next time. That's hard for me to believe. I think...
My name is Kayla Hoskins, and in June 20...
Everything is intent. Condoms on you and XYZ is more evidence than not, along with texts. You have to prove this in court. I mean, maybe, but remember, criminal is high. You're beyond a reasonable doubt here, right? And you just have to be careful because you might have... Like, the guy might say, like, I take condoms with me everywhere. Right, I always have condoms in my dashboard. In fact, these are actually like a year and a half old, and maybe they actually are. Not to say maybe it is enough to prosecute. I don't know what the specific elements are for whatever this is, solicitation of a minor or corruption of a minor. I don't know what the specific elements are, so maybe it would be enough. But just the further along you get in the act, the easier it is to demonstrate the criminal intent to do the act. And early on, there are probably more ways to wiggle out of it.
There won't be a time you text a 13-year-old girl or a 14-year-old girl. There won't be a next time. There won't be a next time? There won't be a next time. That's hard for me to believe. I think...
My name is Kayla Hoskins, and in June 2023, I received an Instagram DM from EDP445, otherwise known as Bryant. I first replied to EDP because I always reply to anyone who messages me. And I didn't know who he was, but I freaked out because he told me he was suicidal. And sooner rather than later, he started sending very flirtatious.
Are you here to give us advice on how to... Just kidding.
Yeah, hey, I heard you were talking about a little bit about the criminal side of this stuff. And then one of my first jobs was, I think I've talked about on stream before, working criminal appeals for heinous crimes, which included pedophilia, stuff related to that. And you are correct to say that in criminal, normally this is like a high burden and things like that. I have 100% dealt with cases where people they were just like, yep, they accused you of pedophilia. And you showed up at a house with condoms. What the fuck were you doing there? And basically they don't really care as much about the rules of evidence, especially if you're not in like a major city or something.
Sure.
If you're like that, it is incredibly easy to convict somebody of pedophilia on very thin evidence. So I would just, like whenever you're seeing people on Chris Hansen show up with like, I mean, like think about it, like, these guys showed up, they had a conversation in a chat room with an adult who was pretending to be a child, and then they showed up with, Mike's Hard Lemonade, and these getting convicted. So like,
I heard that. I feel like so for some of these things, for like Chris Hansen, some of the conversations beforehand I think are pretty important. So like bringing the alcohol, like why are you bringing alcohol to a person's house, having like a specific conversation about sex acts beforehand, I think probably helps. I'm sure that you could convict somebody on something a lot lighter, but I feel like in the Hansen stuff, they set up those conversations like pretty well so that there wouldn't really be much of a way that you could talk your way out of anything, Whereas in this one, for them to say like, oh, well, maybe you could just come over and pick up a cupcake, I feel like that's such a stupid thing to put in the conversation, because like, why would you even have that out for them,
Right. But just think about it, right? I'm in a chat room with a woman, and I know she's of age. We talk about doing things and hanging out, and then you show up with condoms and weed brownies, and what are they going to convict me on rape? Right? No, right? Even if maybe that person does that possesses the intent to rape somebody, you're not going to get them on anything here, right? And so it's an area of the law where like it doesn't map on super well, because just the idea that you could show up and they go, well, it seems like you wanted to do it, and these things. Now a lot of the times these guys get caught with stuff on their computer, and these like basically probable cause kind of things. But I'm just saying, like, if you get into a courtroom and you have been indicted for pedophilia, or things related to pedophilia, I should say, that's it.
There's a saying that I've read somewhere that litigators talk about for criminal court. I wish I could remember the saying. It's not me saying, but it's basically like, essentially the entire fight happens in pretrial, like your evidentiary stuff. And it's like, those are all of your really hard battles. And then once you get to court, it's like, or once you're in trial, it's like what was allowed by the judge and what wasn't. And if you fucked up, if there's enough that's allowed in, especially for certain types of criminal cases, you're just completely and totally fucked.
Well, right, and there's that for sure, and then there's also just the prosecutorial economy of it, right? Where I'm sitting here, I've got 10 cases on my desk, 10 people accused, being accused of rape. I get to choose one, right? So it's going to be the best possible one. Now, the other side of that too is like there are jurisdictions where literally I can bring evidence that you were accused of being a of child sexual assault or things like that. I can just bring evidence that you were accused of that in the past, and that is evidence that can be used to convict you of a separate crime. Yes.
I thought the only I thought exclusively for evidentiary rules for criminal law, I thought that it could only be stuff that calls into question your character. So like evidence of you like committing perjury or lying or something.
Yes, in non-pedophile related cases, you are correct. Now,
are there a special rule for pedophile related stuff? Okay, maybe sure.
Well, it's basically like, one, there are special rules for it, and then two, appeals courts do not give a fuck. They are like, I don't care. Like I've literally written briefs where it's just like, hey, this isn't allowed under the rules, and they're like, yeah, I know, but that guy's a pedophile, so what do you want me to do about it?
Sure.
And so this is where you get into a lot of kind of like,
this is your discretion part,
right, and then also just like there's these laws that we have in place to keep society going, and then there's also like, we just fucking hate these people and we don't care how it happens, get them the fuck out of here. And so and even in modern times, whenever there's like all the court reporting and everything like that, doesn't matter. Like, sorry, there's I was doing a case where this guy was up for appeal, and we found out that he had a stepdaughter that he was doing stuff with. Never went to court. He never got charged with anything, never got convicted of anything. But we found out that there was a police investigation that happened. Or I should say they did, because I wasn't the prosecutor. They found out there was a police investigation that happened. So they went, they got everybody there to show up and testify in court about it and be like, yeah, this is what we found. And then they're like, well, but nothing ever got convicted. There's no confirmation of anything. They're like, yeah, but 10 years earlier, we did a huge investigation into him. It really seems like he's a pedophile. And you can't convict only based off of that, but you can introduce it as evidence, and you can use it to try to, support a claim against a guy. So I agree with you that there's high standards, but also like once you get into that courtroom, if there's any of those charges on you, like that's it, you're done. So yeah, just giving you some clarification on that stuff.
Not that I care or need it, but thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I know. Well, I mean, we're watching the video. I don't want you to.
Yeah.
I don't want you to get out here and let people feel confident about them, pedo baiting or whatever. So.
Gotcha.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
No. All right. Have a good one.
Yeah. Have fun. Bye.
Bye.
Messages.
Since the day you messaged him.
Look up FRE 404B. Other crimes, wrongs, or acts. Prohibited uses. Evidence of any other crime, wrong, or act is not admissible to prove a person's character in order to show that on a particular occasion the person acted in accordance with the character. Permitted uses. This evidence may be admissible for another purpose, such as proving motive, opportunity, intent, preparation, plan, knowledge, identity, absence of mistake, or lack of accident. Notice in a criminal case. In a criminal case, the prosecutor must provide reasonable notice of any such evidence that the prosecutor intends to offer at trial, so that the defendant has the opportunity to immediately, of course, articulate in the notice the permitted purpose for which the prosecutor intends to offer the evidence and the reasoning that supports the purpose, and do so in writing before trial or in any other form during trial if the court, for good cause, excuses lack of pretrial notice. Sure. Okay. I guess. Such as proving motive, opportunity, intent, preparation, plan, knowledge, identity, absence of mistake or lack of accident. I feel like this is what a lot of the pretrial fights are over permitting evidence. I remember watching the Rittenhouse one where they argued over like videos that could be submitted to show intent and whatnot. And some of those fights were pretty passionate, yeah.
Flirtatious messages.
Since the day you messaged me, I've been dreaming about sliding my cock deep.
How do we need? Okay, Jesus.
Deep inside that fresh pussy, just fucking away your innocence, showing you how a real man does it, pinning you against the bed and taking your virginity.
Thanks.
A while later, JiDion added EDP into his Discord, filled with kids, for a Q&A. And then when I told people like in the server that EDP texted me, JiDion quickly knew about it because his manager told him.
Oh
my
God,
government
no.
name is
And then they stopped it, or it's not going to be like, so we decided to use her as bait. I wonder if that could technically get you in trouble for trafficking. I don't have no idea.
Marcus Cousins III, but everybody on the internet knows me as JiDion. Yeah, this is like right when I saw the information, I was like, you know what? This is gonna be it, and I want.
Oh no! Oh God!
Make sure that I don't screw it up, so I hit up Skeet because he knows and he's actually gotten people prosecuted before.
My name is Skeeter Jean, also known as Skeet Hansen. I am a professional Chris Hansen impersonator on YouTube.
Oh man.
And I continued messaging him because it was very like encouraged for me to keep doing it. I didn't really want to, but I didn't want to disappoint anyone.
One thing you got to consider here too, I don't know how much the law considers, but like, one of the reasons why these are written the way they are is because, like, imagine if you just trafficked like a child, but then imagine you have some people in the background and you're like, listen up, this is what we're going to do, okay? We're going to say that we're investigating this other guy for pedophilia, so that if for some reason we ever get busted by the cops, we could just wheel this excuse out and say, actually, look, we were just going to bust this guy, and then you're like, scot-free. This is why Doobie's arguments for how he fucking was hoarding child porn and shit to turn the FBI is so fucking retarded. Like, you can't just like do crimes and then when the cops bust you, be like, oh no, look, I was just trying to catch other people. Like, we're good, right? They're like,
Anybody?
The way that ass looks in those leggings, I need you on top of me now. I've always wanted to be with a little emo girl.
because he sent me videos saying that he was gonna shoot me and kill me if I ever said anything.
See, Kayla, don't mean to scare you, but now I have to fucking shoot your ass. I have to critically injure you and possibly put you in the fucking hospital. If not worse. Not only that, I have to kill everybody.
It was
Seems a little bit
uncomfortable. Like there was days where I didn't even like want to leave my bed. And he was trying to fly me out to Vegas on my 16th birthday to give me, quote, birthday dick.
Well, I sent her a video of myself fucking masturbating, you know what I mean?
Jesus. What do you want me to say? Not good.
Well, I mean, the fact that she fucking asked for the fucking shit.
Oh no, they also solicited it from him instead of the other way around? That might
He
hurt.
sent me photos that were very explicit of him.
Or maybe not, I don't know.
I felt very uncomfortable, but I didn't really know what to do because I felt like it was encouraged by everybody. And yeah.
Hold on, I'm so confused right now. Wait.
When EDP sent me photos that were very explicit of him, I felt very uncomfortable, but I didn't really know what to do because I felt like it was encouraged by everybody. And yeah.
You also have to keep in mind as well that, like, there's a reason why. I know that, like, we meme and everything, but, like, there's a reason why minors are minors, right? These people are not fully developed. There's a whole bunch of other shit. High school is already, like, a mind-fuck time. You know, forget all the actual drama in your life that's going on and how young you are and inexperienced you are. There's also, you've got, like, your hormones and everything are blowing up and you're forming some of your first relationships. Like, there's so much shit going on. It's a little bit wild. I guess assuming people are saying that her and JiDion have different stories, but, I mean, assuming that's true, to pull somebody in on a thing like this is a pretty big... That's a pretty big thing. That's like a big burden for them on that.
She's all like, hey.
Does using a minor to debate someone count as a crime on its own? Surely encouraging a minor to debate someone has to be illegal. That would be my guess, is that it could theoretically be like a trafficking thing, but I don't know. I'd have to read the actual crimes or whatever.
Would you like to see a picture of my tits? Sure, why not? What the fuck, like, why the fuck are you even asking me that fucking shit? But sure, why not? So I did play a part in it too, okay? I'm looking like, sure, why not, you know? Yeah, the reason I let her send me those pictures is because I was horny as fucking beating my shit at the time.
Jesus.
I ain't gonna lie, bro, she has a, never mind, I ain't gonna say that. Go ahead.
You already started saying
Fine. Kayla got a motherfucking figure on her, okay? Like, let's be fucking honest here, okay? And, like, you know, she's over here, like, you know, trying to turn me on, you know, all this extra shit, you know what I mean? Teddy pics, you know, saying how she's gonna fucking suck me off when
Jesus
we fucking meet,
Christ.
calling me daddy and all this bullshit. Because in the moment, bro, you don't fucking care. You really don't. You know what I mean? You don't give a fuck about the consequences. You don't care about the rules. You know, and anybody that say that they do, they're fucking stupid. You know what I mean? They're lying to you. At that point in time, all rules are out the fucking window. You know what I mean? You don't give a fuck how old she is. You just trying to get your fucking nut in. You know, and after you know, fucking cream all over the goddamn floor, then you're like, oh shit, I fucked up bad. You know what I mean? Like, that's where, you know, it all comes into play. You know, what you just did was wrong, you know?
So I was like, okay, Skeet, how do we do this? And we just game planned it out, and we called multiple different law enforcement in her area, trying to set up like a sting operation, and then he backed out, you know? He got cold feet. He didn't want to meet her, you know? He was just...
I'm curious, like, when he says we contacted multiple law enforcement to see if they wanted to do a sting operation and they didn't follow up, did none of them bite? But they were going to go through it anyway for the memes? Like, I don't know.
You know, being EDP.
I was hoping to get a sting operation, but they kind of didn't want to do that because JiDion hired a private investigator that found EDP's apartment, his work, and his dialysis center. So on my birthday, they went to confront him.
After we realized that he wasn't going to drive to actually meet up with the girl, we set something up in Las Vegas, Nevada to try to confront him about what he had been doing online, messaging this girl.
Honda SUV? That looks like it? That's a Honda, bro.
Destiny, law enforcement organizations generally hate this kind of vigilante stuff. Yeah, I'm sure, because the people doing the vigilante stuff probably don't know all the rules, and if you fuck shit up in the beginning, everything can just get completely fucked up, right? Also, generally speaking, my understanding is I would be very, very, very surprised if law enforcement were to ever use an actual minor for any of these sting operations. I think they'd probably just use somebody who sounds young or looks young.
Oh my god, dear lord, it's EDP. It's EDP in the flesh. I love you, bro.
And as I'm walking into the dialysis center, these motherfuckers pop out the goddamn van.
Yo, what's up, Brian?
Right then and there, I was like,
again?
Give me Kayla's address, because I'm about to hop in this car and I'm about to go blow this bitch's brains out.
He's texting me right now, so he told me, fuck you, bitch.
I don't give a fuck if you're a minor. I don't give a fuck. Oh, well, you know, she's just a girl. You can't be doing that shit. Bitch, you gotta die.
He cussed me out. He told me to, I believe, he told me to kiss his ass.
Like, that's actually a really good point, too, right? Like, fuck this girl. No, I'm just kidding. Imagine you do something like this, and for whatever reason, they don't get convicted, the cops don't pick it up, you fuck the trial up, or imagine they do, and then they go to jail for 5 years, and they come out. Now it's like, was a 15-year-old really able to sit and think, do I really want to try to be involved in putting somebody in prison for such a serious thing, such that when this motherfucker gets out, they might come for my head next? Like, I don't know, man. That's pretty spooky. That's a pretty huge commitment to make at however the fuck old, at 15 years old.
2 years ago, you were caught.
Kiss my ass.
And
The whole meetup was underwhelming, Like, he just went inside.
Brian, it's disappointing.
He said 2 words and then he walked right in.
Basically, what's going through my mind, don't say a fucking word.
We really do just want to have just a civil conversation.
They ain't got shit on you. As long as you don't say a word, you good to go.
Brian, Bryant. Don't be like this, Bryant. I just have a few questions.
It's an embarrassing clown show. He says the same thing over and over again. The way this investigation, it's not really an investigation, but the way this was conducted makes it unprosecutable. And you've got Skeet or whatever his name is, who's clowning around, taking my lines, I suppose, and murdering them with a guy in a cupcake outfit.
Oh, no.
There's no serious attitude here. It's a clown show. And it resulted in nothing.
I think there possibly maybe could have been different results in this case if me and JiDion did not confront EDP or take the situation into our hands at all. That's a hard maybe, though. And, that way, obviously, there's no content there, so it's like,
Most viewed predator catching channel.
What's your opinion on Skeeter Gene?
I don't know Skeeter Gene. He reached out to me some time ago to collaborate, and it's not something I would ever do.
Why not?
Because I don't need to. I mean, I don't need to create a clown show with somebody who is merely seeking to get fame and clicks and views on YouTube. I have my own team, my own way of doing things.
Damn.
And it produces justice.
Damn.
The rest of these clowns, they're out there goofing around.
Yeah, it did definitely change my opinion on him a bit because I think he was a bit hypocritical with a statement that he made. He said that I was just doing this for clicks, views, and ad revenue, basically. I mean, are you telling me that P's not doing it for the same reasons? I would really like to ask Chris Hansen that if he weren't being paid for his work, would he still do it?
I mean, I don't mind it when people are goofy, but like you should be self-aware about it. To say that these guys have like some deep-seated interest in helping children and all that, like it's just like a super memeable event. You can you can always tell by the attitudes and the dispositions of the people too, where it's like these are like hype moments and shit, and they're like the virtue signaling, and it's like it feels like it's just kind of like a goofy, fun thing to catch people who are obviously horrible people and then like make content out of it. That is what it kind of feels like. I've watched a lot of those, or not a lot, I guess, but back in the day when Vitaly used to do them on, was it on Kick or Twitch? I think it was on Kick. Which is like, you know, that it is what it is. But if the entertainment factor for you is actually cause you to compromise on, you know, actually catching people that could be, you know, legitimately hunting down like mega minors to fuck, that's probably not good, I would say. Probably not a good thing.
If it was legal, would you have had sex with Kayla Haskins?
If it was legal? Oh, I would have fucking turned that ass out. I would have fucking ate her ass out, my nigga, and made a funnel cake about her shit. You know what I mean?
Jesus Christ. Apparently Vitaly is still doing them.
I feel like I was a victim of EDP, but I think I was mainly a victim. This is gonna sound crazy, but mainly a victim of JiDion in a way. I feel like for a long time I was his like little puppet.
In what way were you his puppet?
I feel like I was his puppet because I was just like kind of doing the things he demanded me to do.
JiDion denies these allegations.
I feel like I am a victim of JiDion because he encouraged me to keep talking to a pedophile.
Every single time we would talk to her, I would ask her if she's okay.
Are you sure you're good? Like, I want to make sure you're okay, because I know like this could be really, really... Are you sure you're good?
She was like, no, I'm okay, I'm okay. I want to get him arrested. I want to get him arrested.
I told you.
I mean, don't take this the wrong way, but we're talking about a crime right now that has to do largely with the inability of a minor to fully understand the ramifications of what they're doing, right? This is why the concept of like consent is kind of like hollow. So we ideally we flesh this out more with the concept of like informed consent, right? So like, can a 15-year-old consent to sex? Sure. But can they have like an informed consent where they understand the full ramifications of what they're doing? Well, as society, we've decided at 15, no, not as much. So if we've decided that at 15, you can't make those decisions, how would you have the wherewithal to be able to know whether or not you're really okay pursuing like a criminal investigation, which is probably like an even harder choice, right? Like how many people are adults who don't feel comfortable turning in partners or friends who rape them or, you know, sexually abuse them in other ways? Like it's a lot. That's like a big... Like, I'm just saying it's a lot to ask of like a 15-year-old. Like, can you? And then also, man, I'm so curious where the crime is for all of this. Like, imagine you have a 15-year-old girl and you're like, yo, so he's sending you his pics of his throbbing cock, right? Can you go ahead and send me like the dick pics that he's sending you, a minor, a child? Yeah, show me which ones. Yeah, what are the okay? And then you're like just those conversations are like, god damn, like you're basically. Aren't you kind of like doing the thing as well? Like, aren't you doing the thing? like, aren't you doing the kind of, you know? I don't know, man.
JiDion.
I want to get him arrested. I want to get him arrested.
I told JiDion every single time that EDP would send me dick pics, but he would never tell me to like block him or anything.
I want you to block him on your phone, right?
But we would tell her, if you're going to keep on talking to him, don't talk sexual. And please don't send any explicit photos.
No, I did not send EDP any pictures of me that were nude. What did happen when he asked me for them was that JiDion got like a lookalike of me, and I kind of photoshopped her face into Google pictures.
Like, what are we doing here? At some point, what's going on? What are we doing here? What's going on here, man? But apparently JiDion has a response to send a response video, so.
And she told me something about like her like looking up like something in photoshopping, and I was like, okay, no, like do not do that. To my knowledge, I never knew that she actually sent anything because I never seen any images of that.
Okay.
But she sent something explicit.
Yeah, Kayla Hoskins actually sent me a picture of her tit. You know, she didn't Photoshop a goddamn thing. She literally sent me fucking nudes of her fucking tits. I feel like she's a fucking scam artist. I feel like she's a bitch. I feel like she's very stuck up. She's very conniving.
So I'd like to let the viewers know that I don't know what they're gonna say, but don't believe it. Because I have proof. I'm just too scared to show the proof because JiDion has a big audience and I don't want them to attack me. But I could show some of the proof.
Well,
proof of him kind of encouraging it, proof of him.
Maybe she's sort of using the whole situation as leverage to boost her music career and such. So, you know, again, while she's technically, she's a victim, I think she's kind of using the whole situation as leverage to gain followers.
now, wasn't that one crazy bitch trying to destroy David's career? That 13-year-old that was like, I'm going to expose you to the world? I'm just saying something. No, I'm just kidding. This is crazy, guys, okay? Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ.
A little bit.
Now, me personally, am I an opportunist? Yes, I am. But I don't think there's anything wrong with that, as long as you're not harming anybody. And I don't think I was harming anybody. And especially when you're my age, if you're 16, people are going to think that you're young and dumb. So you kind of have to be an opportunist. You have to make your own opportunities. You cannot be waiting for them. But this entire situation was, but I don't. Now, me personally, am I an opportunist? Yes, I am. But I don't think there's anything wrong with that, as long as you're not harming anybody. And I don't think I was harming anybody. And especially when you're my age, if you're 16, people are going to think that you're young and dumb. So you kind of have to be an opportunist. You have to make your own opportunities. You cannot be waiting for them. But this entire situation was not that at all.
Okay. Oh, see, she's 18 now, so it's okay.
So you committed another crime. You got caught, but yet got lucky again.
Yeah, it's a crime. Got lucky again. Me personally, I feel like the reason why they didn't do anything is because I feel like, you know, God sees all, right? He sees my mistakes. Obviously, I've been punished by him. Others have been punished by him and stuff. I feel like he saw Kayla and JiDion's master plan. And so therefore he intervened and saved my ass once the fuck again, you know what I mean?
It's a take.
And I'm beyond grateful for that, you know?
Thank you, Jesus.
So God saved you from going to jail.
Yes. God saved me from going to jail.
He said the reason he didn't go to jail the second time is because God was watching over him.
What do you think about that?
So kind of a wild statement, maybe?
That wasn't no God watching over him, bro. That's Satan.
Did Satan win here then? Isn't that kind of a...
Jake, I might need that water, bro. Yeah, sorry about that, man.
How are things with your health?
Not good, apparently.
How are things with my health? Well, in 2022, I was working security at a dispensary, and I started itching uncontrollably. I was starting to like...
Ooh. What minor house episodes? Liver failure?
You know, spit up black shit. When I went to go fucking beat my shit, red fucking cum was coming out of my fucking cock and shit, which I knew wasn't, you know, fucking healthy. You know what I mean? Like, it's never healthy. And I got diagnosed with end-stage kidney failure, which is like stage 5.
Ooh.
If I were to miss a treatment...
How? What does that mean? That's not just from being fat, right? He was on dialysis. Okay, I heard the dialysis earlier. A lot of weird blood stuff I thought is like, I don't, actually, never mind. I was gonna say clotting factors and stuff, but I guess like blood in your urine would be probably kidney shit, huh?
The chances of me dying would be about like, maybe like 65 to 70%.
How old is he too? Like in his late 30s, early 40s?
So I can't miss a treatment ever. You know what I mean? So, Health issues have been a major issue.
Untreated diabetes and high blood pressure. He developed diabetes at, I guess he's like super mega obese. They said 35 at the start of the doc. Okay. Damn though, type 2 diabetes from at 35? Damn.
I tell them all the time, they're all like, oh, well, you know, your fluid intake is off the fucking charts. You need to start.
Type 2 at 35 is not abnormal. I mean, I just Googled, that's the thing. It said type 2, the average age of onset occurs between 45 and 64. Large health surveys report a general average diagnosis age in the mid-45s to mid-50s. 35 is quite early, even if you're obese. But maybe for mega obese, I guess, obviously, the earlier it can... Oh, in fact, 35 is considered early onset type 2 diabetes.
Start eating healthier, blah, blah, blah. And I'm looking like, listen, bitch, I'm over here fucking grinding this shit out with 2 jobs, working 20-hour fucking days. And I'd be lying to you if I told you, oh, yeah, I'm about to go eat a beautiful ass Greek salad. Like, no, bitch, there ain't no fucking Greek salads out there. It's like motherfuckers is eating hot dogs and burgers and shit, you know what I mean? Because that's what's convenient for you, you know?
Damn.
And that's the thing that for you. And that's the thing that really just frustrates the fuck out of me sometimes, because they paint these unrealistic ass expectations on me, you know? Say so for example, today is what, Friday? Mm-hmm. If I miss this appointment, I'll probably be dead by Monday. That's how bad it is. Oh, well, you're supposed to eat better. Motherfucker, I can't meal prep for 20 hours. I'm not even at fucking home most of the damn time. So it's like, am I supposed to sit in this fucking car and starve, nigga, for like, come on, bitch. It's fucking unrealistic as fuck, you know?
True.
I know this is kind of a reckless way to live life, but at the end of the day, I'm just like, you know what, nigga, fuck it. Whatever happens, happens, you know what I mean? I'm tired of like, one thing I'm not going to do
is live like a bitch.
Is live my life in fear.
Hell yeah.
You can't. Like, I can't. If I lived my life in fear, I wouldn't be making this fucking documentary. We wouldn't be making this documentary, you know what I mean? You know,
doing dialysis for that long sounds so much worse than just managing your diet. Well, so I don't know if kidneys are the first thing to get fucked up, but the issue is that if your kidneys are not functioning properly, you've got a bunch of shit floating around in your blood that is not getting filtered out, and that could kill you. So the dialysis is to clean your blood. Your blood has to be cleaned. Obviously, improving your diet and everything would be good too, but especially if you already got, depending on how bad your type 2 diabetes is, there are just going to be things that your body can't deal with, right? Like your blood sugar is always going to be super elevated because your cells aren't responding well to the insulin anymore. And the high blood sugar is like a poison in your body that adversely impacts every single organ system and every single appendage and everything else. It's just like really, really, really bad.
And that's the issue. A lot of people, they expect you to live your life in fear, especially with everything that's going on.
Damn, stage 5 kidney failure. I don't know what the stages mean. Are his kidneys like shot like dead? So type 2 diabetic and completely, like how long does it take for type 2 diabetes to kill your kidneys? My guess is at least a couple of years. It doesn't happen overnight. That's crazy. Jesus.
On and, you know, getting told this shit, you know. Had a few people blowing me the fuck up. Oh, how could you do it?
That is
how
end
could
stage.
You get caught again?
End stage meaning that the kidney, the functionality will never come back. Like they're just at that point they need a transplant or they have to be on dialysis forever. The kidney failure could be unrelated to the diabetes. Yeah, that's true too. Wait, did it say he had diabetes? Or are we just assuming that? It said type 2, didn't it? I think it did. Less than 15% function. Yeah. So it could be unrelated. But then having diabetes will make it rough as well. I think when you begin to develop diabetes, your kidneys can filter out excess blood sugar a little bit, but they're not designed to, and it's like, I think it's pretty rough for them to do it. This is why sometimes you'll read like a meme post on Reddit where my significant other pissed in my mouth and I noticed that it tasted like candy, and that's when we realized they had fucking diabetes because there's sugar being filtered through the kidneys or whatever. But I think it's pretty rough on them.
And you know all that bullshit, right? And I knew right then and there, it's time to stop running from this shit. It's time to
go on The Biggest Loser.
Start taking accountability.
Oh shit.
Start owning up to it. Let's go to therapy and let's try to get help for this situation, because obviously something isn't right.
What in your words isn't right?
At that point in time, it's not right to have a sexual attraction to minors.
My name is Kara. I am a marriage and family therapist. I work with adults, couples, and families. Bryant is my client, and I've been working with him individually. For Bryant, when Bryant came in, the first thing that we got through was just getting to know him. I needed to learn about his history. I needed to learn what he went through, his perspective on it. Whether people agree or disagree, he has his perspective on it, and it's my job to understand that perspective.
I go to therapy, first overall session. I tell my therapist, listen, I was involved in sexting and talking to underage minors. Obviously, I'm aware that this is wrong. This is a fucking crime, and I would like for you guys to help me.
So, we discussed what happened. We discussed his feelings about what happened, the shame, guilt associated with something like that. And then we dig into motivations. And once we've discovered motivations, we've dug into, okay, well, why are those motivations attractive to you? What is it about it? But he has been very honest with me about a reason, and we've connected it to something that he really needs to work on and explore. But I feel strongly that it's his job to say why to the world. Alrighty, so how are we feeling when it comes to
Jesus.
Yeah, I mean, it's the thing is like when particularly in like whole like sexting minors and all that bullshit, right? You in the back of your head, it's wrong. You know what I mean? But at the same time, it's like that sense of doubt where it's like, maybe this shit could be real. That's the part that ends up fucking you in the end, you know what I mean?
Real, do you mean you wanted more, did you want a relationship?
Yeah, basically, yeah, you know what I mean? Like,
it turned into something legitimate?
Yeah, like the whole... If you heard the way she was talking to me on the phone, you would be like, oh shit, like, finally has a girlfriend. Oh, wait, hold up.
She said finally has a girlfriend. So you were kind of feeling like, I might finally have something.
Correct.
Romantic, so what was it like to find out? I would say that none of us can predict the future. I would like to believe that he would not do it again. What I can say is that we are not suggesting that he quit therapy anytime soon.
Oh shit! He's not there anymore. He got better. Yes, that's good.
In a way, I'm kind of glad that this whole incident did happen, because it got me to understand and to realize who my true friends are.
Sorry. It's not funny, but...
Friends are loyal, friends are kind, friends are always on your mind. When I'm with my friends, I'm feeling fine.
It's because it's ABBA.
Well,
Just
James,
kidding,
go by Jimmy. Been a friend of Bryant's since technically middle school, into high school, and into adulthood. Never a dull moment being friends with EDP. There's always some kind of funny shit going on. Meaning just one of the coolest cats I know.
I love my friends.
I would say EDP is completely innocent. Basically, he was just set up on some bullshit.
Jesus.
I mean, We've all texted
Now
back.
that's a real friend right there. Hassan's like, I need to make friends with this guy. This is the kind of loyalty he needs. Oh my God. It was some bullshit. That 15-year-old was a bitch. Jesus Christ.
Somebody we had no business texting back. EDP is not a pedophile. He's never been a pedophile. He doesn't look at children in that way or young people in that way. I have 2 children. I would let both my children be around EDP, even if they were alone.
My favorite way to play with kids is to joke around and tickle them. You know what I mean? Make them laugh. Give them fart bubbles, I guess. Well, they call it raspberries. It's like if you hold up the kid's stomach and if you like that, you know what I mean? Some of the things I like to do when playing with kids is like I like to sidewalk slam them up on the couch, power slam them up on the couch. Hell, sometimes if I'm crazy as fuck enough, I'll jump off the goddamn wall unit and do a Shawn Michaels elbow drop on the motherfuckers. Yeah, I just enjoy like wrestling with them and being goofy, you know. Have they started teaching you guys about the solar system? You're like, what the fuck is that, right? All 9 planets actually spin around the sun.
9?
To anybody who thinks that it's weird for me to play...
Oh, I'm just because he's counting himself. Just kidding. I'm sorry. That's my only fat joke for this. I'm sorry.
Like being around kids. You guys can lick my ass and suck my fucking balls. You guys can go fuck yourself, in other words.
Jesus.
Sorry about that. Bitches, hoe, tramp, slut, hermaphrodites, transvestites, you know what I mean? Basically, they would get their motherfucking ass beat. This is my certified
bitch list.
EDP certified bitch list.
If you're on the bitch list, you're definitely a bitch, right?
Let's get on into the first one. Penguin Zero. This motherfucker's a goddamn disgrace to fucking humankind. It looked like this motherfucker ain't washed his ass. Hi, everybody. Go suck a dick, bitch. Next up, we got Keemstar. His content sucks ass, has no fucking talent, just a fucking lowlife. Oh, let's see here. The next fucking Moot.
Oh, no.
Get off my fucking nuts before I piss on your face on some R. Kelly shit, okay? HamasPiker, your typical fucking liberal, far left, goddamn socialist. Next up, we got Asmongold. Look like you saw a fucking ghost. Matter of fact, fuck a ghost, nigga. What you need to see is a goddamn cleaning service, my nigga, to clean that dirty ass, junky ass motherfucking house, bro.
Damn.
Aiden Ross. Typical bitch, Jufro, toss his motherfucking ass up in the goddamn ashtray, nigga, with the rest of his fucking ancestors. Fuck him. These hoes right the fuck here are the exact reason why this world is fucked and men disrespect the living shit out of fucking women.
Who is this? Oh, she did something wrong and did a ukulele song. I remember that.
QC. Bitch, speak the fuck up. I always thought this guy was a bitch. We got Destiny. Probably gets fucking pine cones and tubas rammed up his fucking ass. Oompaville.
Oh, well, so that wasn't that mean.
He just Ethan Klein.
wants to talk about
I think
sex.
his wife, his girlfriend, whoever the fuck it is. I think she's very beautiful. I think she could do way better than this motherfucking loser. Listen, man, you can come on up over my house and I can give your ass some real good fucking dick instead of fucking with this punk ass nigga. And that wraps up my certified bitches of YouTube.
How would you describe your sex life?
Oh, my sex life is fucking great. Let me see. I sit on this piece of couch right here. I whip my dick out, I jack off, and that's my sex life. As far as me actually fucking bitches, shit, I only had sex once in my life, and it felt like I was fucking a Brillo pad. My fucking dick is still sore from that shit. So the thing is like, I've been looking for a girlfriend for almost 5 to 6 years. It's been a while. It's been a journey. I'm the type of person that I know what the hell that I want. I'm not going to sit back and, settle for less or take fucking crumbs off the goddamn table. You know what I mean? Oh yeah, there's this chick, right? She bad as hell. She's cute. She loves you. She likes you. But she has 3 kids. Nah, I'm good, bro. Fuck that. I ain't even gonna try to fucking deal with that fucking shit. Dude, I know that's a fucking nightmare.
I mean, technically, that's like a responsible statement from him, right?
I more so like Facebook dating as opposed to other apps like fucking Bumble,
I don't fuck with Grindr because I'm not fucking gay.
Makes sense.
I definitely think being gay is a fucking mental disorder. Nigga, there's something wrong with you. There's a few screws loose in your motherfucking head. I don't know why people are gay. I really fucking don't. You know, hey Mike, what you doing tonight? Nothing. All right, cool. You mind if I come over to your hotel room and eat your ass out? How type of fucking gay ass shit is that? No, fuck that. I ain't with that gay shit, my nigga. I'm straight as fuck. You feel me? Yeah, it's yeah, it's definitely a fucking mental disorder. You know.
You know, this chick ain't the motherfucking, oh yeah, fuck this, man. This is this ratchet ass bitch. Yeah, fuck all that. Look at the motherfucking duck lips, my nigga. Guess how many kids she have?
1, 2,
5.
No, not even close.
3,
7.
Not even close.
4,
not even close.
Oh my god.
5,
not even close.
6,
you're almost there.
7,
no.
8.
She has 8 fucking kids, bro.
God damn.
Single mom to 8 motherfucking kids.
What's wrong with 8 kids?
Well,
I thought you said you like to play with kids and shit.
not that many.
Looking for a man who knows how to properly treat a lady. Bitch, you didn't properly treat your fucking uterus, my nigga. Because your pussy is gauged the fuck open, man.
I mean, to be fair, this guy's kidneys are dying. I mean, she doesn't need dialysis for her uterus, right? If anything, it sounds like her uterus is working quite well if she's put 8 children through it. Jesus.
Holy fuck, dude. Yeah, so right now, getting ready for work. A long ass fucking day, man. Had dialysis. I worked the night shifts. I've always been a night person. Man, where the fuck's my phone at, man? Get our ass up and go to fucking work, you know what I mean? Unlike you motherfuckers, I actually have a fucking job, actually do shit with my life. Well, I mean, the thing is, dude, it's like I know where Alex Rosen lives. I have his address. I know exactly where he lives.
Yeah.
I could have easily just loaded up a rifle, came and just murdered that nigga in cold blood. Could have fucked him up.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Would you?
That's a vibe.
No, because I don't want to go to fucking prison, but I mean, I had some thoughts of doing that shit.
What if you could get away with it?
Oh, of course.
Well, I mean, everybody's got somebody like that in their life, right? No?
These job sites where I work at, man, I could easily kill somebody, bury him, and get away with it, dude. Like, ain't shit out there, you know what I mean? Just fucking
guys?
strap this fucking suppressor on.
Jeez.
Put 2 in your fucking chest, my nigga. Throw some dirt up over your ass and go on about my fucking day.
Oh, I've seen The Wire.
Yeah, so I mean, you know, 8 grand, 7-8K up in the bank, about what, 25K in debt, so about what, like 17K up in the hole. I'll pay you, bitch, when the fuck I can. That's the way I fucking see it, so fuck it. So pretty much, shit, my big ass is about to go hop up in the bed, you feel me? Let my titties hang out and call it a night. Yeah, so I have dreams probably about maybe twice, sometimes even 3 times a week of me viciously killing people, viciously slaughtering people. I would cut motherfuckers' tongues out. I would fucking, I would put a hole up in the motherfucker's chest and I would throw him in a fucking in like a pit of fire. I had dreams about killing JiDion, killing Alex Rosen, Cold Raven, whoever the fuck you want to mention, Steve or G or John, whatever the fuck his name is. Shit, I had a goddamn dream of waterboarding fucking Kayla's ass and washing all the makeup off and shit. You know what I mean? That was my torture method of get all that shit off and, you know, maybe if I'm feeling generous, I might throw the bitch out the fucking window. You know what I mean? So when I'm looking for girls, I'm pretty much going to look for like a 3 or a 4. You know, if I'm lucky, a fucking 5. Shit, but I don't think I'm that goddamn lucky. So about like a 3, 4. You know what I mean? Yeah, people always say that shit like, oh, there's somebody out there for everybody. Okay, cool, bitch. Well, I'm waiting 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 fucking years. Like, keep putting yourself out there, you keep getting fucking denied. It's like, what the fuck, you know? Some of my pictures, you know, me rocking the 1960 throwback at dialysis, out here rocking the Oakleys and shit, looking clean as fuck, you know what I mean? Out of all my matches, the one that I'm most interested in is, she actually gave me her number. Her name is Sharon, she's 42.
What do you like about Sharon?
I love a girl that wears fucking glasses. Like whenever you have on glasses, like, motherfucker like that, like, captivates the fucking soul. She has that fucking look about her, like, here, let me show you. This is fucking gorgeous as shit. Like, I don't give a fuck what nobody says.
You guys heard me shit on all these motherfuckers, you know, people who I would kill, burn, torture, stab. I want to introduce you guys to the real fucking gangsters of the fucking internet, you know what I mean? First up, we got Andrew Tate. He likes to preach about men and women not being equal, because they're not fucking equal. Next up, we got my motherfucking main bitch, Donald fucking Trump. We got my man, Joe Rogan. This guy's a fucking beast, man. I love this bald-headed ass bitch, you know what I mean? We got Fresh and Fit. In his podcast, he's always shitting on fucking women. Yeah, it's fucking, I love that bitch. Andrew Tate's brother, so yeah, you already fucked. That's enough said. On to my motherfucking main nigga, Ben Shapiro. Listen to him, and you'll be great in life. Sneeko, guy is cool as fuck. Sneeko, if you're watching this shit, come on out to Vegas, man. I'll treat you to some fucking tacos. Next up, we got Pearl Davis. Love this hoe, because she shits on women, and she is a fucking woman, you know what I mean? These are the certified OGs of the internet, and I couldn't imagine a world without them.
OGs?
As you guys know, I've been single for a while. Dating apps, Facebook dating, Bumble. I would say Grindr, but I'm not fucking gay, but, you know, I don't fuck around like that, you know. But I've finally hit the jackpot, and I would like to introduce my beautiful girlfriend, Marissa. You know, the thing I really love about Marissa...
Do you think they ever, like, share dialysis tips with each other? I'm just kidding.
Most is that she's always, she's very thoughtful. She's always thinking about me. She's always trying to make sure that I'm okay. And not to mention, she's also very...
You ever wonder, like, the morality of putting out, like, a documentary like this? Like, you have to consider that the entire world is going to watch what you've made. What do you think is your responsibility for all the motherfuckers that would watch this and see that even EDP has a girlfriend? How many people would kill themselves after watching something like this? What do you think?
Funny.
My name is Marissa, and I am Brian's girlfriend. So Brian and I met on a dating site, and after having some conversation online, we decided to go out to dinner and just kind of meet that way. You know, we were able to just really hit it off. We compliment each other a great deal, and we just have a lot of great time together. He's a genuine, great guy. He really is. He really has a huge heart, and it's a side that people don't get to know about him very often. And I was fortunate enough to have that opportunity. I was fortunate enough to be able to find the true person that he really was. And it's been an attraction of mine ever since.
She's always there for me, and she's always trying to push me to get better. Sometimes when I don't see the potential in myself, she's always there seeing it. That's something that I really enjoy about her.
So how was the sex?
I think, how do I want to say that? It is something that definitely...
Oh, man.
It's a situation where Not that we don't want to.
I've been with what's her face, Marissa, for almost a fucking year now, right? Still ain't gotten shit. Ain't that a bitch? You know what I mean? Like, come on, nigga. You know what I mean? That's why, my God, she gets mad at me, right? My God, you're so gross. Why do you watch porn? Blah, blah, blah. Because you ain't giving it the fuck up. So I gotta watch porn. Matter of fact, I got a fucking pocket pussy coming, shit, in the mail. I'm gonna fuck the shit out that bad bitch tonight. Feel me? I might take it to work with me. I don't know, like, I just, like, whenever I'm bored, like, I'll just turn on, like, the porn sites and shit.
Addicted to porn and a pedophile? That's a dangerous combination right there. Just kidding,
And
video
I just
games.
want to see a chick just getting just shit, just fucking pounded out the bitch. You know what I mean? Just getting, like, turned the fuck out, you know what I mean? Fucking a bitch's innocence away, you know? The porn addiction definitely affects my sexual performance. Definitely. And that's just keeping it honest with you, you know? The shit's about to go down, nigga, we're about to have sex, alright, cool. My shit cannot get hard in front of no chick. I don't give a fuck how bad the bitch is. I love when bitches are milking their own tits.
Jesus Christ. Do we really need this level of detail?
More than
Do we
likely,
need that?
Man, they just had a fucking kid, but they got like some big ass tits, man. They're like milking the shit and spraying it all over the fucking screen and shit. I actually do fuck with lesbian porn sometime. Really? Lesbian porn is some good shit. Now, when I say that, there's a difference between lesbian porn and gay porn. I'm not fucking with no fag shit. Yeah, fuck all that.
He is super gay. Oh my God, what if the sense of having a boyfriend?
Faggot, I'm not a homo. And, oh yeah, I'm gonna let a guy fuck me in the ass. He's really hot though. I don't give a shit. Like, what the fuck? Like, I'm cool as fuck. Like, nah, nigga, I'm straight. I'm not attracted to dicks, bro. I'm just fucking not, man. I am, like, sexually fucking attracted to girls, bro, to women, my nigga. Grindr is a gay app. It's a app for gay men. Grindr is gay as fuck. I do not use that fucking... fuck that. I don't use that fucking bullshit. Have I ever had any gay thoughts or fantasies? No. The only gay shit that I've ever came close to doing was probably shoving the broomstick up my ass.
That seems a little bit hardcore, but okay.
Hey Siri, can you Google the nearest gay sauna? What kind of bullshit is that?
Andrew Tate, Joe Rogan, Donald Trump, they like to pretend that they're not watching porn, but let's be fucking real, bitch. You know goddamn well your ass is watching fucking porn. You know damn well, nigga, when the cameras ain't on, or when you in your hot tub or whatever, my nigga, you like to go ahead, pull your pants down, and just rub one the fuck out. And I'm not talking shit. I don't want Andrew Tate to look at this video or this documentary and think that I'm talking shit. Motherfucker, I idolize you, bro. You feel me? But come on, nigga, like... Let's keep it a buck, my nigga. That's not bullshit. Come on now. Jordan Peterson, you definitely watch porn. Come on, nigga. Let's stop lying. The craziest place I actually did beat my shit is in a fucking Walgreens bathroom. I stole a magazine off the rack.
Oh, God.
And I went in that bitch and I just started fucking letting my shit have it up in that bathroom. I ain't give a fuck. In the girls' bathroom, by the way.
Why the girls' bathroom?
I wanted to make it... Well, I beat off in the girls' bathroom because I wanted to make it that much more fucking pleasurable and fucking intense.
Because the girls would be around?
Hell yeah. You already fucking know. Some weird shit.
That is a little weird.
Oh, well, fuck it.
So he wouldn't sext a 13-year-old?
Brian absolutely would not sext a 13-year-old.
Would Brian send a video of him masturbating to a 13-year-old?
The Brian that I know absolutely would not send masturbating videos to underage minors. The Brian that I know is not attracted to children and is not a pedophile.
Oh.
I decided to break up with Marissa simply
No!
because she just irritates the fuck out of me, man. Like, there are just some things, man, where I'm just like... Marissa was very fucking annoying.
It's over now, guys.
Annoying as fuck. And there's just certain shit that she did, it just bothered me. You know what I mean? I'd rather be on my fucking own, beat my shit, fuck around, watch porn, call it a fucking day, you know?
Man discovers what. Just kidding. Never mind. That's mean. But.
Yeah.
We love women
I'm
here.
choosing a new outfit for her.
Oh shit! He trimmed his toenails. Okay. Jesus. Oh.
So
Okay.
the
Yeah. You know.
Girlfriend really came about when I was.
Hello?
Hi. What's up?
Just a public announcement. I wanted to hop on to chat about shit.
Yes, the
But
machine.
then I was like, what are you doing though?
Oh, we're watching. It was a video on Ukraine-Russian stuff. What were you saying?
Yeah.
Sorry. What's up?
My god, I have cancer now. I watched it like 10 minutes of this video. What is this shit?
This is America. What do you want me to say?
Is this America?
This is America. What do you want me to say?
My god. I think I'm traumatized. More than I ever was in my entire life. So
Well.
there you go.
Yeah. Anyway, what's up?
Not much, you know, it's your fault I can't unsee this fucking guy now. And yeah, it's what I'm gonna think about. If I'm gonna be killed today, this night, then that's the last thing I will think about. How awful is that?
Well, that's our cultural contribution to the world. I wish I had something else to say about it, but I'm sorry.
I mean, mostly I just been watching like some stuff you'd been doing about the socialist debates about the whole fucking whether they should be in a party or not, all that.
Mm-hmm.
It has been very, very frustrating. So I don't know. I'm more doomer than I ever was, to be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah. I thought you will be convincing to people, but it doesn't seem so. So I'm like, you, Wick, I guess, and Moot, obviously, are recently a debate legend, apparently.
Yeah.
And that's about it, really. Hutch is semi there, I guess. Semi.
Mm-hmm.
But do we have any other soldiers on the frontiers?
Loner box.
Oh yeah, Loner Box. Yeah, Loner Box is there. But I kind of consider him more like a leftist than a liberal, but I guess he's now more of a liberal considering how shit is going down.
Or I think he's like, you might not like this, but like, I think he is kind of like a leftist, but he's like pretty aware of everything and he doesn't like lie. Like, I don't think he's like a leftist insofar as he wants to do like the subversive political programming, which I mean, like,
I'm pretty sure when last time when we spoke way back, he said he denounced the label of socialism.
Oh,
So,
interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah, he's no longer associates with that. But you kind of can be a leftist without being like a full-on socialist. So I don't know.
Sure.
Yeah, it's so that's that's so to the left of the lib, I guess. That's about it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mostly he said that when we spoke that Ukraine was the stuff that like entirely turned him off of socialist label because of the the reaction to 22 in particular of majority of his socialist like people he knew.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be it probably. And now it's like the Jew stuff as well. It's not something that he likes to associate himself with, obviously.
Sure. It is really like, and I'm not asking for sympathy or anything because I understand that, yeah, you guys are the last ones to give it, but like, we do live like in such an environment in the United States that for a lot of our high school education, we really don't learn anything about the Cold War, except that like the America was really bad, and we learned that the Nazis were bad, and then we learned that we had like McCarthyism where we were mean to socialists, and then that's basically all we ever learn about any of it. So, and then if you enter like the real political world in the United States, the only thing you learn is that apparently every single Democrat is a communist because that's what every single Republican calls like Barack Obama.
Yeah,
Hillary Clinton.
I know
Yeah.
that. But,
So
like, it's not an excuse
No,
for
yeah, it's
people
not.
who especially...
But when I look at people like when I think of
for-
people like Pisco or Josiah or whatever, like I don't think these people are thinking like, fuck, I think the Soviet Union was good. I think they really just think that all of it is just super overblown and like there's no way that it's really
yeah,
this
but that's
crazy.
how they sneak in, though. That's
I
the
know,
problem. Like,
yeah.
I know that. Yeah, I know. I don't suspect goddamn like Pisco or Josiah to be like fucking Stalinists in disguise. I'm just saying that it's just that they're still. I think you're like very adamant on that point, but I super agree with it, and I appreciate that you are not duped by it. That people like them are not may not be fucking socialists, but they 100% don't think it's that bad.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, they wouldn't be. That's why you like hammer them with fucking nuke fuentes or Nazi like shit, and they're like, no, those guys are too far away from my like morals or my views or my ideals or whatever. But apparently, Stalinist isn't.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's all the answer. I guess you wanna. Yeah, also, like I heard you speak a little bit with another dude who wasn't like super awful, but. Fuck, I forgot what his name was on the week.
Oh no.
I didn't watch the whole thing though.
Not Jolah.
That guy, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, the Jolah guy. Is he awful?
Just we're done with that arc. we're yes, but that's okay. If you don't think he is right now,
You're
just don't
done?
look at. Yeah, we're done with that person. But
I had no idea. I know nothing about him except that little like a pick up of the conversation I saw. So what the fuck is wrong with him? Is he also a secret tanky or like?
No, I think he just I think it's another person who just doesn't think that like they just think that all this stuff is kind of like overblown. But there's like there's a weird thing that happens where the biggest issue that I have, like even if you think it's overblown, that's fine. But these people end up being so poisoned against any sort of criticism of these other people, they run a lot of cover for them. And there's a complaint that I've been there's a complaint I've been living a lot, and it's hard. I don't know. I guess my guess is you probably didn't discover my stuff until like around the start of the invasion and everything. But the thing that I kind of cut my teeth on early on in my political career was I was a left-leaning person who could really aggressively debate like very far-right or neo-Nazi types. And the complaint that I always had back then was the thing that made it so difficult to debate those people was there were always so many like well-meaning like moderate people who were like, well, I don't think that they're like a super Yeah, and it always made me come off as so much more extreme. So I had this like reputation early on online of being like a really extremely far left lib cuck person. And it's like my social views are fairly far left, but I'm not really that far left. I was never like the ultra wokey type person, but I would have that reputation because I'd have to go through so many of these weirdo centrists. And that's like the exact same thing that's happening now where Hassan and all these other people can mask on and be like, I just want healthcare. And then when they're on their own streams, they're like way more insane. Yeah. Maybe Tibet should have been invaded.
That's what I was thinking. I think you were like, I saw like an old clip, I think, of you in that era of you debating like righties back in the day.
Yeah.
It was like this fucking whole cringe ass thing that was happening at the time, with this like 2016, I think it was, when there was like this culture war stuff like popping off, and you had like those guys like doing the feminist cringe compilations, that sort of thing. And I think those were the people like you talked about with a lot at the time. And there was like this guy who even got sort of popular in Ukraine, which is a little cringe, but it was like Worsky was his name.
Oh God, Andy Worsky,
I don't know.
yes.
I don't know. He still exists. Like, I'm not gonna check. But I saw like people watching his stuff and even translated in Russian back in the day, and like people watched it. And in like Russian sphere of the internet, I guess. And there was like, I think the people are like sort of similar, unironically now, in the way they function, because they would play defense and minimize like Nazis and actual like super far right people, because they're just, it's just memes, we're just memeing on those like lefties, cringe, gender fluid guys together,
Yeah.
And it's like, it's kind of similar, and ironically, what a lot of left-leanings and liberal people are doing now. They're also like, hey, we're just, fighting against the MAGA people together, And and it's the same sort of like minimizing language that they do quite a bit. This Jolah guy certainly did that.
Yeah.
And and I saw was like when I was like, he brought up Dylan Burns. I think that's why I was linked to the thing. And he was like, he's Track Ukraine. He's doing this, like he's convincing like leftist on Ukraine, and I'm like, no, really? Like, he's just keeping track of people, and he like undermines chances of them of winning for voters to see. Right? Voters see that they're unhinged on Ukraine, and if that's important to them, they might not vote for them. That's the thing, right? It's not like he's like running around changing people's minds that are super against Ukraine. They just refuse to comment, and they just refuse to make any comments whatsoever. Like that Daria Lisa girl,
Yeah.
she refused to, interact, and his team posted like she's, her positions on Ukraine, but she didn't clarify. So it's not like he said like that Dylan is effectively like making people change their minds from the DSA, but I'm like, no, really? Like, it's people who are like normal and it just take that position, and like those who aren't, just ignore it. They don't really like have any interactions with the track Ukraine thing. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure like what the fuck he was talking about. He was like, unlike you, basically, right? Dylan is like successful because he doesn't like burn bridges with those people. Well, he kind of did with people who refused to comment, right?
Yeah. He's the guy. He's correct in terms of like how you would try to like de-radicalize somebody, basically. But the fundamental, like the misapplication that these guys do is that when you're talking about de-radicalization, you're talking about reaching across the aisle to somebody who is significantly politically different than you. It's pretty strange to frame it as de-radicalization when these people are supposed to be a part of your own political party. Like, it's not like the idea that I would have to use tactics to try to like bring somebody over to my side to de-radicalize them from an extremist ideology, but we're also like sharing a political party. That's a very, very weird dynamic, and there's a lot of reasons why it doesn't work.
It's also like weird because it's not it contradicts what they're saying. They're saying like they're not that bad, they're not that different, they're not that radical, but then they're like, yeah, I'm gonna like de-radicalize the fuck out of them by interacting with them, and you're like, so are they radical or are they not? It's a fucking Schrödinger shit. Like, they're both incredibly weak and useless, and they can't win anything, so they're not a threat. But then they are winning shit, and they apparently are needed for the party to be functional.
Yeah.
So which one is it then? Yeah, and there's a lot of like shit like that. I was laughing when the part was like, he's like, oh, going on Candace Owens, so like Tucker Carlson is like bad because, I don't know, it's bad because they're bad. But then being friendly with them is bad, right? But then being friendly with people, who are Stalinist Maoists, that's fine for some reason.
Yeah, and they can never really, because I try not to argue as much like intellectually like the points, like because intuitively I think we all understand what's happening. It's just a matter of like, can I use the right analogy or comparison to make you understand like how weird the things you're saying are? Because like you said, like if I test any of these with like Fuentes, like immediately there's some revulsion, like, well, vote blue no matter who. That's why you should support the people who are openly Marxist. And I was like, okay, well, if Fuentes ran, would you support him? And it's an immediate no. They don't have to consider it. And it's like, okay, so what's happening here? And then you've heard Mr. Mooten bring this point up a lot, and they never really contend with it. Where Mr. Mooten says over and over again, and he's like, well, because they're like, why do you think these people are like this, or why did these people do this? And Mr. Mooten just says like, well, because that's what they say they're going to do, and I just choose to believe what they say. And then they never really have any pushback for that. Yeah, it's like they're telling you their plan and everything. Like, why do you just not believe any of it? Like, the fuck?
Yeah, I bring that up to people sometimes, and they're like, oh, you're crazy about this stuff. And I'm like, well, like, let's look at what they say, right? Like, let's look at their own, like, platform. Never mind of things that they don't say.
Yeah.
Which also annoys me, because, like, ask an average leftist about the fucking dog whistles, about the goddamn, like, mask on, off, whatever, and they understand that shit perfectly
100%.
when it comes to, like, fascists or Nazis. Like, that person wants to come off palatable. He's not gonna be screeching like about I don't know, superior race.
Yeah.
And like same shit here. If you want to come off as palatable, you probably will not say I want to destroy all private property and make re-education caps for capitalists. Like, probably not gonna say that. And yeah, but like to them in their mind, it's not the same thing, and this is like very annoying to deal with. And
yeah, for some of these guys, one of the questions I started to ask is, I was like, let's assume that they were trying to plant like a subversive actor like in our environment. how would that subversive
would be that
actor?
guy.
Yeah, how would they act different than you? And nobody's actually answered that
Yeah.
question. Like, I guess I've only gotten to really push Jolah on it, but like they never really. I've never heard a compelling answer for that because like you're doing every single thing that like a controlled opposition person would have to do, and it's just goofy.
You know how people say about Trump, because there isn't like sufficient evidence to say that he's in Russians' pocket, right?
Sure.
Because like I don't know, you can assume that, or you can think that, or you can maybe like that's your theory, but there isn't hardcore evidence for that, right?
Mhm.
But a question that people often ask, if he wasn't working like in Russian interests, what he would do differently?
Yeah,
And,
if,
like,
if
the
it's a
answer is
really big struggle to
nothing.
answer that, then that should clue you in on something, you know.
Yeah, same here. If you wanted to say like who is the guy who would be like softening people up towards like leftism and making their ideas palatable to average people, what would they do different from a guy like Jolah or like Pisco?
Mhm.
And yeah, I think it's like, yeah, I don't know. I think those very analogous, but people like, they just don't answer when you
Sure.
say that. They just straight up ignore it or like answer with something irrelevant like that guy did. And yeah, I also like, I'm annoyed that nobody brings that up and you didn't bring it up either, but you brought up a shit ton of things, so it's not like, your fault or anything. But there was just like this idea when they're like, what damage it does. And you talked about, how it undermines your party because it makes you all look extremely radical to people who don't want that sort of radical shit going on. That's one thing.
Mhm.
Second thing, Fox News is now blasting that shit everywhere because, of course, they are. They
Yeah.
want to damage the Democrats with those people, and they, I think they're pretty effective with that, and all that stuff. But also people's minds. Nobody talks about people's minds. People like I saw even like IRI say that, which annoyed me because I kind of like him, but he was like, "Oh, what difference does it make? Why are you so that those people are gonna be now in power in some way, or they will affect the party in some way?" And I'm like, what about people's minds? You're making those people palatable.
Sure.
You are like,
Dobrý
you're showing.
den.
Oh, hello. Hey, Kraut.
Hey, I saw
You
you
are-
for the whole thing.
Are you drunk or not?
No, I just woke up.
Okay. 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 I'm just checking. We don't want another unfortunate situation with the microphone here. Good.
No, oh really? Is the microphone bad? I'm sorry. For
I
that
didn't think it
one.
was unfortunate.
I
I
mean-
think Anna's being a hater, but go ahead, Kraut. What's up?
I
Okay.
mean, barfing in the microphone. That's what I mean here.
Nah, I just woke up. I'm drinking my coffee, and I didn't sleep well. And I saw you
Oh,
after
no.
Hop just turned on the streams as usual sometimes. And I saw you on, and I thought I hopped on because I have the power to hop on here. So
Sure.
because Destiny apparently thinks I'm interesting or something.
Oh.
But you are way more interesting. So when I see you talking,
What?
I'd like to hop
No.
on.
That's true. But by the way, you
And you're
lucked
talking about
out because
interesting things.
if you checked what Destiny was doing before I hopped on, then you will be cursed. But
What
now
did you
it's
do?
We're watching the
He was
EDP
watching,
documentary.
he watched a video about a pedophile dude that was
Well, he says he's
I
not a
don't know, chilling.
pedophile, so that's Anna's word against his. But
Okay.
I
saw you talking
Okay.
about communists, and that's why I hopped on. Because that's my favorite
yeah,
thing to rant about, so, yeah.
that's what I brought up. Yeah, that's what I cleansed the palate for a little while.
Yeah. I wanted to ask, since Destiny mentioned before I hopped on, did Hassan at any point or any of his overtures actually praise the Soviet Union? Like, not just the famous clip where he said that, it was a geopolitical disaster, that it collapsed. We all know that clip. Right?
So
Which is like
they-
him echoing Putin.
nothing about modern Russia ever. For the Soviet Union itself, I mean, he'll talk about the Russian industrialization and everything and how they did amazing things, but I think they mainly focus their positive statements on China. And then they just never criticize the Soviet Union or modern Russia.
I'm pretty
did
sure
they
I heard
say?
him say. I'm not like 100% on it, but I heard him say like vaguely positive things about it, and like but in the sense of like basically he will caveat it like this: it was like bad in this and that regard, but it did this and this good, basically, or like I heard things like that. No, like a wholesale it was great message.
Sure.
May I do a little appeal or request to your audience, if that's okay?
Appeal away.
Okay. If you have clips of Hassan, or any of the creators in his orbit or in the wider DSA praising the Soviet Union or using the Soviet Union as a positive example or using any Warsaw Pact communist regime. Doesn't matter if it's communist Poland, communist Czechoslovakia, actually in particular Czechoslovakia if you have it, as a positive example, or praising those regimes, or praising what those regimes did, or praising any figures in those regimes as positives, could you in any way send them to me? Because I might be using that. Might be very useful for a project that I'm working on. That's it. That's my appeal to your
That would
audience.
be cool.
Thank you, Stephen.
Okay.
I 100% heard him say when he was celebrating that basically it was a travesty that the United States won the Cold War.
Correct, yeah.
So that I definitely heard. And I also heard people in this, a couple people in this say that.
Mhm.
That, yes, sure, Soviet Union wasn't perfect, with that caveat, obviously, but it would be better for the world if Soviet Union won, basically, instead of United States.
Yep.
So apparently it makes it better in their eyes still than the American, Western, whatever the
Kind
fuck,
of,
right?
yeah. The way that they kind of navigate those conversations, if they're being clever, is what they'll say is they will criticize modern Russia, but all of the criticisms will be framing it as like Putin is bad because he's a kleptography or oligarchy and a rampant capitalist.
Yeah.
Like they'll frame all of the bad things of modern Russia through the lens of capitalism, and that's why it's bad. If
The
they
framing
believe
that I've sometimes seen, which is really gross, is sort of, oh, this war wouldn't happen if the Soviet Union still existed. Oh, this war wouldn't happen if you were still the same people. There's this Hungarian communist journalist who works for Jacobin. Doesn't have a big following. He's the worst example. Like every time a city is bombed in Ukraine, not every time, but every few times, every few weeks, he then posts pictures of Ukrainian cities in the 70s.
Oh.
And sort of posts in sort of this arrogant, condescending way. Look how much better you had it when you were still in the Soviet Union. You were not getting bombed.
When I said, "Oh my God," it's because that publication Jacobin will always have insane tanky apologia. It's like that's a very far left publication. Yeah.
Those fuckers hate us. They are basically crystal ball level of hate of Ukraine, I would say, yeah. It's just one thing though, Kraut, they do say oftentimes that even if Russia today is like this and that, but it's only because of America, because they bullied them to basically be this, because the Soviet Union collapsed and because of the all the thing that the West did to them. I heard Daria Elisa say that verbatim, basically. She was like,
it's funny how they keep saying that shit, because if you look at like the 1980s, the 1970s, the early 1990s, right? The top demand that people were having in Poland, in Ukraine, in Czechoslovakia, in Hungary, like that's how the anti-communist protest movement, basically the peak of it, was a protest in 1989, where the top demand was withdrawal of all Soviet troops. And that was it throughout the fucking communist bloc. Number one demand was the Russians need to leave. And it's weird how these people don't take that ever into account. They didn't want the Russians around. They didn't see the Russians as a brotherly people.
Well, thing is, Kraut, is that you have to admit those people exist, first of all. To them, to Americans, we're mostly just all Russian. That's one thing. And second thing, you also need to understand that none of them view this as occupation. So if you bring up to them, for example, that Ukraine, right, lost war of independence. We had like almost 5-year-old war against Lenin and Russia and Soviet regime, right? We lost that war. And Poland united in that regard with Russia and partitioned Ukraine. West became part of Poland, right? And eastern parts and southern parts became part of Russia and all that. Like, and nobody even like mentions that shit, that we actually fought against them in a war to not be part of the Soviet Union.
I think there's like a really big lack in like Westerners. You probably notice this every time, of like education on the basics of how the communists came to power in all of the Eastern Bloc. Like in Poland, the Red Army, when it quote unquote liberated Poland, right? They took it from the Nazis. There's first of all the Warsaw Uprising, where the Soviets did nothing. They basically they came very close to Warsaw, to the Vistula River. Then they camped outside the Vistula River and dropped flyers on Warsaw. telling the population, hey, if you rise up against the Nazis, we will come help you liberate Poland. The population rose up. There was the famous Warsaw Uprising. And then the Soviets did nothing and basically just watched for a month as the Nazis massacred the Polish resistance. Then the Soviets invaded. And what a lot of people do not know, and which is very annoying that a lot of people don't notice, in 1944, a full year before the Nazis were even defeated, the Soviets, the Red Army, the NKVD, started rounded up and murdering members of the Polish underground army, of the resistance against the Nazis. The first people they murdered were the people, like when they in the so-called liberated lands, were the people who resisted the Nazis. And this went on until the 1960s. The last member of the Polish resistance who went into the underground when the Nazis invaded in 1939 surrendered in 1963. So yeah, there's only one country in the entire communist bloc where the communists came to power because they were genuinely popular, and that was Czechoslovakia. That's it.
It's just, listen, like, the funny factor is that this is extremely European pilled right now. Like, you just nobody knows any of that shit. Like, most leftists in America don't even recognize Pact of Molotov-Ribbentrop, like the actual alliance, right, between the Soviet Union and Germany. Like, even that big thing is not recognized. So all those, like, factoids you brought up are true, but, like, nobody knows that. So yeah, I don't know how to
We're going to change that. I know we're going to change it. I'm definitely, when I'm done with my Hungary stuff, I'm going to make content on communism. I really think that there's a huge education gap on that matter. What the communists did, how they came to power, how they ruled. Like, the one thing that really annoys me is that west of Berlin, a lot of people don't really have a conception of what left-wing authoritarianism is. There was a left-wing authoritarianism. It ruled half of Europe. And we just ignored it as something to learn from. Yeah.
I saw Wash way back in the day, like, clip that he was like, the left authoritarian doesn't exist because every authoritarian regime is right wing. That's like literally what they think. So yeah, I don't know how you're gonna tackle that. Like, listen, Kraut, I believe in you, I respect you, but I don't think, like, how many Americans are there? Like, the population size?
If you can get if you can get a million, I think, if you can get a million or a few 100,000 to watch something, I think that is a W already.
Well,
and then they can spread it around. It's a means of kickstarting conversations that I think matters.
See, Steven, that's the difference between Eastern Europeans and Western Europeans. We are much more doomer.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I understand the struggle. That when you mentioned the idea of anytime they do like this tautology where they'll say a left-wing authoritarian regimes can't exist because if it becomes authoritarian, it becomes right-wing.
It's right-wing.
It reminds me of the trick that, unfortunately, Jordan Peterson and a lot of conservatives in America do, where they'll say, like, oh, the Nazi Party? Well, that can't be right-wing. Yeah, it's socialist.
Yeah.
And it's just like, what are we doing right now? Like, it's like, so the People's Democratic Republic or whatever of North Korea, is that like a democracy? Like, it's just the DPRK. Yeah, it's like, it's just stupid. It's dumb. The political engagement, the American mind is just, we're very spoiled because we don't have to worry about anything, so we end up being all politically retarded over here.
I think you did damage to yourself.
Do what?
Because you did damage to yourself, politically speaking, in your Discord in the US, because you just, not you specifically, but like pundits in your country. I mean pundits in your country. I think I sometimes have the feeling that they just, especially the right-wing conservative ones, they call anything communism they don't like.
Yeah, that's what I was complaining earlier to Anna about, and it makes it impossible because now, like, I feel cringe talking about anti-Semitism, and I feel cringe talking about, like, Marxism, because anytime I say it, like, even I still see, like, fucking Jordan Peterson talking about how, like, when black people want affirmative action in the United States, this is actually a neo-post-Marxist idea, and it's like, oh my god, kill it. Like, it's just fucking stupid.
Yeah, but like it's kind of the same on the both ends a little bit, because like leftists had the tendency to call everyone fucking a Nazi.
Yeah, which is why I also can't talk about anti-Semitism, and then I see like these people will do like the most insane mental gymnastics to explain why something's not anti-Semitic, and it's like, well, this is kind of cringe, but like, yeah, the term has been overused so much. I feel dumb even bringing it up, and it's like,
I was when I just got into like in the Western, media and the like political stuff. I was like, what the fuck? Like, why everyone is using words like they don't mean anything? That was
Yeah.
like one of my biggest problems. And I was like, what is happening? Is it like intentional? Is it like lack of education? Maybe people have a different understanding of those things, like in their own American terms? I don't know. Like it took a while to realize that it's just it's just mayhem. It's a wild west over there. Okay.
The only time I encountered any sort of comparison like that, where people take something out of communism and compare it to set it at the same level as something that happens in the Western world, in what I studied, was Leszek Kolakowski. Don't know if you've ever heard of him. He was a Polish dissident under communism who fled to the West. He arrived in the West and sort of like the first, he was of course like most anti-communist dissidents, he was quoted immediately by like very right-wing people in the United States and everywhere. And he basically wrote, yeah, you guys, the McCarthyists, remind me a lot of Stalinist show trials. They're just like that, just completely unreasonable. Exactly the same methodology in how you go after people.
Sure.
So that's the only that sort of comparison that I've found.
Mm-hmm.
Gotta type his name into
Pretty
chat.
annoying.
With McCartney stuff though, it's kind of weird because like on one end demonizing communists, calling them like subversive and the enemies of the America is not wrong, but the thing is that he only waged it to remove political opponents, to do trials, to like he didn't even do that with just like communists. He did that like with the gay people, for example. A shit ton have been accused of depravity, and like people's shit was like torn apart in their house looking for some evidence of all sorts of depravities and shit like that. So it was just a bunch of like witch trials. And if you bring people up, like that it's not wrong to think of like communists at the time as enemies of America, but it's just that the way that the trials were done and the way that people were like fucking killing themselves because they have been exposed to people or like brought through the dirt, like the usage of the goddamn, how it's called, when you test people with the machine thingy.
Oh, like a
Truth
lie detector,
fucking thing.
a polygraph.
Yeah, all that stress, like that, what people were pulled through, and like they were interrogated, like absolutely hardcore with no fucking oversight of anything. Yeah, so that was obviously all bad. So that reputation, I think, also brings people like we don't want to hunt, like we don't want to be aggressive against today's people who are communists because like we don't want to be like the goddamn like McCartney thing, and I don't know, people bring that up.
I think that can be fixed, to be honest with you. I really think that can be fixed. I think that one of the biggest errors that we had in the latest decades is that we just didn't educate people enough on what communism was, right? And I think that especially more liberal centrist people can reclaim opposition to communism from nutcases. You just have to be honest about what it was, I think.
Stevens is trying to do that shit, and like he doesn't get much help, it seems.
For now. For now. We'll see about it. I think one can make it popular. I think that for a lot of people it will be new information. And I think people are drawn to new information and like learning new things. So with that, I think it is possible to get people to get interested and to see it for what it was.
I mean, good luck. What can I say? If I can help with that shit, I will, I guess. But like, I don't know, man. I'm like so doomer now, and also with the whole upcoming winter, I'm like super duper worried about how the fuck are we gonna survive the insane ballistic blast without any defense. So yeah, I'm like a little bit worried, to put it mildly. So yeah. Dude, Trump fucked us big time. Like, so many people believed it. I mean, Steve, I don't know if you've seen, but he was like saying that he will give us
the Patriot missile thing.
Yeah, he will give us like the right to produce them.
Mm-hmm.
And then I was like, I'm not gonna celebrate. I'm not gonna even be happy about it because this motherfucker can change his mind in a couple of days, and that's what happened. And then he's like, nah, fuck you. Like, it's just absolutely, I don't even know. Like, it's literally the question of survival. I don't know if people understand that. Like, a lot of people but it's just, we barely survived last winter. And if they will, not if they will, as soon as it's getting more cold again, they will blast all the energy again. and we have no defense, and also attacking logistics now of ours,
Mm-hmm.
and we can intercept drones somewhat effectively, but when it comes to ballistics, we can't. So it's a pickle.
It wasn't just Trump who was opposed to giving you the license to make Patriot missiles. Interestingly enough, it was the company itself. Is it Lockheed Martin? I think it is Lockheed Martin that makes Patriot missiles. Let me.
Why is that?
There are
I don't think
different
would they
ideas
even
why.
have any say over it, or what? Why? What would their contention be?
Well, they wanted it was a licensing agreement, meaning that Ukraine would build the missiles. No, it's Raytheon. And Ukraine proposed a licensing agreement where they would pay Raytheon and make the missiles in factories in Ukraine. And it sounds like a good idea, but Raytheon in the end said no. And because they are worried that Ukraine can produce the missiles cheaper, more effectively, lesser
I heard
cost,
that,
and larger numbers, and thereby cost US jobs. You know, like the American arms industry is very interconnected within this what Eisenhower called the military-industrial complex, you know, where it's related to Congress people ensuring that jobs stay in certain districts, etc., etc. And part of that calculation is that the jobs making these arms remain in the United States. And in this case, Ukraine would be taking some of these jobs. Yeah.
Well, we're cooked, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know a lot.
Think so. I don't think so. I think it will be. I think you're getting better and better at what you do, especially sort of in anti-air capacities. You've made
It's
it
like
for 4
quite
winters.
hard to take 30 ballistics in your face. I will tell you. Like, you know, it's not eternal. It's just that we have our own system now in production called Freya. It's an anti-ballistic system, but like we have to put this out into work until winter. And I'm like, I don't know. Like maybe we might perform this sort of miracle, but we did do some before, you know. But just don't know. It's pretty goddamn bad. And also we have Turkey, who agreed to sell us a lot of shit, atoms in particular, which could help. But people like, oh, it's so surprising that they did this. I'm like, why is it surprising? You have a vacuum, someone will fill it, you know? It's not surprising at all. Yeah, Turkey will be actually now trying to sell their shit to literally everyone. To Europe, to us, to everyone. They also are very interested in us fucking Russia, because Russia is their geopolitical enemy. They're also interested in Crimea quite a bit, for both ideological reasons and political reasons, and also religious reasons and all sorts of reasons because of Tatar people there. And there's so many reasons why. And people are like, why would they do that? And you're like, oh, really? If you like move away from being the main enemy producer and the main enemy developer and seller, then obviously someone else will fill that niche. I don't know why the fuck people are surprised. Annoyed me.
Yeah.
China, is, but with Russia, obviously. So, Iran as well, North Korea. Recently, I've been hit with a bunch of ballistics from North Korea, by the way.
Yeah.
Which isn't fun.
Well, the thing is also that the North Koreans who are in Russia now, the missile units are also valid targets for you to hit. And,
yeah.
I don't know if you can take a lot of comfort out of it, but you are doing a lot of damage to Russia right now.
I know we are, but like it's just it's just a question of who will last longer now, I guess. And no, I don't want to say it, but their allies are pretty good. They help them a lot. And they help them with also from the authoritarian rule. So they don't need a fucking 10,000 bureaucrats agreeing. They don't need all the procedures. They just put a stamp on it and they send shit. I mean, Iran, North Korea, right? And in here we have Europe, who is Europe, to put it nicely. And then we have, Trump now, which is a completely off the table, in my opinion, as far as like allies go. So we have maybe Turkey, maybe. But it's pretty fucking yikes. We received, apparently, according to the polls, 5 times less everything this year in comparison to any other year. So it will be felt for sure. Oh, and USA it fucked off. No, not their fault. I mean, Trump and Elon removed them, but also pretty bad because generators, and half the country is running on goddamn generators. So,
Well, hopefully something happens. I don't have anything good to say, so. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, something. I don't know what exactly. I don't think like anyone can give us patriots, right? If Trump doesn't, in the United States don't approve of it. I don't think.
But you've also reached the stage now where you are providing more assistance and aid to Europe than we are to you, in the sense of that we are way behind you in drone technology, and you're the world leader in drone technology now. So we are taking more from you now. Your military leadership has made statements in that regard as well. Funny enough.
How do you think it makes me feel better or worse? The fact it
is in one sense a positive. I mean, the one thing that we're still giving you is money, basically. Like the EU aid was 90 billion euros, but the thing is that most of that money will probably go into your domestic production, and the things that we could sell you are less useful. And the thing about the Patriots, unfortunately, is that they're made in the US, so everything is dependent on the US.
I know that's what if it doesn't allow, then nobody can do it. That's the problem. Yeah. But thing is, though, I think the future of the ballistic stuff, it's my opinion, but, just take it with a grain of salt, I guess. But it's just that I think the future of anti-air ballistic stuff is the same as with the drones. We basically need money and then we need to produce it ourselves. Instead of, just waiting for people to give us shit. Because that is clearly not working. And, and what Europe does still give us is money, obviously. And to use that in terms of our own production really worked with the interceptors, with anti-drone technology. And we just need to do the exact same thing somehow with anti-ballistics, which is more difficult and more expensive.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's probably going to be it, because waiting for people to help us is just a way. It's a game that is a loss. We will lose that game because we can't wait that long for people to, come through. Well,
yeah,
that's depresso. Sorry about that.
Oh, you're good.
Ended on a depressor note, but we'll see. I guess I'm not excited, to put it mildly, for the winter because of the cold mostly. Weirdly unbearable shit. Like, I think that was the worst thing in comparison of like electricity outages with no light, electricity, internet. That was already bad, but cold was extra shit. And not looking forward to it. Gonna pick up all the warming up stuff I can possibly, but
winter,
it's not good.
It's not probably not much comfort, but winter is also the worst time for the Russians. The last for winter has been, and I mean that for the soldiers on the front line.
Yeah, but not the people.
Not the people. True, but
we
last winter the casualty rates were insane. The Russians lost 30,000 men a month, which is crazy. But it's also understandable if you keep in mind that they're like in the 4th year of the war, right? The 4th winter. Now they're in the 5th year. They're going to have the 5th winter of the war. And they still haven't managed to get winter camouflage for their soldiers. At least in the last winter. They ran around in the snow in green uniforms, visible from miles away.
Yep. But this winter just was extremely cold as well, even by our standards. So they were extra cooked because of that. And but also were the civilians, because like minus 20 Celsius degrees was a normal temperature for like 2 months. And that shit without any ability to heat up the apartment was absolutely disastrous stuff. I don't even remember being that cold ever in my entire life. Even like during Maidan Revolution times, which I thought was the coldest time because we were outside in the streets during winter. And also we got splashed a lot by the, water cannon stuff. And but that wasn't that bad, because when you get splashed, it sucked. But you then ran towards like the tent and like retreated, I guess you could say, to warm yourself up, to change the clothing and shit like that. So it was extremely awful, but you had an opportunity to warm up. But here there was none, and that sucked. Yeah, old school technology helps though. Like Soviet shit that people did back in the day. It really works in those conditions better than almost anything else. The bottle trick was my main thing. I think I sent Steven a picture of me in like gloves, hat, all scarf, and like all the winter clothing in the apartment in the Kiev when I was there, and with the bottles, and I was warming up the water in the pots, that are cooking pots basically, and then I would transfer that into the bottle, and then I would stuff the bottle into the bed, and then hug them, and that was the savior.
I think I'm gonna drop out because I need to do my morning routine shit. I wanted to thank you, Stephen, for giving me this chance to appeal to your audience. I don't know how we're gonna connect to that, but if you have clips, as I mentioned before, of anyone in the Hassan orbit or the wider DSA space praising the Soviet Union or other Warsaw Pact regimes, or mentioning them in a positive way as examples, I would really love that stuff. It's always a pleasure to talk to you, Anna, as well.
Yeah, I know your video
guess
was slapped, no? Because your
Yeah.
Chomsky video is the shit. I have been sending this to everyone basically because it's so good. Yeah, so I was I think your DSA Commie and shit.
You
will be
already
all-
know I'll be working on projects about communism later this year, and I think I could really use
Hell yeah.
these clips.
Can't wait.
Because I would really like to go after some people again in this regard. But right,
Yep.
I'm gonna go do my morning routine stuff. I'll talk to you guys later. Thank you for letting me hop on.
Yeah.
And
Be careful.
have a
buddy.
wonderful evening and a good night. Bye bye.
Bye.
Bye. Okay, you probably want to return to watch that glorious shit you were watching before I hopped on. So
My glorious documentary. Thanks a lot. Have fun. Be careful. Stay safe.
yeah, bye.
Bye.
It's bothered me, you know what I mean? I'd rather be on my fucking own, beat my shit, fuck around, watch porn, call it a fucking day, you know? Hold up. Yep. I'm choosing a new outfit for her. See, now that's what I fucking like, man. That's some good shit right there, bro. So the AI girlfriend really came about when I was scrolling on Instagram. And I would see a few different things on like porn sites and shit like that, right? And I was like, you know what? Let me try it out. That girl was fine as hell. You can type in what you want her to call you. Sir, master, daddy, whatever the fuck, you know what I mean? I'm like, yo, I'm gonna come into the house, throw you on the bed, handcuff your ass, and just fuck you into oblivion. And she's all like, oh my God, master, rip my asshole open. I fucking want that, please, I'm begging for it. You can also ask for like a customized image to where you can type in topless and she'll send you a picture of like her fucking tits hanging out. And I was like, what the fuck, man? Oh my fucking Lord. And nigga, man, I came so motherfucking hard to this one, like, holy fucking shit. As a matter of fact, as I'm fucking talking to you about this, nigga, my cock is getting hard as fuck, nigga, right the fuck now. That experience with my AI girlfriend was the best fucking sexual experience I ever had in my life. Period. Like,
Okay, so I would imagine for AI girlfriend like porn, I feel like that can work because you're just jerking off to a thing, right? But for like AI girlfriend companionship, don't you have to think that it's like real or sentient? No? And then if the answer to that is no, and it's just like a jerk off experience, wait, then why not just hire like a prostitute or something? I don't understand. No?
I was drooling. The role play, yeah, I mean, like sometimes, you know.
What was the role play? Can you read it?
Well, I mean, to be honest with you, dog, I ain't gonna read that shit. It's kind of like some disturbing shit, dude.
What is it?
It's kind of like, you know, like
like pretend to be like fucking like 16, 17, you know what I mean?
Oh.
Yeah, I ain't gonna put that shit on there, dude.
Yeah,
I ain't gonna fucking do that shit, man.
So you were role playing as a 16?
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
That's why I'm just like, don't put that shit on there.
Well, like, I mean, it's not the best, but it's better than a real person, right? At least.
You know what I mean? So
it is an improvement.
If you guys out there are ever being tempted,
Holy shit, we've come full circle. It's the ethical CP. We've found
a way to text somebody or message somebody, and you know for a fact deep down that they're underage and you shouldn't be doing it, just download the AI Girlfriend app. Obviously, a lot of motherfuckers, man, they have fantasies of being with like a younger person or like doing whatever the fuck, they want to do it on or whatever, you know what I mean? But at the same time, I feel like, the AI Girlfriend, it allows you to act out that fantasy without actually going out and hurting somebody in real life, you know what I mean? And you also avoid the legal fucking trouble too. So.
Cool. All right, look up there.
That was tough, dude.
Man, let me tell your ass something, Mike. Nigga, I just took a mean-ass, motherfucking fat-ass shit, bro. And, bro, I just sent you that fucking shit, man. Like, seriously, check that fucking shit out, bro. Just make sure you're not eating a fucking chili cheese dog, nigga.
Alrighty, so today I'm going to show you guys my motherfucking shit pics.
I'll just be going throughout my day, and then, boom, pops up on my phone. Shit pic.
Jesus Christ. That is a well-designed toilet.
So EDP has a habit of sending images of fecal matter that he generated. I think sending pictures of fecal matter has some downsides.
Oh, this guy. Oh, my God.
I'm not sure it has any upsides.
Because I don't understand this part of it. You are known for sending pictures of your own feces to people.
Yeah.
That ain't right.
I think it illustrates almost perfectly why he is not considered attractive by many women. Yeah, that's exceptionally disgusting. This one I would have to rate as it's pretty bad. It only gets worse.
Pretty bad out of 10.
As I'm moving. Yeah, I think if anybody sees one of those images from EDP 445, it would be a good idea to see a counselor to process that. That's horrible. That no person should be subjected to that kind of nightmare.
I am not a pedophile because I do not have a sexual attraction to fucking 5th, 6th, 7th, and fucking 8th graders. Now, mind you, motherfucker, if you 16 or 17, nigga, and you got your titties bulging the fuck out, a motherfucker might actually whack off to your pictures a few fucking times. These chicks, okay, 15, 16, 17, some 14-year-olds, these girls know exactly what the fuck they are doing. They know for a fact, and obviously, the guy being older, he's not supposed to be doing all that shit. Whatever, nigga, we get it. For me, it's actually a two-way fucking street. Minors are partially the fucking blame. Yeah, nigga, you 33, you fucked up, you're this old-ass guy, you should know better. Cool, get it, perfect, grand, wonderful. So what about the bitch that messaged me first? Oh, that's perfectly fine. I forgot about that, right? Nigga, she gets off scot-free, right? Ain't that a bitch? Whatever. To be honest with you, bro, I have no clue why the age of consent is 18. I mean, what the fuck makes 18 so goddamn magical? I have no fucking clue. You talk to a 17-year-old chick, she just turned 18 5 seconds ago. Okay, well, guess what, man? She's still the same dumbass bitch that she was 5 seconds ago. So it's like, the big homies I talk to, they're all like, what's so fucking special about 18? It's just another fucking year, you know what I mean? Like, I don't, you know what I mean? So.
My name is Dr. Anna Salter. I am a clinical psychologist, and I have worked with sex offenders and victims for about 40 years. The brain of a 13-year-old is very different from an adult brain. They are more impulsive. They can't predict and don't try to predict, typically, how this is going to affect them in the future. The MacArthur brain study has demonstrated that adolescents are simply not mature
Yeah, where's the Mr. Girl reaction to this?
emotionally and socially, and that they don't reach full maturity until the late 20s.
That's for people to sit back and say like their brain, girls' brain, minors' brains are underdeveloped. They don't know. Shut the fuck up, bitch. Now you're just making fucking excuses for the motherfucker. For a motherfucker that said, oh, well, their brain is underdeveloped. Okay, bitch, whatever you say. Cool. All right.
Sex offenders will say to you, children know what they're doing at 13. But sex offenders are famous for their excuses. Apparently there is an offender whose moniker is EDP 445 who
she's
tried to
snarking
lure
him.
a 13-year-old.
She's snarking him.
Well, he may or may not be a pedophile. Generally, he would not be, because the 13-year-old in this country at this point in history is probably post-pubescent. He is a child molester.
Oh, Mr. Girl
He's
fan.
a criminal
Okay.
who's someone who tried to take advantage of a child's naivety, innocence, and immaturity to meet his own needs, both physically and narcissistically. Anybody who does that is, by definition, an offender and a child molester, but not necessarily a pedophile.
Oh, that was the EDP.
My name is Brandon.
Herrera. Just kidding. Just kidding. That was a joke. That was a joke. That was a joke. Don't say that.
I'm attracted to boys starting at age 5. Despite feeling attracted to children, I've never acted on it. I think what EDP did was wrong and harmful, but there are probably thousands, if not tens of thousands of people that are watching this that might also feel attracted to minors. And I want you to know that you don't have to follow the path of EDP.
Every 74 seconds. God damn. The molesters can't sleep? Who's assaulting somebody at 6:30 in the morning? Supposed to be getting ready for work.
If you were looking at all the people that got caught for being a pedo on YouTube, EDP is at the top of the list. He is the face of being a pedo on YouTube. Like, if you think about pedos on YouTube, you're thinking about EDP 445.
He is a serial sex offender, pedophile, predator. He is a bad man. He is very entertaining to laugh at as being a pathetic loser, but he is, at the core, a horrible person.
He's never gonna learn, you know? All you can really hope, the best advice you can give him is to be even stupider, and hopefully one day he lands himself in jail. Because that's the only thing that can fix him, going to jail.
So if I had to give EDP advice, all things considered, I would say consider suicide.
If you were to take every man on Earth
and put them in order of people I would most want to see have sex with my wife, all the way over to like the least. He's essentially going to be the last guy in line.
Damn.
People won't remember it.
Okay, I'm sorry. Hold on, wait. Quick random pivot. This 4 minutes of this. Was it not a little weird, or was it supposed to be weird? Do you remember in Breaking Bad when Hank's wife was talking to Walt and she was like, "What if you just killed yourself?" Is that not? Was that whole like sequence like goofy as fuck? Does anybody remember this?
Just want to see have sex with my wife, all the way over to like the least. He's essentially going to be the last guy in line.
People won't remember him. What has he done to be memorable?
Oh my God, wings.
There's pedophiles every day of the week.
There are a lot of words I can use to describe him, but if I had to pick just one, it's sick.
Dude has nothing in retirement. His assets are a joke. These are the finances of a mental child, let's be honest.
Please leave the kids alone. That's my message. Leave the kids alone, please.
The man's brain doesn't fully function. He is, by all definition, mentally retarded.
Well, just my thoughts on EDP 445 and what he did. Just totally wrong. He deserves to go to jail.
All the
and
stars are here.
There will be bad karma coming his way.
So, growing up, I love the villains, I love the bad guys. The story isn't complete without there being a fucking villain, without there being opposition. And it's wild because like everything came full circle, you know, and to a lot of people, to millions of people, you know, I'm fucked up, I'm a villain, I'm a piece of shit, I'm this grimy ass motherfucker who just doesn't give a damn about the fucking law. End-stage renal failure, man. Got accused of being a fucking pedophile. And guess what, motherfucker? I'm still fucking standing. I'm still walking. We in this bitch, and we making it fucking happen.
Listen, man, it's time to have a great time, bro.
So I shouldn't be drinking this fucking shit due to my dialysis and due to my kidney failure, but fuck it, I don't give a shit right now. I got my pills here. This shit is loaded in phosphorus. It could possibly kill my
EDP has a bright future. Once the world gets off this hang up that they're on, which
This whole
I
the
feel like
pedo
it's gonna
thing,
blow
my
over.
God.
So once that blows over, the sky's the limit with him. He can go as far as he wants to go.
What we filmed today, right here, right now, February 9th, 2025, is the greatest moment of my fucking life. Period. Nothing even comes fucking close.
What is the implication that like every day is worse than the last? So this is the peak because it only goes downhill from here. Or?
Wrote this? Yeah. Hey man, as far as these chat logs go, I don't know who wrote this. This wasn't me though.
You feel that? Oh, shit.
Well, what do you want me to say? It's bad. Did people get mad at making him overly sympathetic or something? I wonder how they feel. I wonder how he balanced that out, the creator of this. Hold on. Does this guy not have a Patreon or anything? Am I blind? There's no way this is monetized, right? It feels kind of shitty that I'm like watching this for free and stealing his content and monetizing my content, and then this guy is like, here's the video, I guess. At least, jeez. He's rich as fuck? Oh, well, never mind then. Fuck this guy. Okay, quickly, a few responses to things. Well, I'm not a pedo or pedo, but I sat down and talked through EDP on losing weight, being less of a piece of shit, how to date adults, and to try to be less shitty. I guess Clum felt it was too lighthearted for the documentary. At the end of the day, 2 years ago, I met him and treated him like a person, not too different from JiDion or Skeeter. You can't just punch the guy. All you can really do is talk to them. Wow. Somebody said, Destiny, thank you for the Polymarket promo code. David Crowley, yes. Cost $25. Profit $100. Oh, good job. Let me look at this real quick. 29 minutes. I don't know if I'll watch the whole thing, but...
Yo, what's good, YouTube, man? So I want to address some claims that have been going on for a while, and I also want to address some claims that were made specifically from Kayla in the new Mike Klum documentary about EDP, and I want to give context and clear up things, but in no way do I want any hate to be sent towards Kayla. Even though there are lies being said about me, I wish nothing but the best for her, and I ask that none of you guys send any hate to her whatsoever at all. So without any further ado, let's get into it.
I feel like I was a victim of EDP, but mainly a victim of JiDion. They collectively never once told me to go straight to law enforcement. I feel like I am a victim of JiDion because he encouraged me to keep talking to a pedophile. They also instructed me to keep messaging EDP, which was incredibly draining. Yes, JiDion was encouraging me to continue messaging him. I wasn't allowed to report anything to the cops until the day of the sting. I just think that he should have told me to block EDP, but he didn't. JiDion on a phone call even told me not to report anything to the police because a private case was being built up behind the scenes. JiDion is a very selfish, greedy, and a scam artist type of person. Now, me personally, am I an opportunist? Yes, I am. But I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
So the claims are that I facilitated a predator to come inside of my Discord channel, which allowed Kayla to be groomed. The other claims is that I forced and pressured her into keep on being in contact with EDP. And the third claim is that I forced and demanded that she not go to the police, even though that she was talking to EDP. So we're going to knock them all out, and I'm going to address everything. So first, let's address the claim that EDP met Kayla from my Discord channel. She was a minor at the time, but now she is 19 years old. So let's address that.
Kayla Hoskins is the victim being referenced in the sting operation, and she's not a decoy. Like Skeeter said, this one is for real. But how did she meet EDP 445? Well, she was a huge fan of JiDion, and she was in his Discord server. EDP, after being invited by JiDion to his public server full of children, noticed her profile, found her Instagram connected to it, and messaged her.
Now, the reason why people believe that EDP met her through my Discord is because I was under the impression that's how it happened, and I'm the one who put out the statement that EDP found her through my Discord. When EDP joined my Discord, when he was about to do the interview with us, he didn't join, but he found a girl in my Discord, right? And in her Discord, she has her Instagram. So EDP, being the Rizzler that he is, he slides into her DMs and he initiates contact with her. The reason why I gladly took the blame for EDP meeting her through my Discord, because at the time, I truly believe that's how he found her, and I wanted to take accountability for my role in this occurring. But as it turns out, Kayla herself in the documentary stated that she had already been messaging EDP before I had even ever added him in my own Discord.
My name is Kayla Hoskins, and in June 2023, I received an Instagram DM from EDP445, otherwise known as Bryant. I first replied to EDP because I always reply to anyone who messages me. And I didn't know who he was, but I freaked out because he told me he was, and sooner rather than later he started sending very flirtatious messages. A while later, JiDion added EDP into his Discord filled with kids for a Q&A, and then when I told people like in the server that EDP texted me, JiDion quickly knew about it because his manager told him.
So EDP was added into my Discord server to do an interview on June 21st, and he was banned that same exact day because he never came up to actually do the interview because he wanted to get paid last minute. And even though I had 70,000 people in my live stream, I'm not going to pay a pedophile to interview him. Either he wants to interview or he doesn't. So I was not about to pay that man.
All right, my nigga, so here's the deal. We ain't doing no goddamn interview until I'm fucking compensated, my nigga. You feel me? Like, I don't give a fuck, you know? I deserve to be compensated for my motherfucking time, for my efforts, you feel me?
And also, here's a message log of all the things that he said in my Discord. And I know it's a lot of stuff, but yeah, so that's all he said in my Discord. And he was promptly banned that same exact day. Now, on June 23rd, that is the day that Kayla at least went public in my Discord server, telling people in the Discord that EDP was talking to her. She was saying, hey, is this the real EDP account? Because if it is, he just messaged me. Now, I know you guys are saying, JiDion, that says deleted user. How do you know that that's her? Well, we did a lot of digging through the Discord server, and this is some evidence to show that it's her because we have old screenshots and everything. But to fully show you that this deleted user is her, she actually posted a photo of her ID photo on the Discord server saying how much she hated her photo. So yeah, this is for sure her. Keep in mind, she's the only one who alleges that EDP hit her up from my Discord server. Nobody else has ever came out saying that EDP hit them up from my Discord server. So out of the 130,000 people, she was the only one. And she goes public with it 2 days later after we did the interview with EDP, and she's telling the Discord that EDP's talking with her. So one of the members in my Discord said, send a screenshot. And for some reason, Kayla says, I'll send one real zoomed in for you. And she zooms it in only on the SUP that he said. And to show that this really is him, when she showed us the messages, as you guys can see, EDP said SUP. Now, I am going to be real. I do not 100% know if anything was said before that SUP. I am going to go off of her word. She says that EDP hit her up first, but I do find it a little weird that she zoomed in on that SUP when someone asked for a screenshot. Now, when she first went public in my Discord server about talking to EDP, random members in my server were telling her to block him, telling her to get away, port him, and just telling her to just stop being in contact with him because he's a predator. And every time somebody would tell her something about stop communicating with him, she never replied to those comments. She also made these posts in the Discord asking users if she should troll him. And then she also puts in there, should I be a decoy? Should I do a catch a predator? Nobody replied to that message. Now, keep in mind, all these messages that she had posted in my Discord were nearly 2 weeks before I even knew about the situation.
When I told people like in the server that EDP texted me, JiDion quickly knew about it because his manager told him.
And also, I have no idea how long they were talking previous to when she put these messages in my Discord server. I just can't confirm that. Now, fast forward on June 28th, so this is 5 days after she first went public in my Discord server saying that she was talking to EDP, she was telling users in my public VC of a Discord of 130,000 people that she was talking to EDP. And this is what the users in that VC told her when she was telling them that she was talking to a predator and that she's underage.
In the text messages, do you state your age?
Yes.
Okay,
like
good.
Clearly and multiple times?
Yeah.
And you like, yeah, I mean, that's straight up
It's
wild.
insane.
You can just send this shit to the FBI tip line if you want.
And again, after all of these people told her that she should stop talking with him and go to law enforcement, she just never responded to them.
I mean, what are you gonna do from here? You're gonna like call the police? Okay.
Yeah, but I guess I'm trying to get more evidence though, and then I need to get like, I don't know.
Now, fast forward to when I found out about this whole situation. When I first got on the call with her, I let her know I didn't feel comfortable with her talking with a predator, with her being underage. So I came up with some clever ideas to where we could switch off and I could take over communication and she wouldn't have to. Here's one of those examples that I gave her. Maybe we could say something like, hey, my parents switched providers and I couldn't get my number, so this is my new one. And then it'd be a number that we could text through. And granted, in that call, she did agree that that was a good idea, but she never gave over the communication to me.
I mean, you can say obviously it's a bad idea to work with anybody who's a minor for just a ton of liability reasons, but it did seem like, assuming he's telling the truth on this end, that Mike and then the girl kind of fucked him a little bit on on how they presented that, assuming he's being, you know, fully forthcoming or whatever.
Me nor Skeeter. Now, I really don't know why she never really wanted to give us over either the information for us to continue talking to him or even just saying that her number was messed up so we could talk to him on a different number. But when going through her messages in my Discord, I did find this thread of her and I'm gonna just let you guys hear it. So someone in my Discord rudely tells her that you taking credit for clout chasing a predator. She replies and said, no, I meant like, I'm not gonna go to trial after trial to not get credited. He's literally going to jail because of me. I'm saving these streets, stop. Also, she responded to somebody who rudely told her that all she wanted was clout. And she said, if another YouTuber is gonna make clout off of my situation, so am I. TF, that's wrong to take full credit off of something. You're just too young to realize it. And I know it's deleted user on deleted user. So I'm gonna show you guys that at least this one is specifically hers. Somebody that lives in a different time zone as her, but as you guys can see, it's still 08 on the same day. They said, Kayla Hoskins, today at 8:08 p.m. If another YouTuber is gonna make clout off of my situation, so am I. TF. So that's just to show that this was 100% her saying this. And the crazy thing is this isn't about a clout situation because it's really a tragic one. This man was talking to who he knew to be a 15-year-old girl and he continued having sexual conversation, which is absolutely horrible and EDP should be thrown under the jail cell. And in my first call with her, after I checked up on her to make sure that she was okay, I even let her know that I wanted her to be a ghost in this entire situation. And don't worry about your privacy and everything, Kayla. You're gonna be a ghost in all of this. The only people that I wanted to know that she was personally involved in this and that she had been talking to him is her parents, which I also told them. Sure, you're aware of everything that's happening.
Somebody asked that in chat and I didn't even bother answering because I answered because I thought it was so dumb. Somebody in chat, I remember seeing this earlier, was like, I wonder if he asked her parents, and I was gonna say, fuck no, there's no way that he would have passed by her parents. That's crazy. But I mean, I guess he did. So, I mean, it seems like he got kind of shafted in this. No, again, assuming everything he's saying is true, like.
Yes, my daughter always communicates to me. She is, I think she considers me her best friend.
Oh, that's awesome. And B, law enforcement. I didn't want anybody else, and nor the world, to know that this minor was talking to EDP. That's why me and Skeeter wanted to take over communication. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think we should, I'll be like, yo, could you give us your information? We'll give it right back to you. You can change it. We just don't feel comfortable with conducting an investigation with an actual 15-year-old talking to him.
Yeah, basically. Or if you can get him to, text her, and we can put up a text now account.
And well, yeah, just set up a new one, yeah. And even though I wasn't doing pred catching back then, I even knew that cases like this could take a while. So we had actually made a pact that we weren't going to go public with anything about the EDP case until EDP was arrested. Now I know what you guys are thinking. JiDion, literally in a cupcake costume confronting EDP, and you posted that on your Instagram, so how could you not want anybody to know about it? Only reason why I posted that is because on August 27th, Kayla had texted me saying that the detectives told her that it was okay for her to post a video to talk about the situation, which looking back on now, I know is pretty weird, and I personally highly doubt that a detective would tell a minor to come out and make a YouTube video about a situation with a predator. But nonetheless, Kayla went public first about this entire situation. Not only going public with it, but also dropping the chat logs as well.
Hello, my name is Kayla, and I am unfortunately EDP's victim. I am 16, I'm turning 17, and the EDP first started talking to me when I was 15.
Bro.
He messaged me first, and I told him my age, and he didn't block me.
So that is the only reason why me and Skeeter went public with it afterwards, because everybody already knew that we were involved in the situation. So we let them know, hey, this is what happened. But the plan from the beginning was to make sure that this all goes through and that EDP was arrested. Then we were going to post about it. And to prove that to you guys, here's an IG live that I did the day that we caught EDP that somebody screen recorded, where we didn't let anybody know who we caught. All we said was that we caught somebody big. Y'all know what we do. We would tell you guys who we just caught, but legally we can't. But it's big. The person that we're talking about, he talked to a real underage person, but we can't say who he is. But you guys will find out very, very, very soon. Maybe a couple years. Possibly a couple years. Like that's how bad this is. But again, I want it to be known that I don't want any hate to be sent towards Kayla at all. She is a young woman, and genuinely, I would want her to move past this, man. You know, that's why I didn't want her name to be out there or her name to be associated with this, because bro, nobody wants to be known as the person who got groomed by EDP. About a year ago, she dropped a video titled "What JiDion Did Will Shock You," and this is what she had to say.
Not the clickbait thumbnail on her own. Oh, okay.
I realized something was wrong. I spoke to a moderator in JiDion's Discord server, who happened to be someone I was kind of besties with at the time. But for her own privacy and safety, I won't say her name. I explained the situation, and soon, everyone in the voice call started asking questions. Someone told Insight about what happened, and he ended up joining the voice call as well, and asked me if I wanted to be bait.
So I'm gonna give her the benefit of the doubt. When she made this video, it was already 2 years removed from the whole situation. So maybe she forgot how that conversation really went. But do you guys remember that VC call that I had showed you guys earlier, where it was a bunch of people? That's the VC call that she's alluding to. And in that VC call, it was actually Kayla's idea to where she wanted to be the bait. And people in the VC were coming up with ideas to get EDP to come out in person. And then Kayla decided to give herself up as tribute. I'll play the clip.
Do like the first meeting and then they not approach him.
Right.
In public,
Like in public,
get his
yeah.
confidence, and then like lure, and then like get him and
lure him to a hotel.
Right.
Yeah.
Really.
So that would be like.
You still have to get a little.
Hey, listen.
I mean, to be honest, I don't mind doing it, and I don't think my parents would mind.
And you'll see here how not only the members in the VC call shut that down completely, but also the mod that she says offered her the role of being bait also shut it down.
Inside, I
don't know.
Regardless of
I don't know.
It would be real. That's really a risk. Like high key. I
don't even not do that.
Is high key? Can you really say that? High key instead of low key?
Yeah, you shouldn't actually physically be there.
Yeah, you would be subjecting. Technically, they would be subjecting you to a pedophile.
So I'm gonna give her the benefit of the doubt and say that she's just misremembering it because it was a long time removed, and I don't.
Jesus, this is like the fucking, like the tagline to like a fucking horror psychological thriller, like a pedophile and a predator walk into a room, and they're two different people, the girl and EDP.
I think she meant any ill will.
She is predate. That's the thing, right? She predated him. Oh man.
Or maliciously lied like that. But yes, this is the evidence. I just want to put that out there to clear the air, especially for my former mod Inside. And sadly, but also weirdly, this was not the only time that Kayla was trying to be an IRL decoy to meet EDP in person. Since she never gave us the logins nor let us do the plan that we had of switching out the communication, I instead thought of the idea of getting an adult decoy. So that way when EDP came to meet, we could have an adult decoy there. Now, I had asked her to send me some photos of her, and she sent me these photos right here. With these photos, we found an actress that looks fairly similar to her. So I just find it weird that she's saying that we we were forcing her to keep on talking to EDP when we're jumping through all these different hoops. I mean, if we can find an actress that looks just like her, then why wouldn't we just take over the communication? It just, to me personally, it doesn't make any sense, but again, she might just be misremembering things, so I'm gonna give her the benefit of the doubt. Now, I had sent her a photo of the of-age decoy that we'd be using, and she sent me this really weird message. I'm gonna read that message for you real quick, and keep in mind, to my knowledge at least, this is the second time she's asked to meet EDP445 in person. Let me read you what she said. She said, quick question. I was wondering why you need a decoy to lure EDP, because, hear me out, if he sees it, he's gonna leave. Meaning if he sees the decoy, he's gonna leave. And if it's actually me, I could get him to do devious things on camera that he won't be able to deny in court, you know? And since I'm really turning 16 on that day, wouldn't it make it more real? Like, I could get him to spill the beans because I feel like he'll try to trick the decoy. And I let her know cops aren't gonna allow you anywhere near that. I really didn't even know how to respond to that. Now, sadly, I couldn't control nor stop her from communicating with EDP445, and that was already worse enough that she was even in communication / talking with him. But I was gonna make sure one thing I could control is that she was never going to be anywhere near the vicinity of EDP445. And this is why I'm giving her this strong benefit of the doubt, because, bro, if I had to remember things 3 years ago, I would misremember too.
However, rather than treating the situation seriously, JiDion saw it as content.
Now, it really does suck that Kayla sees it as all I saw was content. And truly, I mean, I didn't just see it as content. I saw it as a monster actually talking to
Okay, this girl, I'm sorry. I know she's only 15 or 16 or however the fuck. This girl is a demon, all right? That's demonic behavior, all right? That was some demonic behavior. I respect it. I respect the hustle. But demonic nonetheless.
Minor who's a fan of me. So I wanted to do everything in my power to get that man arrested, and I want her to stop being subjected to that monster, which is why I told her to block him.
I told JiDion every single time that EDP would send me dick pics, but he would never tell me to like block him or anything.
I want you to block him on your phone, right?
And I continued messaging him because it was very like encouraged for me to keep doing it. I didn't really want to, but I didn't want to disappoint anybody.
I mean, what are you gonna do from here? You're gonna like call the police?
And that is the entire reason why I want to seamlessly transition so that we could take over the communication, because we would do a way better job. And not only that, but a minor would not be talking to a predator anymore. And I don't want to put words in her mouth, so I'm going to let her speak for herself. But I think the reason why she didn't let us just take over and let her be a ghost is because of what she said right here.
Now, me personally, am I an opportunist? Yes, I am. But I don't think there's anything wrong with that, as long as you're not harming anybody. And I don't think I was harming anybody. And especially when you're my age, if you're 16, people are going to think that you're young and dumb. So you kind of have to be an opportunist. You have to make your own opportunities. You cannot be waiting for them. But this entire situation was not that at all.
Now, I do want to give an update. So Kayla gave me case numbers and detective numbers to call. I called the detective number and it was disconnected. And it took me like till 3 years later to finally find out what police station she went to and everything. And she really doesn't have all the updates and everything. But luckily, since I deal with police so much, I kind of figured it out and figured out where to look. And I can confirm that there is a case number associated with the account, meaning that there wasn't a report made. And also, not only was there a report made, but I confirmed with the police station that this case is currently with the FBI. Now, granted, even though it's with the FBI, I don't know if they're still actively investigating it. And I don't know if they'll do anything with all of this, me personally. So while we can all hope and pray that this situation wasn't for nothing, because I mean, at the end of the day, she was still groomed, she is still a victim, and EDP needs to be arrested.
I think I can agree with the last one. The EDP guy definitely was doing bad. We're on demon time for the rest of that though, but okay.
I don't know if the FBI is going to do anything with the information. Hopefully with the popularity of the documentary, plus his admission, hopefully something happens. We'll just have to wait and see. And even in my first conversation with her, I let her know that for this one, we're going to have to get law enforcement involved because we want this to be done away with. We want him to actually be gone. I'm not gonna lie, for this one, I feel like we do need to try to get some law enforcement to so this could be the end of this, you know? So I told her to go to law enforcement. My Discord and my mod told her to go to law enforcement.
No, fuck you on this one, Steven. She's literally still 15 and her parents were basically sex trafficking her. What? She needs trauma therapy, not victim blaming. What the fuck are we doing here at Destiny? I mean, I think she's on demon time. I don't know what you want me to say. That's a demon. That's a demon in the making.
And the people just in my Discord, when she first told everybody that EDP was talking to her, they also told her to go to law enforcement and report this. But I can't say it is reported, and we'll just have to wait and see what happens.
I feel like I was a victim of EDP, but I think I was mainly a victim. This is gonna sound crazy, but mainly a victim.
This is also demonic.
Jesus! In a way. I feel like for a long time I was his little puppet.
I'm not gonna lie, this part of the documentary actually hurt my feelings the most because, she's pretty much saying that I victimized her more than an actual pedophile. I'm not here to fight what she said. You know, if she truly feels like that, then that's how she feels. I know what I did though. I know I tried to take over communication. I know I told her to go to police. I know my Discord told her to go to police. And I know we didn't want her to keep on talking to him. Also, she's been threatening to sue me a lot lately. Like in her video that she made about me recently, she threatened that I would be inside of a lawsuit.
I mean, at this point, what does JiDion even pay you for? Especially you inside. I can't wait to see you all inside a lawsuit next.
And somebody in her comment section said, hey, why are you gonna sue JiDion but not EDP? And she replied with, EDP doesn't have any money. Yeah, I mean, I really don't know what else to say about that, man. You know, if that's how she feels, that's how she feels. She also made the claim that she photoshopped a photo of her on somebody and sent EDP a nude, when I specifically told her to never send him anything explicit.
No, I did not send EDP any pictures of me that were nude. What did happen when he asked me for them was that JiDion got like a lookalike of me, and I kind of photoshopped her face into Google pictures.
And a year before she did...
Oh my God. I'm just piecing things real quick. I wonder if she's like taking bits of the truth. I'm assuming, I guess I'm taking JiDion at his word and assuming he's not twisting things a lot, but he did try to find her a lookalike, right? The actress. I wonder if he sent her pictures of her and then she was using that to Photoshop things to send to EDP on her own, maybe? But who knows? Apparently she has a video that she released yesterday. We'll watch that after this, but...
the documentary. So this is her first video coming out about her being the victim of EDP. She states in there that she did send him a nude, but it wasn't her, and that she just got it off of Google because she's quote unquote big-brained.
And he even asked for nudes, which the nudes that I sent him weren't mine. They were from Google because, you know, it's big brains, you know?
And the reason why this is making me so frustrated is because I told her multiple times to never say or send anything explicit to him if she was gonna continue talking to him. Luckily, I was on the phone with her the other day and I recorded the conversation and I got her acknowledging that fact. I'm gonna roll the clip. Did you take the picture of yourself or did you go on Google?
No. I did not send anything to anyone.
So you never sent him anything
Absolutely
sexual?
Not. I think, I will say this, you even told me not to do that because the idea was for him to like, so she kept asking, you know, so we were trying to figure out something.
I told you to never send him anything sexual, correct?
Yes.
And so we went back in the archives of my Discord to see things that she sent to show people that, you know, she was talking to EDP. And before we were even aware of the situation, I saw this one screenshot where on her Instagram, she sent him a photo and obviously it was in disappear mode. So you can't tell what she sent to him, but you could tell by his reply that it was something. And I mean, oh my gosh, man, the fact that she could have potentially been sending that stuff to him before we got involved is very, very, very disturbing. It's disturbing if she sent anything to him regardless. So Kayla just dropped a new video and I just want to give her a huge shout out because she again admits that I told her not.
He's being so fucking nice to this. Oh my God.
Not to send anything explicit to EDP.
As for the nudes, so this is the part in the documentary that kind of weirded me out because I believe it was cut out. I recall saying that the idea of having my face like on a decoy's body, I recall saying that idea was brought up, but it was never fully like gone through with. But they cut that part out, maybe for shock factor. I did say that though. And so I don't know why they cut that out. That was kind of weird. That weirded me out because I believe it was cut out. I recall saying that the idea of having my face like on a decoy's body, I recall saying that idea was brought up, but it was never fully like gone through with. But they cut that part out, maybe for shock factor. I did say that though. And so I don't know why they cut that out. That was kind of weird. That's that. I mean, I never sent him anything. And he even asked for nudes, which the nudes that I sent him weren't mine. They were from Google because, you know, it's big brains, you know?
She also made some other claims as well. She kept on saying that I'm in like the Illuminati.
As for the Illuminati, that is not something I want to talk about right now. I will talk about it in code, but this is the first and last time I probably will ever talk about it because simply, I don't want to die. I do kind of fear for my life.
So first, to address the Illuminati claim, first, I don't think the Illuminati is going to be adding in a YouTuber that goes out and arrests child predators. And then second, I believe in Jesus Christ. He's my Lord and Savior. And then third, to my knowledge, the Illuminati is a whole group of Satanists, right? And what's funny about that is, I don't know if Kayla still is or not, but she used to be, or she might still be, a Satanist. She had it in her profile right there. So like, I don't understand why she keeps on saying I'm in the Illuminati when she herself is an admitted Satanist. But no, it's Christ gang all day over here, man. But yeah, this is the end of the video, man. Please, nobody send her any hate at all. I think we just all want to move past the situation. And I'm gonna be posting my reaction to the EDP video, the documentary. Everyone's like, oh, he's scared to react to it. No, I'm not scared to react to it. I've just been so busy, bro. We've caught 2 preds so far this week alone, and we got more to go. And today, I've been busy. Also, I want to give a huge shout out to Kayla, man. I wish her nothing but the best. She is not only a med student, but she's also a law student at the same time while doing her music career. She's doing it all, man. So huge shout out to her. And there is a police report. I don't know if they're gonna do anything with it or not. I don't know. Only Kayla can get the updates from the FBI. So that's on her. I'm not gonna have any more contact with her or anything. I'm not talking about the situation ever again. Unless EDP gets arrested, then I'll make an update. But yeah, y'all, I love you guys. Y'all be safe. Peace.
Hello everyone. It seems like I have caught some people in 4K. It's been a while. I know I haven't posted in a very long time. and with good reason. I'm about to get into all of it right now. I'm very nervous. I'm very nervous to make this video. I've been rage baiting people with this video. A lot of people are like, when are you gonna upload? You need to upload. You need to make a response now. What are you doing? And you're right. You are very much so correct. But I am also a full-time law and med student, so I try to focus on that right now. I love YouTube and I will always post on YouTube, but I did not pay thousands of dollars to go to school to not complete my school and to always be late on my assignments.
Thousands?
And I'm also very stressed because of them. I stayed up late editing last night. And
Wait, and isn't she like 18 or 19?
I've been doing military breathing exercises because I have been having so much anxiety over this entire situation because it's gotten so messy and it's so big now. It's so mainstream now, which is kind of scary, but it's kind of good because people know, people should know, but it is very scary, especially when you're kind of just doing this by yourself. Like, I have no one really helping me with this or with anything that I'm doing. Not that I'm complaining, I'm just saying, like, I just hope I'm doing the right things moving forward. I have taken notes about the entire situation. There's nothing here, it's on this side, but yeah, you guys have to make me take notes because this situation has gotten so messy. And yeah, so as to why I haven't posted in a very long time because I was under management for about 2 years and they wanted me to be very promiscuous online. Now, that is just not
Well, hold on, I'm sorry. Wait, she's 18, correct? Right now, she's 18? What? 19? Okay.
my character. I have a lot of intellectual power that I want to teach people on the internet, and I wouldn't be taken serious if I were to post promiscuously and lustfully. Also, around that time, I was in a relationship, and out of respect for my partner, I did not want to post that way. So that's one thing. And also, I was gonna post around the World Cup, but then Mexico lost, and like, I'm still saddened by it. I'm still saddened by Mexico losing the World Cup. As many of you know, I was in the documentary that Mike made about EDP 445.
Where everybody saw this.
445 situation.
And now this? With a 15-year-old girl?
Mm-hmm. He doesn't care that he's on committing crime.
You don't give a fuck how old she is.
I hate talking about EDP 445. Like, I just want to move on with my life. My experience with Mike was great. I was a bit skeptical about him. I have a lot of trust issues within the entertainment industry because being a teenager in it got me taken advantage of a lot by a lot of many different people that are not even online, more so people behind the scenes. And so I was very skeptical. He did give me his word on a Zoom call saying that he wouldn't make me look bad, and he didn't make me look bad. I think he tried to stay very neutral. However, he left a lot of interesting things that I said out of the documentary. Don't know if it was for legality reasons, but yeah, that's what kind of made the documentary not as interesting to me. It was a bit boring in a way when it came down to that whole JiDion skater drama. I think that should have been paid attention to a little bit more. But then again, Mike was also rushed to make this documentary by many people. So you got what you wish for, you know? As for the fake police report allegations, so this was a while back. Bloodsbeth had a stream with JiDion that JiDion deleted. Deleted for a reason, just gonna say that. And he alleged that I made a fake police report. JiDion did. And so then a little while ago, like a couple days ago, JiDion hits me up. He's panic texting me, like frantically, like just spam texting me. And he's like, I have undeniable proof that you have a police report, da-da-da. And I'm like, the whole time I'm like, I'll put screenshots of it in this video, but the whole time and I'm like, okay, so can you tell your audience that I didn't make a fake police report?
Did I have undeniable proof that not only do you have a case with the FBI, but soon I'm going to be talking to the detective working the local agency case as well. So the detective sent me no longer works there, which if you would like, but you can call me back.
People are literally threatening to dox me because they thought that I did make a fake police report. And so I never did a fake police report. I never have lied about anything. That's threatening to dox me because they thought that I did make a fake police report. And so I never did a fake police
I personally don't think I've ever lied about you. My feelings are personally hurt that you and Inside chose to say I made lies about a police report, texting him first, etc. I did not. And you have never apologized about that, nor will you, because you care about your ego. Did JiDion say that she texted him first? Or didn't he say that they were texting before she got into his server? That was wasn't that the point that JiDion made? Or JiDion made? I thought that was the big deal for that, but I did not. And you have never apologized about that, and nor will you because you care about your ego and know it'll affect your career. Instead of just being a humble human being, you literally lured me into a call with a false update to interrogate me because obviously you want to make a video about me. Instead of just apologizing and it could be over, I wanted to work again and do things right. But I think it's better if I just handle this case by myself. You have no business using it for content, and I will make sure I get the justice I deserve. Jesus Christ. Oh my God.
Report. I never have lied about anything that's legal because that could, for one, get me in a lot of trouble, and I'm very aware of that, but also because I've been very honest about the situation this whole time. Believe it or not, I have been. As for the nudes, so this is the part in the documentary that kind of weirded me out because I believe it was cut out. I recall saying that the idea of having my face like on a decoy's body, I recall saying that idea was brought up, but it was never fully like gone through with. But they cut that part out, maybe for shock factor. I did say that though. And so I don't know why they cut that out. That was kind of weird. But that's that. I mean, I never sent him anything, and I for sure never asked him for anything. Oh my God, that's like top one abuser line. She asked for it. She was asking for it. Like, fuck you. As for phone calls, I do have phone calls, and I'm sorry for fidgeting with this pen. It's because I have notes here. I don't want people to think I'm reading a script. I have just notes of everything that I'm going to go over because you bitches made me take notes. sucks, okay? I'm just so tired. I want this all to be over with. You have phone calls sitting in the desktop right beside me. Honestly, I've just been lazy to download them. But if it really comes down to it, I will post them, you know? Like, if it really comes down to it, I will have to post them. Like, I can post them. And
what is she not posting?
I'm very aware of that. There was a lot of interesting things in the documentary that I also said that were not mentioned, but they were claims that I made, and you could see it like in a slideshow in a way. And it was regarding Phase Drug and the Illuminati. Those were the ones people were more concerned about. As for Phase Drug, all I'm going to say about him, JiDion brought him to be a part of the sting operation because he lives in San Diego. And I think he realized like a while into it what the situation really was, and I don't know if he wanted to continue to be a part of it or not, but I do know that at some point he kind of just was not involved in it at all. He might have catched on to what was really going on and chose to save himself from the mess, and I wish I could have done that, but I didn't. And yeah, so he was supposed to be involved, you know, JiDion wanted him to be involved, and he wasn't, but they were also going to make a video with him confronting EDP at the scene with FaceRug. So that's that. As for the Illuminati, that is not something I want to talk about right now. I will talk about it in code, but this is the first and last time I probably will ever talk about it, because simply, I don't want to die. I do kind of fear for my life. I don't want to be put in a predicament. Anyway, so with the Illuminati, after being behind the scenes in this industry for a while, what I can say is that it's not called the Illuminati, but something relatively similar does exist, and it is fucking terrifying, okay? What I think happens, what I think I was almost, I don't want to say a victim of, but what I think I was almost offered is to push an agenda that's very sexual and lustful and go against a country in the Middle East and support a country that's blue and white in the Middle East. And if I didn't do that, my sponsors would be taken away. And that was essentially almost like a threat that I got. So I do believe that something similar to the Illuminati exists. And I do think that people, such as JiDion, I don't know about Skeeter, maybe Skeeter, but mostly JiDion, Neon, people like that, I think that they are unfortunately far gone into something relatively similar to that. I don't want to get too much into it, but people that are smart will understand what I'm saying. As for the case update now, there is a case update. So the original detective that I had, apparently they switched her out, but the case still remains active. It has not been botched. It is still active after 3 years. I truly don't know what they're working on. I mean, it took 10 years for the FBI to put Epstein in jail, and that was someone that people literally had to, or not even in jail, because we all know he didn't go to jail, but that was something people had to literally protest over. So just imagine what it will be like for me, you know, fucking 20, 30 years for them to even fucking care about it. Because that's how fucked our justice system in America is. But the case is very much still active. There is a bunch of detectives working on it, a bunch of law enforcement involved within it, and there's nothing that I can really do. I've already done my part. I'm just kind of waiting on them. And moving forward, my channel will not be featuring any updates. I will definitely make a video.
She's like, okay, I'm bored with this.
And I will send a documentary to the FBI. I hope you all know that. But moving forward,
she's making a documentary for the FBI, okay.
Finance and like relationships. I don't agree with relationship coaches or love coaches. I don't think they should exist, because if we're being very relatable right now, everyone has different needs and expectations out of a relationship. So a person to just kind of blatantly describe a relationship is stupid, or like the right way to do a relationship, that's stupid. Anyways, so yeah, my future videos will be relatively more in finance and like spooky stuff, spooky adventures maybe, but more so like finance and like life advice. Spooky adventures just every once in a while to switch things up, because why not? I mean, people already say I look emo. I don't think I'm emo. Just because I listen to Deftones and Pierce the Veil and like all these cool bands doesn't mean that I'm emo. Okay, I'm not emo. Okay, I'm sorry. I can get some sass in me. It's probably because I'm a Leo. Also, my birthday is tomorrow. If you guys want to wish me a happy birthday. I'm not doing anything though, because I hate myself. But anyway, I do have some exciting news to end this video. So if you have been an OG from the very start, you probably already know who Plubius is. You probably already know who Bloodspeth is. We might be meeting up later on this year or early on next year. So be on the lookout for a collab together. IRL meetup, y'all. Thank you so much for watching, guys.
Wow, the kids are not okay. Hold on. I don't even know what to say. Fucking retarded. All right. A few HaSLOPers. Oh wait, hold on. We got a Crowley update.
She raised money with HamasPiker. Campaigned with. She raised money with HamasPiker, the controversial streamer. Would you ever consider doing the same between now and November to win over that base of the Democratic vote?
Look, I think that we have to reach voters where they are, and wherever we have to do that. But I have my ways of doing that. I don't want to lend credibility to platforms, if you will, that I believe further divides us as a community, further divides Democrats, or further divides this country. But I do know that we have to focus on bringing everybody under this tent. And so I'm always willing to have those tough conversations. But we also have to utilize not just myself, but there are many community members, there are many voters, there are many supporters that we can empower to bring people up to be a part of this big tent we call the Democratic Party.
When you're talking about dividing, are you talking about Hassan?
I'm talking about anybody who focuses on, divisive language.
So you are leaving the door open or not to campaigning with him?
With Hassan?
Yeah.
No, I'm not. I don't plan on campaigning with Hassan if that's what you're asking me. No.
Ooh, you're not going to like that one.
The worst aspects of this is how lonely it is here. I'll be honest. I have my community. I have this movement broadly, but everyone is obviously busy with their own thing. But it does suck that there are very few candidates, politicians. They love what we have to bring to the table. They love the fundraisers. They love the rallies. But
they won't be my friend.
It does kind of suck at times. And same with media. Media loves giving me coverage.
Oh,
but there's no
dude.
pushback against this shit until it's going to be far too late. I think one of the worst aspects.
Fucking loser.
I don't give a f what black people care about. Oh, black people care about this. Black
Another
people care
one.
about that. Shut the f up. That's not how
Well, he's finally getting the heat that he wanted.
politics works. Oh, well, Hassan, how dare you? Like it or not, black people care about this issue.
The issue is literally a guy LARPing as a black person saying black people care about ICE. Okay?
Remember, guys, yeah, he seeks it out.
Random anonymous guy claiming, oh, black people care about the border. Black people care about ICE. You don't know what black people care about. Which is bullshit. That's not true. A chatter that wasn't even black, by the way. Just a person that was either LARPing as a black person or
really
just
black.
claiming to speak for all black
That's
people.
king shit.
It's such
King,
a
king,
fucking
king.
stupid stance.
Any other black folk want to engage in radical activist language in this fucking chat?
This one is me responding to someone saying all black people are voting for Eric Adams.
Suck my Yes, dude. It's because I'm racist. That's why. It's because I'm racist, dude. Go back to a better time when lynchings were happening. This is what I like as a black man. Are you always doing too much with black people? Leave them alone. I want to go back to lynching. I get it, but relax. Man, shut the up, okay?
Dude, I'm actually such a fucking loser. I thought it was so edgy. That one chatter was so right. I'm nothing compared to this guy, dude. I'm actually fucking milquetoast as fuck. Holy shit. What? Bro, I feel like we haven't seen some of these clips. What the fuck? Who's mining for these guys?
Leave them alone.
I gotta step it up.
Lynching. I get it, but relax. Man, shut the up, okay?
Yeah, I'm reading someone's comment in that one.
You got me, okay? You got me, because I'm a racist person.
And then you're sarcastically agreeing with it.
You just heard campaigns all the time.
If anyone gets duped by this edit, I'm sorry. You are the biggest fucking moron of all time. Me reading a goddamn comment that I very clearly disagree with being turned into a genuine position that I have. Let's be real. If I actually believed those things that they're claiming I believe, you would straight up defend me, Scott Jennings. What are you talking about? He's going to bring this shit up on an Abby Phillip panel if you don't at least threaten to sue him over it. I don't know what opportunities we have for litigation, but it is one of the grossest clip chimps I've ever seen.
Gross.
Happy to help form a litigation team for you to go after these clowns. I mean, I'll
Yeah, you're gonna sue people in the media for playing clips of you? You think that's a realistic path to success? Well, I'm sorry, actually. I guess if you're Donald Trump, because that's what MAGA does. Oh, another parallel.
Look at what options.
He's like, it's like Babby's first introduction to real world politics. Can you believe, guys, that they're fucking clipping me out of context? Can you fucking believe the guys are fucking clipping me out of context? I'll fucking sue you for that shit. It's not even context. Your Honor, it was out of context.
Options are available to me. Because yeah, this is
it's crazy.
This is
what
completely out of control. I mean, it's such an unbelievable attempt
out of context
to
clip,
slander, to smear. It is very clear.
Tell us, preach.
That
yeah,
they are chopping things down. I don't know what the legal avenues I have
Probably
for
none,
defamation.
but, you know.
Like I don't know if there are other previous cases where someone has just been like clipped like this so blatantly to present the exact opposite of their position.
Wow, Sikander, thank you for the gifted kick subs.
They're testing how insane they can get before you hit them with a lawsuit. I'm warning you, they're testing what they can get away with. Stop saying that you won't do it. No, I'm not. I'm not saying I won't do it. I think this is it's consequential. This is clear-cut. This is clear-cut defamation.
He's
showing your clip.
So
he's
obvious
just showing
and so
your clips.
easy.
How will you prove intent? Great question.
Yeah. How? Hold on. He's about to tell us.
Great question.
Okay.
I already gave you the example, right? If I were to say, I love black people and I hate when people hate black people, and they cut it down to make it seem like I was saying I hate black people, that's obviously defamation.
Obviously. What was the actual context?
Clown take. Can you shut the fuck up when it comes to black folks? You really don't want to talk about us unless it comes from voting. When is the last time you spoke about Sudan? I'm gonna fucking ether you. Any other black folk want to engage in radical activist language in this fucking chat? Suck my fucking cock, okay? You stupid fucking radlib. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of my chat. Fucking stupid, moronic, fucking radlib nonsense. Suck my fucking dick. Fuck you. You think you have a pass in here to fucking speak like this? Get the fuck out of here.
You okay, bro?
Dumb fuck. You think I'm gonna fucking baby you?
He wanted to say it. He really wanted to say it.
Go ahead. Go post a fucking clip about how much of a fucking white supremacist I am. Suck my dick. Annoying, dumb fuck. God damn, dude. This kind of attitude is so insanely repulsive. Like, what the fuck do you think you're doing? We're talking about fucking creating a larger, broad, people-back movement and fucking creating solidarity.
And black people get in the
way.
way.
Immediately got root.com article regurgitators in here, instantly being like, sweetie, you don't understand black people. Shut the fuck up.
I am black people.
Damn.
I am
that attitude left a long fucking time ago. It doesn't work, okay? Keep advocating for your own fucking demise then. Fucking standpoint theory ass motherfuckers. Oh my God.
Standpoint theory ass motherfuckers. That arbitrary epistemology. I can't even believe he knew that word. That was funny as fuck. They hate identity politics. He hates the woke shit. Oh my God.
Every time this shit pops off, there's like a million people in the chat being like, actually, we're not rocking with those folks because they're not rocking with us. Like, I get it, dude. Okay, yeah, you want to be selfish. Okay, fine. Fuck it. Who cares?
We're trying to do the workers' revolution here, guys. God damn it.
Go vote for fucking Eric Adams, dumbass.
Another black guy, by the way. Okay, well, that context wasn't that bad. He seemed kind of...
It's not my position at all. They're trying to say that I'm racist. They're trying to say that I'm pro-lynching. That's insane. That's an insane assertion to make.
Yeah,
especially if there's enough
contrary evidence.
Especially if there's enough
context
evidence
out there
of these guys
yeah.
in the past criticizing my commentary being too pro-black, right? And that probably isn't that hard to find because I've been around the block for a very long time. God, you suck at being clear with your positions. Dude, you have to be better. It's not about suing because of how it affects you. It's bad because you know the edit deeply offends black people, which they...
Oh, he's getting optics frogged. Oh, no. Oh, no.
They're doing on purpose to traumatize their view.
That's crazy, though, because they know that he would never argue in favor of these anti-black things, right? But they're, like, accusing him of it anyway. Like, imagine if they were to accuse Hassan of, like, I don't know, like, writing a manifesto defending the use of, like, racial slurs, even though that has nothing to do, like, with whatever that particular piece of writing would be about. Wouldn't that be crazy if they were to do shit like that? Is he saying that that would be actionable? You know what would be really funny is if he tried to sue them over shit like this, and obviously it would go nowhere because this is obviously political speech, but he makes such a strong and compelling case for why he believes it's defamation that I could cite his words for me to sue him for defamation. Go, well, Your Honor, you know, I agree the actual malice standard is quite high for public defamation cases, but the defendant here explicitly said that this would satisfy the actual malice standard. And he, Your Honor, he has done exactly this to me. So I'm just saying.
Who is using you as a vehicle? Wait, what? Yeah, what? Oh my God. Everyone loves me to say, like, I'm going to sue. And then at the moment that I say I will explore my legal options, they go, dude, shut the fuck up right now and start talking about, to a lawyer. Now, and start talking about, to a lawyer.
Was that second Hassan? Oh, he had a clip up. Jesus.
Black people, leave them alone. I want to go back to lynching. Like, I get it, but fucking relax. Man, shut the fuck up, okay? God damn.
Oh, he found the... Is this a different one or is that the same one?
Yes. Yeah, I'm literally reading a comment.
Wait, that's another one. Oh, that wasn't even the same
one. In a way to make it seem like that's my
Jesus.
own personal assessment, my own personal opinion. There it is. That's the OG. Actual malice is a term of art. It means you would need to prove that they knew it was false or had reckless disregard for the statement's veracity. You might be able to pursue false
that
light
person
if
in
that's
chat,
available.
probably
Talk
black.
to a lawyer for sure. Threatening to sue is no big deal. Like, look at all of the surrounding evidence that's readily available that's lost in the context here in the way that they cut this.
The context, man.
I'm sorry. This is clear-cut, reckless disregard for the truth, especially considering that I'm reading someone else's comment and saying I disagree with it. There is 0% chance that the person who clipped it, the Republican NRSC account that clipped this and put it in a compilation, thought that this was a sincerely held belief of mine. Because if they did, they wouldn't have actually taken the time and effort to just zoom into my face. They wouldn't have taken the time and effort to clip just me reading the comment. Doesn't the Fox News commentator explicitly say that's your position? Yes, that is exactly what they're saying. And that's what Andrew Colvett is saying here as well. So we're now beginning to learn. Here's the thing. We're now beginning to learn
what?
The tactic that will be deployed by the Republican Party in the midterms, right?
Oh, he's learning that Republicans lie? They're just now beginning to learn that Republicans play dirty? Wow. Damn, that's got to be a rough world. Whoo. Like the Republicans are going to lie about your positions or the things that you say? I know he knows already. This is just a performance for the audience, but like, bruh.
Right? They're not just going to say, oh, Hassan is a radical. This channels his viewpoint, but is like egregious, right? He hates America because he said this or that. And not just say that like, oh, Hassan is, Hassan is in favor of bad things for America. They're just going to straight up say things that are the opposite of what I believe. And they're going to, they're testing the waters right now.
Jeez, that's spooky. Do you really think conservatives just straight up lie about things? Conservatives?
Because of black voters. Black voters are not going for this. You look at what just happened in Wisconsin. I guess those people like Thanksgiving a little too much over there because Francesca Hong was defeated because of black voters. Black voters, young voters are not going for this socialist ride. They're rejecting them at the ballot box.
Yeah, Republicans should reach out and do what they can among that group, independents and everything. They've got time. CJ Pearson, great to see you. Thank you.
Jesus Christ, dude. Holy shit. That has to be an easy defamation case? No? Yeah, 100%.
Wait, is this a different one or is this the same one? Just the beginning of the clip.
It's like, I've never seen this level of lying. Like, even with James Tallarico and stuff, like, they'll clip them out of context. They'll try to make it seem like they're more woke than they are or anything like that. But in this circumstance, it's like a very overt way to lie about something so heinous.
So heinous.
Anyway, I'll explore the legal avenues here. It's getting completely out of control. You know what I mean? This is not like James Tallarico's vegan. Like, this is straight up saying that I love lynching and that I'm racist. Like,
racist?
It's disgusting. It's
There's no
totally
way that can-
disgusting.
I can't
will
abide
make them
that.
apologize for it.
He'll make
and
them
I will
apologize.
force them a retraction, and we'll fucking
Ooh.
celebrate it when it does happen. There's no shot.
No shot, dude. He's gonna get him.
I mean, but
Yeah.
ultimately, like I said, this kind of culture war narratives, I don't think are going to work as effectively as these guys think they will. Especially because we have to be everywhere all at once. And we have to remind people of what Republicans are saying, what Republicans are doing. So, yeah.
Wow. Well, what are you going to do? I'll watch this Breaking Points thing tomorrow.
Look, we all know in an attention economy.
I, Donald Trump, hereby declare that Canada is quite frankly permanently banned from viewing all NFL games. NFL is now exclusive to only America, America first. Baby, hell yeah. Fair trade Mouton. I'll deport Hassan for you, though.
Spend 80 hours a week watching Dear Leader fight against socialists, slave away every other hour for Corpo God since I am a lowly worker. Work 100 hours for $5 USD to spend on a funny TTS streamer leaves. This fucking...
A bird told me that the war on Thanksgiving is over a gob. Ah, get the gravy.
Turkey makes the kids fat.
Your mother, RFK, get the gravy.
I'm kinda mad I pulled out early. I only made $200 on Crowley. I bought a whole bunch of shungite rocks. Do you know what shungite is? Anybody know what shungite is? No, not Suge Knight.
What the fuck was the point of all the shungite stuff?
I love my sister. I love naked children. I do not like naked children. They cannot consent. I love raping children.
Jesus.
Beaten, lashed.
Yo, I stroked my shit so long and hard that my leg literally went numb.
I already hired 2 miners to get rid of this gorilla. Fuck, man.
Hey guys, the Deep here. I notice you keep calling me Hassan, but I'd prefer to keep my civilian identity a secret, so just the Deep, please. By the way, I had consent from the octopus. That was a loving relationship. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Hey?
Elmo is going to make you an offer you can't refuse. Elmo is going to give you $300K to gamble, or Elmo is going to break your fucking legs.
Failmo, why? Why are you doing this?
Load up the slots, Moot time to make me some money.
Wait, where is Hassan's enthusiastic support of Crowley?
Hey, Skylar, are we still playing Peak tonight?
I think Hong's comments on whiteness were the major chink in her armor. Progressives say it was biased coverage and yellow journalism with a partisan slant.
No.
Pedophiles with a photographic memory must be eating good. Think about it. They have sex when they are in high school, and those images are seared into their mind. No one was harmed, and they get 8K UHD surround sound, 16 gigs RAM worth of content.
Look, folks, here's the deal. I heard about this EDP guy preying on minors. That's sick, Jack.
Okay. True.
Why chase kids when you've got a perfectly good sister waiting at home? My
Where is
sister
the
and I...
Biden incest joke? Where is this coming from? Why?
Anyway, point is, keep it in the family.
Used your promo code and put 25 on Crowley while he was at 18% easy, 400% return. The commie robot Hong was too retarded. Enjoy some red balls on me, king.
Hey, it's me, the money behind the operation. I buy my defense equipment at Raytheon.
Okay.
Drones for spying on snarkers. Great prices, great products. Raytheon code redact 50% off orders over 1 million. Tell them Snarkman sent ya.
Sometimes holding on to hope for a better future can be so exhausting. That's why I want to thank you, Stephen, for exposing me to that EDP shit, because, yeah, now I see that humanity doesn't deserve to be saved. Thank you for this piece.
Fuck you.
Okay. All right, well. Thank you guys. I love you. Be careful. Stay safe. We'll be back tomorrow. Reverend Cappuccino, Papuccino, Hoppuccino, Moppuccino, Dampuccino, Cappuccino, Appuccino. Oh, Appuccino, my doing this? Catch you guys next. Stream Arena.
Fuck this shit, man. Republicans are scary in the general election, even more than the low information voters in the primaries. I think we all know who we are talking about.
Nazis?
Oh, yeah. I almost forgot Kaya Place.